Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who gets first crack at all that money?
A couple of people with unusual occupations, Groucho, and here they are. Mrs. Lita Griggs, who is wardrobe mistress for a circus, and Mr. Tommy Dolby, stage doorman for a burlesque theater. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, you split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Griggs, eh?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Griggs of the Cabbage Patch? Is that, Just Mrs. Griggs. You're a wardrobe mistress for a circus?
That's right.
Which circus?
For the Clyde Beatty Circus.
You got a big circus?
They certainly have. They have
how big is it?
Three-ring circus.
Three
they
rings,
have 75 lions and tigers, 200 performers, and the balance are the ticket sellers.
Coachy, coachy, and And Mr. Tommy Dolby, huh?
Right.
You're the stage doorman at a burlesque theater?
Yes, sir.
At what theater?
At the Burbank Burlesque Theater downtown.
How did you meet your wife? Was she a chorus girl at your theater and she threw you a curve?
No, she worked at the theater. She was a cashier.
Oh, you married into money, huh? Your wife checks the figures at the front door while you check the figures at the stage door. Well, that adds up, I think. Mrs. Griggs, what does your husband do?
My husband is a clown.
Mrs. Griggs, everybody's husband is a clown. Let's face it, huh? Is he funny at home?
Oh, yes.
Could you give us an example of...
No, not right here. How did you meet your husband? I met him at a fox hunt.
Were you chasing him or was he chasing you?
No.
What do you mean you met him at a fox hunt?
Well, I tell you, all circuses have races.
What was he, a beagle?
They have races where pairs ride around the big tents, and jump hurdles and all. And this day, I fell in a mud puddle. And he carried me out, and that's the way we met.
You went to a fox hunt in a mud puddle? I don't understand this. Where does the fox hunt come in?
The horses ride in pairs around the big top. They jump the hurdles.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fox comes from.
Well, you just threw that in to make it more difficult, is that it? Do you have any children?
I have 3 girls.
You have 3 girls?
Yes,
Yeah?
3 girls.
How old are they?
16, 14, and 11.
Oh, and do they go to the circus?
Yes, they do. They're all aerialists.
Oh, they're all in the circus?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Yes. You mean you can tune them in and get television programs? And... Well, how did they get to be aerialists?
Well, I used to be an aerialist when I was younger and thinner. So
I think you're young enough now to be an aerialist, Mrs. Griggs.
Thank you.
And thinner.
Yeah.
Now, Tommy, let's talk about a man's subject, girls. Tommy, at your burlesque theater, how is business?
Oh, business is always good down
It's
there.
always good. Well, if it ever falls off at your place, business will be better than ever. Well, who are some of the headliners you've known that you've seen parade through your theater there?
Well, we've had Betty Rowland, the Ball of Fire, Lana Barry, Red-Headed Heat Wave, and 45.
These are all pretty hot numbers, aren't they?
And a little sincere, the Anatomy Award winner. And right now,
What was that last one, Tommy?
the Anatomy Award winner.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said. Is it pretty exciting being a stage doorman at a burlesque theater?
No, it's, after a while, it gets a little monotonous.
Well, the first 50 years must be fun, isn't it? Well, after talking to you two, I can say I've lived a very sheltered life. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $2,000.
Whenever you take your car for service to any one of the more than 3,000 authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you never have to wonder about what kind of a job you'll get. For that's where you'll always get the best equipment and the best workmanship, meaning a top job every time. At a DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you get the benefit of factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. Also, skilled mechanics who know how to use that equipment. Getting a better job done on your car in shorter time naturally means money in your pocket and a car that will serve you faithfully and economically for miles and miles. So stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer next time your car needs service. Learn what so many car owners all over this nation already know, that it pays to stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now, let's see if you two will be high for the night and get the chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected former Academy Award winners as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
Who won the Academy Award in 1942 for his portrayal of George M. Cohan in Yankee Doodle Dandy?
James Cagney.
James Cagney is right.
We're on our way, Groucho, with $30.
Well, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
$20. Who won the award in 1940 as Kitty Foyle?
Ginger Rogers.
Ginger Rogers.
They're climbing. They have $50 now.
Well, you burlesque man, you're stripping right along here. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you bet?
45.
Oh, 45. Who won the award playing Father Flanagan in the picture Boys Town?
Spencer Tracy.
Spencer Tracy.
Now they have $95.
Are you sure you don't work in a movie theater? Well, you got $95. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
95.
95. All right. Who won the Academy Award in 1945 as Mildred Pierce?
Crawford. Joan Crawford.
Joan Crawford.
And they wind up with a grand total of $190.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get the chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still name. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a fireman and a housewife. And here they are, Mrs. Evelyn Russell and fireman Ben Brewer. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Russell, where are you from, Mrs.
Los Angeles, California. From India.
Whereabouts?
Well, I was born in the Southwest.
Well, whereabouts, Southwest? You mean North Dakota or?
In California. I'm a native. I have to be in California if you're a native.
Not if you're a native of Los Angeles, you don't. You could be in Waco, Texas. Fireman Ben Brewer, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from? The Smoky Mountains?
No, I come from Arizona.
With a banjo on your knee? What is the... Tell me, Smoky Stover, what's the proper procedure for turning in a fire alarm?
Well, you merely break the glass and pull down the alarm. The important thing is not to delay, to turn it in immediately.
Well, most people are reluctant to ring the alarm because they're afraid that they'll break up your canasta game at the firehouse. Or poker, whatever they play. What do you play? Huh?
We don't play any poker. We're not allowed to gamble. We'd be dismissed if we gambled.
You mean they can fire a fireman? You don't play poker or canasta. Just what do you do between fires?
As of late, we have our fire prevention program. It keeps us out most of the day in our district. We can answer alarms because we're on the radio and in contact with our dispatcher. And we talk to the taxpayers.
Housewives?
That's right.
What do you tell the housewives when you call on them?
Well, shall I assume you're a housewife?
Well, many people have. Don't let this tie fool you, huh? Come on, let's assume that I'm a housewife, huh?
I'd say good morning, madam. We're out here in the street with our apparatus.
You don't even wait for me to say good morning back to you, huh? Let's try it again, huh?
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir. How's tricks? What's new, big boy? What are you doing later on today? Okay, now the fire is still burning, I suppose.
We're around trying to enlist your cooperation in helping us prevent fires in this district.
Yeah.
We want you to watch rubbish in the backyard.
Yeah. Keep my relatives out of this, huh?
We wouldn't want you to put any pennies behind the fuses or allow the curtains to get over near the heater. We don't want the children to play with matches.
You're a real killjoy, aren't you? Mrs. Russell, do you have any fire hazards at your house?
Well, my husband's a fire hazard.
Your husband is a fire hazard? You mean he burns up easily?
Well, he smokes in bed.
What's your opinion of smoking in bed, fireman?
It's dangerous.
Well, I imagine there's more to it than that, huh? What other careless habits do people have that provide fire hazards? Do you have any rule for people to follow?
Well, we have one little rule.
You want to start over again and say good morning, madam?
No, I'll give you the rule.
What is it?
Matches have heads, but they don't have brains. And whenever you start a fire, use your head.
That won't work. I've got water on the knee, huh? On the brain. That won't work. I've got water on the brain, huh? Now, where else could I have it? Let's see. Well, I've kidded our firemen, but I know all of us are thankful that the fire department does such an efficient job, Mr. Brewer. Now, you're going to play your bet your life for the chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. You run your $20 and the more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The circus lady and the burlesque doorman earned $190.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected radio MCs as your category. Is that right? Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Make it 10. Let's just make 10.
$10. Who is the popular master of ceremonies on People Are Funny?
Art Linkletter.
Art Linkletter is right.
They're on their way with $30.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25?
25, okay.
25. Who is the MC on Stop the Music?
Oh, darn it. Stop the music.
Fireman, save my child here, huh?
Okay, think of what it is.
Well, it's Bud Parks. You should have known that.
We lost.
They now have $5, Groucho.
Well, all right. Now you're down to $5, though. Well, that's a shame. Here's your third question. How much of the 5 will you try?
Let's try 3.
Try $3. All right. Who is the MC on Double or Nothing?
Walter O'Keefe.
Walter O'Keefe is right.
They're on their way again. They have $8.
Now you're climbing. You got $8. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 8 will you try?
Let's bet it all, huh?
Okay. Here you go up the ladder again. Now, who is the MC on Take It or Leave It?
Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor.
And they wind up with $16.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $2,000 question.
You know, friends, when you drive your car into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, you'll find they have the old-fashioned idea of courtesy.
Fenneman, you mean they kiss your hand as you leave?
Well, no, Groucho, but they do show an honest interest in your problems, a real desire to treat you fairly and squarely.
Shall we dance?
Seriously, friends, that's important to you folks who own cars, whatever make of car it may be.
Well, I have an electric car, and it's quite a shock to my family. Well, enough of this, Polderall. George, which couple is ahead so far?
Well, the circus lady and the stage doorman are leading with $190, and the secret word is still name. We asked if there were any engaged couples here tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Ann Lane and Mr. Ken Miller, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you win $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Ann Lane?
Yes, sir.
That's a very, very pretty name. How old are you, Ann?
I'm 21.
And Ken Miller?
22.
You're the engaged boy, huh?
Yes, sir.
When is the big day to be, Miss Lane?
June the 27th.
Mm-hmm. Ken, why did you pick that day, huh?
Well, I didn't.
Did she pick it?
Yes, she did.
Who's going to be present at your wedding, Ken?
All her friends and her relatives and mine.
Do you know her relatives?
Well, not all of them.
You will eventually, brother. Oh, and will you know them? Well, if you didn't know them, why did you invite them?
I didn't.
Are you implying that her relatives are trying to crash the party?
No, sir. She invited them.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
Yes, I
Could you
am.
back out now if you wanted to, Ken?
Oh, sure. I think so.
Well, how could you back out of it, huh?
Well, I could quit paying on the rings.
Then you have been giving it some thought, huh? And is Ken going to be able to support you all right?
I think so. Other fellas support their wives on his income.
Even married yet, and you're already beginning to turn into the Marshall Plan. Ann, do you have a pet name for your boyfriend there?
Yes, sir, but I don't want to tell you what it is.
Well, couldn't you clean it up? Come on, Ann, what is it, huh?
Well,
give us a synonym
he calls
for it.
me Bunky, and I call him Punky.
Why Bunky, Ken? Huh?
I don't really know.
Well, they're cute names, I think. What sort of work do you do, punk?
I'm a template maker, Douglas in Long Beach.
A what?
A template maker.
Come again. What is a template maker, huh?
All a template maker is a...
Fellow makes templates, I suppose. Well, that's clear. Now I understand it, huh? Well, what is a template?
A template is a pattern.
And a pattern is a what, huh?
A pattern is a structure that they build a part of a ship to and drill holes from. That has a bunch of holes.
Did you ever read Gertrude Stein? Now, what kind of planes are you building now?
Well, it's called the C-124, and it's supposed to be the largest cargo ship built.
How big is it?
Well, it's big enough to hold 2 fully loaded buses and 200 fully loaded troops.
I don't know if they can get the buses loaded, but they can certainly get the troops loaded. I wish you'd notify me when you go up for the first time with that one. Where do you work, Bunk?
I work at Douglas, too.
Oh, you work there, too?
Yes,
huh?
sir.
So what do you do?
I do general clerical work in the planning department.
Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's the difference between secretarial work in an aircraft factory and in any other office?
Well, I guess there isn't much difference except that you have to be able to understand the boss's terms when he's dictating.
Well, when you start understanding the boss's terms, it's time for you to go home to Mother. How long have you been carrying the torch for Punk here? Huh?
About 2 years.
How did you meet Ken for the first time?
Well, I was working in the tool crib at
You're
the
a very
time.
pretty girl. Did I tell you that? Huh?
Thank you very much. I was working in the tool...
I didn't have anything to do with it, Ann. If you were a pretty girl, I'd say the same thing about you. Punk old boy, huh? So?
So I was working in the tool crib, and he was a riveter on the assembly line, and he had to make approximately 2 trips a day to the tool crib, but I saw to it that he made about 10 or 15.
What is a tool crib? I don't know. What are you keeping there? Baby tools? Bunky, let's get back to your wedding. Where are you going on your honeymoon?
That's a secret.
Don't you think you ought to tell him? When are you leaving on your honeymoon, Bunky?
After the wedding.
Well, Bunky, you couldn't pick a better time. Of course, Ken doesn't care. He doesn't know where he's going anyway. Well, I'm sure you two are going to be very happy. And remember, old Uncle Groucho in future years when you're trying to think of a name for your 15th. Now you're going to try for a chance at the $2,000 question. You beat the other 2 couples and you win the chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much our other 2 couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The circus lady and the stage doorman are still ahead with $190.
Now, here we go. You have $20. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected bird songs as your category. Is that right? Honeymooners. And how much are you going to bet of the $20? Talk right up, Bunky.
She says $10.
Give me the title of this bird song. Play, Jerry.
Bye-bye, Blackbird.
Bye-bye, Blackbird is right.
And her other way is $20.
All right, remember you're going for $2,000 tonight. You're on your way now. You got $30, says Fenneman. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. What is the name of this song?
Flamingo.
Flamingo.
They're really sorry now. They have $55.
You got $55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55 will you try?
50.
Let's see if you can identify this one. Okay, Jerry.
When the swallows come back to
When the
Capistrano.
swallows come back to Capistrano.
Now they have $105.
You got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105?
100.
100, huh? I know who has the pants in your family. Okay, give me the title of this bird song.
Skylark.
Skylark is right.
And they wind up with $205. And that means that they, with their $205, get the chance to the Solo Plymouth $2,000 question. Warmer weather is approaching fast. So now is the time to take your car for that spring tune-up to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. With factory-designed and approved tools and equipment, with expert factory-trained mechanics, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will give your car, whatever its make, a careful inspection and do all the things that should be done to put your car in tip-top shape for the weather ahead. Mechanics will give your car an engine tune-up, will drain and flush your radiator, check your spark plugs, your battery, and your tires, put in the right oil, lubricate the chassis, and do countless other necessary jobs. So don't put it off. Bring your car in right away. Authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers are well equipped to give you courteous service, prompt service, service at a fair price. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here's the engaged couple, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $2,000. The young married kids. Well, if you win this, you certainly will have a wonderful honeymoon, huh? Are you ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully. And please, no help from the audience. Here it is. The monument to the Battle of San Jacinto, where General Santa Anna was defeated, is the tallest monument in the world. In what state is the San Jacinto Monument? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Texas?
That's right, in the state of Texas, near you. Well, it shows you love will find a way, huh? Now, what are you going to do with all that swag, Funky?
Well, I'm going to name my first boy Groucho.
Every time you open your mouth, I'm getting more broke. You just said name, and that's the secret word tonight. So that means you just want to... Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Let's see, you won $2,000 plus $205 in the quiz plus $100 for saying the secret word. Say, you really cleaned up tonight. $2,305. All I can say to you both is congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Thank you very much.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,000.
Well, it's Bing Crosby's turn now, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Walkers wise use their eyes. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
What a ham that guy is. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's face to try for it?
We invited some building inspectors and some real estate agents to the show, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Inspector Robert Steele and Agent Thomas Williams. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, you split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Inspector Bob Steele. You inspect buildings?
That's right.
Stop leering at my framework. Huh? I'm as sound as a dollar. Well, the dollar's only worth 50 cents now. And real estate agent Tom Williams, huh? Just what do you do in your job?
Well, I sell houses, get rentals for people, I sell lots.
Sell lots of what?
Well, lots of lots.
Look, you're not up before a Senate committee now. You can speak freely. Come clean now. You sell lots of what?
I sell lots.
Look, son, we have to finish this thing in 30 minutes. Now, out with it. What do you do in your job?
Well, I sell houses, find rentals, and over the weekend I sit on a house.
You sit on a house?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever laid any small bungalows that way? Over the weekend, you just sit on a house. How do you mean you sit on a house? I don't understand.
By sitting on a house,
is that a real estate time?
We hold a house open for inspection over Saturday and Sunday, and we are there when anybody comes.
I see, huh? How's business, real estate man?
Rather slow, but I did manage to turn over a couple of houses this week.
You turned... What did you do, lose a nickel under one of them? What do you mean you turned over a couple of houses?
I sold some houses.
Must be a pretty slick salesman to sell a house that's been turned over, huh? Well, that's one way to keep the roof from leaking. What do you do on your job, Inspector Steele?
Well, I inspect houses per the Los Angeles Building Code.
Oh, I see. Well, why do you do that?
Well, so they're safe for occupancy.
What if the building is only half safe? Do you use an air wick? How do you know if a building is safe for occupancy?
Well, I check it from stem to stern and from top to bottom.
Well, that's a boat. I mean, how do you check a house?
Well, we check the foundation, the footings, the underpinnings, the framework, the lath, plaster.
What kind of buildings do you inspect?
Oh, we inspect everything that's over 4x4.
Why'd you pick that figure, 4x4? Huh?
Well, I suppose anything under that size wouldn't matter whether it was safe or not.
4x4. Well, yeah, I once knew a girl who was 5x5, and she wasn't very safe either. She had a good foundation, but unfortunately it kept slipping. Well, let's get back to you, Mr. Williams. Suppose I'm a likely prospect and you think I'm in the market. Tell me your blue plate special for this week.
Well, Mr. Marx, I have a dandy over in Sherman Oaks. It's a 2-story Cape Cod. Has 5 bedrooms and 4 baths, all tile.
What about the other bedroom? What do they do? They wait till the rainy season starts?
Well, we could put another shower in the basement.
That would be for me, I suppose. Now, Inspector, in buying a house, what should the average person look out for in addition to the real estate agent?
Well, you can check it for termites. You know you must always have a termite. You're talking about an old house, aren't you?
I'm talking about the house he's trying to stick me with. Suppose you refuse to approve a house because you don't think it will stand up. What then?
We won't issue a certificate of occupancy on the house.
And that means?
That means that no one can live in it.
I see. You mean the house just stands there empty? How long does this go on?
Well, it doesn't make any difference for 100 years or so.
Well, if the house will stand up that long, you should have approved it in the first place. Well, now that I know all about real estate and building inspection, let's see if you two are going to be the ones who get the chance at the $1,000 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
No matter where you drive, across this nation are more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers, each with a desire to serve you. And here is how they can serve you. When your car needs attention, no matter how minor you may think the job to be, you'll find a DeSoto Plymouth dealer ready and eager to give your car full attention. You'll get the benefit of not only factory-designed and approved tools and equipment, not only factory-trained mechanics who know how to use that equipment, but service with a smile. And service at a fair price. That's the creed of every DeSoto Plymouth dealer, as you'll find out when you drive in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous structures as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, you have $20. How much do you want to bet? And talk right up into the mic.
$10.
Okay. Now, here's your first question. In what country is the Arch of Triumph?
France.
Vive la France.
And they're on their way with $30.
Now, how much of the $30 will you try?
25.
25, huh? In what country is the Taj Mahal?
It's in India.
India.
They're climbing. They have $55.
50.
In what country is the Alhambra?
Spain.
Spain is correct.
Now they have $105.
You're taking my money too swiftly here. You've got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of it would you want to go for?
The gentleman says shoot the works.
The gentleman says shoot. How do you know he's a gentleman?
I haven't answered the question yet.
Okay. In what country is the famous Bastille?
France.
That's right, is the best.
And they wind up with a grand total of $210.
It's not true. The Bastille comes from the United States. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, stick around now. You may get a chance at the big question. You may get a chance.
The secret word is still chair.
Yes, George.
Perhaps the next couple will say it.
It's quite okay, George.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a camp counselor and a married man. And here they are, Miss Dorothy Johnson and Mr. Joe Benjamin. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you will divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Johnson, you're a camp counselor, huh?
That's right.
Very pretty girl. What camp is it?
That's Clear Creek School Camp.
Where are you from, Dorothy?
From Idaho Falls, Idaho.
You what was it?
Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Yes.
I thought you were yodeling there for a minute. Do you have any children of your own?
No.
You don't have any children. Since you're a camp counselor, did you meet your husband at a Boy Scout camp?
No.
Was he a Girl Scout?
No, he's nothing. I'm not married.
He's nothing. That's a fine reminder. Whether you're married or not, that's a pretty rough opinion to have of your husband. He's probably a very nice fellow, and you're just temporarily annoyed with him. Mr. Joe Benjamin, huh?
That's right.
He used to be a prize fighter by that name. He was one of Dempsey's sparring partners.
I boxed for quite a while myself.
Did you?
That's right.
Why didn't you box with somebody else, huh? They're pretty punchy when they start boxing with themselves. Huh? you're not at all mauled up, Joe. Huh? You're the married man, is that?
Yes, sir.
Well, while we're on the subject, why is your wife annoyed with you?
She's not annoyed with me.
She isn't, eh? Well, let's see what I can do about it, huh? How old is she?
Well, she's pretty young.
Well, how young? Is she about 3?
No, I mean she's pretty young for her age.
How old are you, Dorothy?
18.
18. Well, you're very young for your age. Maybe you two were meant for each other. Huh? Well, I'm at it. I might as well fix this fellow up right. Now, at what camp do you do your counseling, did you say?
Clear Creek School Camp.
Oh, Clear Creek. Where is it?
It's in Lockanyata, just past Lockanyata.
Where is that, in Scotland?
No, it's,
Where's Lockanyata? Huh? I know where a wee duck and Doris is, but... Could be a wee lock and ladder, too. Or a wee hook and ladder. We had a find. Dorothy Johnson, where is Lock and Ladder, huh? You don't know where Lock and Ladder is, huh? This is your first year there?
No, I've been a camper there, and now I just started being a director.
Well, how did you get there when you went there last year? Did they blindfold you before?
Well, we went on a bus. It's in the foothills. Let's see. I can't exactly remember the hills. It's there.
Those kids are going to have a tough time finding it this year. If the counselor can't find it, there's going to be 50 tots roaming the hills all summer. That'll certainly help the juvenile delinquency problem. How old are these gangsters that you...
Oh, they run from about 6 to 12.
They run from 6 to 12, then. They'll have to if they want to find this place. What are some of the activities at this mysterious camp?
Hiking,
I think
swimming.
they do moonshining out there. What do you do, Dorothy?
Well, crafts, swimming, hiking, arching.
What do you mean arching their backs? Arching their backs or...
No, bow and arrow.
Oh, bow and arrow, huh?
Yes.
Well, in addition to poison ivy, what do the kids get out of the camp?
We build character.
Oh. Could you build me one?
I don't know.
Mine is none too good. Suppose a kid objects to having you build his character. What do you do, Dorothy?
Oh, we have punishments.
You call in the real estate agent and have him turn the kids over, huh? Slug them? Or do you just whack them on the bum-bum, huh?
Oh, we're not allowed to lay a hand on them.
What do you use, a baseball bat? How do you discipline your children, Mr. Benjamin?
Well, I talk to her for a while. If that don't work, spank them.
Spank them on the bum-bum? That sounds like a summer resort, doesn't it? Where did you go last year, Groucho? Why, we had a lovely time. We had 2 lovely weeks at Spank 'em on the Bum-Bum. Well, Dorothy, who does the disciplining in your family?
I'm not married.
All this time and you're still not married? Did anything embarrassing ever happen to you, Dorothy?
Well, yes. Once up at camp, one of the directors was chasing the snake, and snakes...
What a sucker he was, huh?
like to let rattlesnakes roam around the hills.
That's right. I don't blame
With
you,
the
darling.
kids, you know.
I disapprove of it myself.
So we tried to capture this one, and rattlesnakes usually go in pairs.
You do?
Yes.
That's very interesting to know. So?
Well, the snake went under the rock, and this other director asked me to watch if there was another snake. And all of a sudden, he sat down on some yucca bush. And the thing was, I didn't know where to apply the tourniquet. He thought I was a snake.
Well, one good tourniquet deserves another. Well, now that we've got that settled, let's see how you make out with some quiz questions. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for the chance at $1,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a big chance. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The real estate agent and the building inspector won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous stadiums as your category. Is that right? How much of the 20 are you going to risk?
About 10.
10. In what city is Soldier Field?
Chicago.
Chicago is right.
We're on their way with $30, Groucho.
All right, you've got $30 now. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. In what city is Shibe Park?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia is right.
They're climbing. They have $55.
All right, you got $55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55 do you want to try?
50.
In what city is Franklin Field?
Annapolis or Baltimore.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. It's again Philadelphia.
They now have $5.
Oh.
That's a shame. All right, you want to bet the 5, I presume, huh?
Yes.
In what city is Fenway Park?
That's Boston.
Boston is correct. You're practically cleaned out now, but I'm going to give you one more chance to make some money. You get this one right, and I'll hand over $10 in cash. Now, think hard. What city is located on San Francisco Bay?
Oh, San Francisco.
Grant's Tomb is right. Give them the money.
And they end up with $10.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,000 question.
And now, a word with our sponsor.
Now, there's an original line. Did you think that up yourself, Fenneman, or was it left over from Dr. Christian?
Well, Groucho, it may not be original, but what I'm going to say about our sponsor, the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America, is well known to thousands upon thousands of car owners.
I don't suppose I can stop you.
You get the finest of service wherever you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And do you know why?
Tell me, Fenneman, he said with raised eyebrows and a quizzical look in his steely gray eyes.
Because skilled men who get constant factory training are working there, working with the most modern tools and equipment.
All right, Fenneman, who's ahead in the battle for the $1,000 question tonight?
Well, the building inspector and the real estate agent are leading with $210, and the secret word is still chair. Just before we went on the air, we selected a bachelor and a spinster from our studio audience. And here they are, Miss Bert Banks and Mr. Olaf Hovden. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you divide $100 in cash between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Bert Banks, is that right?
That's right.
And Mr. Olaf Hovden, is that right?
That's right.
You're the bachelor, huh? What is that, Swedish?
Norwegian.
Norwegian. Oh, that's almost the same thing, isn't it?
No, you wouldn't call a Norwegian a Swede.
Well, I would if I was pressed. Huh? How old are you, Olaf?
65.
Well, you certainly don't look it. A very young-looking Norwegian. And Miss Banks, if I'm not too fresh, how old are you?
You think that's a fair question to ask a woman?
Well, I don't expect a fair answer, so... would you mind if I guessed?
No, go ahead.
55.
No.
50.
No, you're getting warm.
Well, at my age, that isn't bad. Olaf, what sort of work do you do?
I'm farming.
You're a farmer and you don't have a wife? Who pulls the plow? You mean that nursery rhyme about the farmer takes a wife is all wrong?
I don't read any nursery rhymes.
Well, if I'm successful here tonight, you will be. Couldn't you use a wife on your farm?
Oh, sure.
How?
Oh, she could feed the pigs and milk the cows and feed the chickens. And...
Is that all she'd have to do?
Oh, no.
Where's your farm?
West end of Antelope Valley.
Antelope Valley, eh?
Yeah, about 70 miles from here.
Are you 49, Miss Banks?
No.
49 and a half?
No.
Well, if you ever get to 50, my advice is to sell, huh? I think you're a mighty fine-looking gal, Miss Banks, despite all this unfunny kidding.
Thank you.
Now, what sort of work do you do?
I'm in hats.
I mean, where are you employed?
Saks Fifth Avenue,
In
Beverly
Saks? Oh,
Hills.
you work in Saks, huh?
Yes.
Well, you'd be a big help on a farm, huh? When you get through feeding the chickens and the pigs, you could start filling the sacks with potatoes. What do you do at Saks?
I'm in hats.
You're in hats? Must be kind of chilly, isn't it? What are the current styles in women's hats?
Well, rough sailors. Of course, we sell them.
I didn't know there were any other kind. Now, Olaf, you've been pretty quiet here. What do you raise in your farm?
Wheat, barley, and oats. Cattle.
You're still a bachelor, huh? Well, you haven't been sowing the right kind of oats, Olaf. How big is your farm?
About 3,000 acres.
You ought to plant a little sugar, then you could raise cane. Huh? Some joke, eh?
Can't raise cane.
You can't raise cane? Why not?
Raise sugar beets.
Oh, here I am trying to make millions of people laugh, and you have to ruin it by throwing in the wrong vegetable. How is farm life today compared to when you first started farming?
Oh, it's a good deal easier today. More mechanized machinery.
Miss Banks, you've just been replaced by the McCormick Reaper. You think you'd like to live on a farm, Miss Banks?
No, decidedly not.
You wouldn't, huh?
No.
Well, now tell me, Corn Silk, suppose Miss Banks decided to leave Saks and take up farming. What would she do for entertainment? Remember, she's used to life in a big city like Beverly Hills, where the ice cream stores close at 10 o'clock.
She could go to ladies' aids meeting and sewing and card and square dances and entertainment in the house for radio and piano.
Well, when things get real dull, Miss Banks, you can always go down to the bakery in town and smell hot bread. Just kind of loaf around there, you know. Now that you two are definitely going to be hitched. You can try those hats on the livestock out there. Let's see how well you work together as a team for the chance at the $1,000 question. You beat the other two couples and you win the chance at all that money. Whether or not you win much money, I hope you and everybody else will do something for me. Join the 1950 Cancer Crusade. Strike back at cancer by giving generously to your local committee of the American Cancer Society. Mail your contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. All right, Fenneman, remind our listeners how much the other couples earned.
The building inspector and the real estate agent are still ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous hotels as your category. Is that right? Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
In what city is the Mark Hopkins Hotel?
Oh, my gosh,
San Francisco.
San Francisco is right.
They're on their way with $30.
Olaf, you've been away from that farm. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
20. In what city is the Palmer House Hotel?
Chicago.
Chicago is right.
Now they have $50.
Now you have $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50?
20. 40.
$40. Okay, in what city is the Roney Plaza Hotel?
Miami.
Miami Beach is right.
They're really climbing. They have $90.
All right, you got $90. Now here's your last chance. How much you going to bet on this one? Talk it up, Olaf.
40.
$40. In what city is the Waldorf Astoria Hotel?
New York City.
New York City is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $130. And that means the building inspector and the real estate agent with $210 get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. There's more to getting your car ready for warmer weather than simply changing the oil. To put it in tip-top shape for extra miles of driving, you should bring your car for a spring tune-up to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Expert factory-trained mechanics using factory-designed and approved tools and equipment will give your car an engine tune-up, lubricate the chassis, check your battery and your tires, flush your radiator, and perform a number of other jobs that will give you thousands of miles of trouble-free driving. First chance you get, stop in for that spring tune-up at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Any of the more than 3,000 authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America will be happy to serve you promptly, efficiently, and at a fair price. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here's the building inspector and the real estate agent, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Okay, here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you and think carefully and no help in the audience. Here it is. The official yacht of the President of the United States is one of the world's most beautiful pleasure crafts. For $1,000, what is the name of President Truman's official yacht? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Lafayette?
No, I'm sorry. It's the Williamsburg. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life. Presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,500.
Well, Bing Crosby's raring to go, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Don't save time, Mr. Motorist. Save yourself. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is bread. B-R-E-A-D.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx, the Queen of the May. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first?
We invited some girl gas station attendants and some hot rod drivers to the program. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Dorothy Donata and Don Stedman. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A hot rod driver and a girl service attendant, eh? Dorothy Donata? I presume you're the girl service attendant? Eh?
Yes, I am, sir.
I thought so. You're wearing pumps, that's why. Where are you from, Dorothy?
Oh, I'm from the beer and pretzel capital of the world, Reading, Pennsylvania.
There's a drunk in the first row, right? And, Don Stedman, you're the hot rod driver. Where are you from? Hot Springs?
No, sir. I'm from the Sooner State, Oklahoma.
You both look like fairly new models. Don, how old are you?
22.
22. And what's your age, Dorothy?
22.
Well, you still got the original paint job, huh? Are you married, Dorothy?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
Oh, I still have time yet.
So have I. Shall we dance? Why aren't you married, Don?
Well, I still got a little ways to go.
Well, if you're driving a hot rod, it won't be long before you'll get there. How do you go about building one of your highway rockets?
Well, you rebuild the front end, put in new kingpins and new shocks all the way around, and then you have to change the gears in your differential. You got to get your manifold. Some of them are running 4 pots this year.
No what?
Some of them are running 4 pots now.
Well, I've been half-potted, but I didn't know anything. What is a pot, anyhow?
It's a carburetor.
Why don't you call it a carburetor?
Well, that's just like building a stock car.
I see. You're too snobbish to call it a... Well, what else? What else do they do?
Well, there was one fellow that put 2 front ends, one on the front, one on the back.
Well, what is the object of that? That sounds...
Well, you'll have to admit it's different.
You seem to be more interested in freaks than you are in locomotion. Dorothy, how about some service? You've been standing there all this time, and you haven't even wiped my windshield. Tell me, what do you think of hot rodders?
Oh, I think they're swifty.
You think they're what?
Swifty.
Did you know you were swifty?
Sure, I knew it.
Now, where do you attend your gas pumps, Dorothy?
The Gilmore Serve Yourself service station, Beverly Boulevard.
I see. Thought that's what you were there for. What do you mean, serve yourself?
You just serve yourself. You come in and serve your own gas and wipe your own windshield and check your own oil, and then you pay me.
If I'm going to do all that, I'll put the money in my own pocket and leave, huh? You call that a service station?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose a woman drives into your station. Do you make her do all that work?
I treat the men and women alike.
Well, if you ever expect to get married, you're going to have to revise that policy. Not much, Dorothy, but some, huh? What do you girls call yourselves? I'm sure you don't refer to each other as girl gas station attendants, do you?
No, we call each other gas jockeys.
There's a whole new language sprung up. I'm completely out of touch with the outside world. Do you save hot rod drivers?
Oh, we certainly do.
Well, will you save me one the next time I come in there? Now, how much gas does the average hot rod driver buy?
Well, it all depends how much money they have in their pockets. We had one come in today that bought 3 cents worth.
Well, can he get out of the station with 3 cents worth? What do? Drop it in his ear? Don, how far can you get on 3 cents worth of gas?
Well, I've never been that cheap on it.
Let's assume that you were broke, not necessarily cheap. Let's say you were broke and only had 3 cents. How far would you go in your car?
Well, I bought 5 cents worth, and I got...
But you wouldn't be so cheap to buy 3 cents. What about 4 cents worth? Nothing under a nickel, huh? Okay, how far do you get on a nickel's worth of gas?
Oh, I almost got home.
You mean all the way to Oklahoma? Now, how fast can one of your hot rods travel, Don?
Well, if you push it, it should go between...
No, I mean if you're inside the car. This is with a nickel's worth of gas, I guess.
No, when I mean push it, I mean you got your foot in the carburetor.
Everything you say has another meaning. How fast did you say you could go?
Well, most of them are... I won't say if they push it. Most of them...
You can say it again if you want. I'm inured to everything now.
If you push it, they go from between 120 to 160.
Mm-hmm. Well, where do you drive 150 miles an hour? And where are you going? And what's your hurry?
Well, we're racing against the clock at Lake El Mirage.
Does the clock run alongside of you?
No, I mean, we're racing against time.
Oh, time.
Well,
he's kind of cute at that, isn't he? Dorothy, do you like him?
Sure I do. Very much.
Well, I like him too, Dorothy. Don, you'll have to choose between us. I'm not going to do very well, I can tell you. Dorothy, I think you'd be perfectly safe going on a ride with Don here. After all, at 150 miles an hour, he has to keep both hands on the steering wheel. Isn't that right, Don?
No, not necessarily.
Well, if the girl you take out isn't an angel, she will be by the time you get back. When you see me crossing the street, all I ask is just stop and wait for about 20 minutes, huh? Until I'm safely on the other side. How carefully do you drive, Don?
Well, most of the guys that drive roadsters 90% of them are very careful. They take pride in their cars and they drive them safe, and mechanically they are A1. We're now trying to get them off the streets from racing by driving it, having the races up at El Mirage, and they're racing against time only, and the cars are in perfect condition, and that's about it.
Well, my advice for you is to take your car into your nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer. As a matter of fact, I think during the last war it was proven that many of the best airplane pilots were kids who had been driving hot rods. Well, only let me know when you're coming down my street, will you? Now that we've discussed the hot rod situation, let's see how well you two make out in the quiz. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question.
The best in service at a fair price. That's what the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America offer you when you take your car to any of them for service, no matter what make of car you drive. These DeSoto Plymouth dealers believe in giving every customer a fair deal. This fair deal consists of expert mechanics working with the best tools and equipment to give you an efficient job every time. Also, a desire on the part of every dealer to treat you courteously and to charge you a fair price. It's easy to see. A DeSoto Plymouth dealer wants you for a steady and satisfied customer. So next time your car needs attention, won't you stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer? And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs by Rodgers and Hart as your category, right? Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
Now, what is the title of this song? Play, Jerry. What is it? Blue Moon is right.
And they're on their way with $30.
And how much of the 30 will you bet?
15.
$15. What is the title of this one?
I can't remember where or when.
Where or when is correct.
They're climbing, Groucho. They have $45.
All right, you got $45. Here's your third question. How much of the 45?
$40.
$40. Give me the title of this one. Okay, Jerry.
This Can't Be Love.
This Can't Be Love is correct.
They're really climbing now. They have $85.
All right, you're right back in that hot rod now. Is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 85?
$70.
$70.
$70. Let's see if you can identify this song.
And then My Heart Stood Still.
My Heart Stood Still is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $155.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Stick around now. You may get the chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still bread.
I know that, George.
Well, perhaps the next couple will say it.
I know that, too.
We invited some tax assessors to the show, and
I didn't know that.
Oh. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected one of them, Mrs. Helen Carr. Her partner, Mr. Bill Redding, is a married man from the audience. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. A tax assessor, eh? That's you, Mr. Redding?
No, I'm a hotel clerk.
I thought you said you were a tax assessor.
No, you just said that.
Oh, is that where I heard it, huh? Then you're a tax assessor, Mrs. Helen Carr?
Yes, I am.
How long have you two been married?
I'm not married to him. No.
Well, don't come running to me with your trouble. Aren't you ashamed, Mr. Redding? Breaking up a happy home like hers?
No, I just met her a few minutes ago.
Fast worker, eh? Where are you from, you rascal, you? Mr. Redding, where are you from?
Well, I'm from College View or Peanut Hill, Nebraska. That's a suburb just outside of Lincoln.
I didn't know Lincoln had any suburbs. And where are you from, Mrs. Carr?
Originally Boone, Iowa.
Boone, is that named after Daniel Boone? Boone?
Yes, it is.
Named after Daniel Boone.
Yeah.
Do you know what he was famous for?
Well, no, I don't. He had a coonskin cap.
There's a man spent his whole life as a hero, and he wound up being identified as a fellow who wore a coonskin cap. Huh? When I die, I'll be known as an old mustache, I suppose. How long have you been married, Mr. Redding?
Oh, about 31 or 32 years.
Mm-hmm. How did you meet this poor misled wife of yours?
Well, at the time I was a night clerk, and I had an Excelsior motorcycle. this particular morning while I was rushing home, and just as I scooted around the corner, why, she was stooping over to set down a pail of garbage.
It's a very romantic meeting,
I landed up mixed up with the garbage and with an injured knee, and it took me about 2 weeks before I was able to ride the motorcycle again. And during that intermission, why, she used to come around and sit on the front porch.
That's known as a Freudian slip. I used to know a girl who wore one of those. Huh? Now, Mrs. Carr, isn't it unusual for a woman to be a tax assessor?
Oh, no. 6 out of 7 of us are women.
What is the other one, a giraffe? Now, as a tax deputy, what are your duties?
I go around the county door to door taking statements for personal property.
Just what is personal property? Huh?
Personal property is anything you own or use.
That's the broadest statement I ever heard. You mean I have to pay a tax on my neighbor's shower?
No, not...
Well, I use it all the time. Now, Mrs. Carr, pretend I'm a housewife and you're making a routine call. Now, go ahead, ask me the usual questions.
Good morning. I want to take your statement. Do you have any real estate?
I have a 50-foot lot. Continue.
How deep is it?
It's about 30 feet deep. That's only at high tide. Go on.
Do you own any personal property?
Furniture? Yeah, all the furniture in my living room is new. We got it by sending in soap coupons.
Well, what do you have in the other rooms?
I have 3 million bars of soap. Huh? Well, I came clean that time. Well, now that I know all about tax assessments, let's see how well you two are going to make out with You Bet Your Life. Now, you run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The hot rod driver and the girl gas attendant earned $155.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected pictures on paper money as your category. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10.
$10. Whose picture's on the $5 bill?
That's Abraham Lincoln.
Lincoln. You knew that from Lincoln, Nebraska.
You're off to a good start with $30.
Well, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you bet?
We'll bet the whole 30.
The whole 30. Whose picture is on the $20 bill?
That's Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson is right.
Now they have $60.
Well, you're really gamblers. Now you got $60. Here's your third question. How much of the 60?
We bet the 60.
You're going to bet the 60. Whose picture is on the $10 bill?
That's Alexander Hamilton.
Alexander Hamilton.
They're really climbing now, Groucho. They have $120.
Got $120. How much of the 120 are you going to pay? You're going to bet.
120.
You're going to bet the whole works, huh? Whose picture is on the $1 bill?
George Washington.
George Washington.
And they wind up with a grand total of $240.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question.
You know, friends, when you're out driving in a long automobile trip, keep in mind that there are more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Fenneman, don't you know when a person's driving a car, he's supposed to keep his mind on the road?
Well then, folks, when you're at home, thinking about that trip in your car, remember there's a DeSoto Plymouth dealer near you.
I can practically feel his hot breath on my spare tire.
That's just the warmer weather ahead, Groucho. And it's just one more reason why you should drive in to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Touché, Fenneman. Now let's get back to You Bet Your Life. Who's ahead?
Well, the tax assessor and the married man are leading with $240. And the secret word is still bread. We invited some game wardens and some commercial fishermen to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Warden Walter Shannon and fisherman Vince Devlahovich. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A commercial fisherman and a game warden, eh? What is your name?
Devlahovich.
Devlahovich, huh? What is that, Russian?
No, that's Yugoslavonian.
Yugoslavonian, huh? Are you from Yugoslavia?
I was born here, San Pedro.
Are you a skipper or a member of the crew?
I'm a skipper.
A skipper, huh? Could you skip around for me here? Did you ever wear a Skipperelli gown or a hat or anything? You think they'd pay to come in, wouldn't you? You're the game warden, Mr. Shannon?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell me, Warden, this sounds like old times. Can we call you? Warden, what are your principal duties?
Our principal duties are to watch people who are hunting and fishing.
Oh, a television fan, eh? Or as we say in the business, TV. That means terrible vaudeville, huh? Ah, there are still diehards that listen to radio. Huh? Why do you watch people fishing and hunting? Haven't you got anything better to do, Mr. Shannon?
To see if they violate the fish and game laws.
Well, can't they violate it without you watching them? What kind of laws do they violate?
They catch and hunt out of season, catch fish out of season. Sometimes shoot females.
What kind of females? Huh?
Such as does, deer.
Does females, you mean? What do you mean by does females?
And the deer, does females are called does.
What about dem females? Huh? Or dumb females? That's even more accurate, huh? Now, Warden, what gives you the most trouble on your job?
As a rule, people hunting and fishing out of season.
Mm-hmm. Now, when is the deer season?
In the southern part of the state, here it runs from about August 7th to October 15th.
Well, how can the deer tell when it's open season?
Well, I suppose by the bullets whizzing by.
I guess that's true, huh? And they know for sure when they see the hunters dropping like flies, too. Now, mackerel bait, around here, where is the best place to catch sardines?
In the ocean.
No, what I meant was, in what part of the ocean do you catch sardines?
Well, offshore of San Diego up to Santa Barbara City.
What kind of fish do you catch?
Mostly sardines and tuna.
Now, how much do you get for your tuna?
Well, the yellowfin tuna, you get $310 a ton. When we get a load of tuna, which is 90 ton, we split the money. The crew gets 65% of the share, and the boat gets 35%.
The boat walks up and asks for it? Anything unusual ever happen to you when you're off on one of these fishing trips?
Well, yes. A couple of months ago, we were pinched by the game warden for...
Where did he pinch you?
Well, we were supposed to be fishing in Santa Monica Bay, but...
What happened?
Well, we paid a fine. Each crew member paid $25 fine.
And the boat pays part of it, too?
Yes.
The boat walks right down to the police station? That's a very intelligent boat, you know that? I don't know what you need a crew for at all. Well, I know all about fishing and hunting. Now, let's see how well you two make out in the battle for the $1,500 question. You beat the other two couples and you win the chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much our first couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The tax assessor and the married man are ahead with $240.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected national parks as your category. Is that right? All right. Now talk right up into the microphone. How much of the $20 you're going to try?
$10.
$10. In what state is Hot Springs National Park?
Arkansas.
Arkansas is right.
All right, Groucho, with $30.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. In what state is the Everglades National Park?
Florida.
Florida is correct.
Now they have $55.
$55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
50. In what state is Zion National Park?
Utah.
Utah is right.
Now they have $105.
Now you got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105?
100.
It's okay with me.
100.
Okay. In what state is Mammoth Caves National Park?
Kentucky.
Kentucky is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $205. And that means the tax assessor and the married man with $240 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Is your car ready for the warmer weather? If not, why not stop in now at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's? To put your car in tip-top condition, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will give it an engine tune-up. This should be done to prepare your car for the warmer weather ahead. So be sure to stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer first chance you get. No matter which of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers you visit for that check tune-up, you can be sure of getting efficient, courteous service at a fair price wherever you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the tax assessor and the married man, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,500. You ready?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. The Pony Express took 9 days to travel from St. Joseph, Missouri to the Western Terminal. For $1,500, what was the western end of the Pony Express run? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Salt Lake.
I'm sorry. It's Sacramento, California. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $240 in the quiz. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $2,000.
Well, Bing Crosby's champing at the bit, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Two of the most important rules of the road are courtesy and common sense. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
I didn't know you could spell it, George.
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! What a ham. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's face to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, we asked if there were any young people present who'd like to get married if they found the right person. And here come the two who were chosen. Miss Brigitta Lindholm, Mr. Bill Wendland. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, you handsome couple, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Brigitta Lindholm, is that right?
That's right.
That's a charming name. What kind of a name is that?
That's a Swedish name. I come from Stockholm, Sweden.
From Stockholm, huh? Well, in Sweden, what do you pay for a room in Smorgasbord?
Oh, well, you don't live in Smorgasbord.
Oh, you don't live in a smorgasbord? Well, could you say something in Swedish? How does it sound? Tell me what you think of me in Swedish.
Well, I'll tell you. Jag tycker ni är väldigt trevlig, men en ganska lustig typ.
Now, I dare you to say that in English.
Well, I said I thought you were a very nice man, but a funny character.
Would you mind qualifying that a little more? How long since you were in Sweden, Brigitta?
Oh, I came over here last year in January.
And what kind of work are you doing here in America?
I have a job with a Swedish consulate.
You have a job with the Swedish consulate? You know, job is boy spelled backwards. In other words, you have a backwards boy at the Swedish consulate. Bill Wendland, is that right?
That's right, sir.
What kind of a name is that?
That's a German name, sir.
German. Were you born in Germany?
No, sir. In Minnesota, Duluth, Minnesota.
Oh. Didn't you like Minnesota? Were the winters too rigorous?
They were too rigorous, yes.
I took the words right out of his mouth, didn't I? How old are you, Bill?
I'm 30.
What is your age, Brigitta?
I'm 25.
You're 25? No, you don't look it. Thought you were 24 and a half. Huh? Would you like to get married one of these days?
I wouldn't mind if I find the right one.
Uh-huh. Well, why do you want to get married?
Well, I'd like to have a home and a family.
That's a good preliminary step in that case. How about you, Bill? Would you like to get married?
Yes, I would.
Why don't you marry Miss Lindholm?
Well, that'd be rushing things.
Well, she isn't Russian. She's Swedish. What sort of work do you do, Bill?
I work for the Associated Telephone Company.
In what capacity?
I'm a repairman.
Well, in that case, you could associate with Miss Lindholm if you were with the Associated Phone Company, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And she's looking for the right connection. And suppose my phone isn't working. How do I get you to fix it?
Well, you call a repair clerk at the Associated Phone Company.
Well, how do I do that? Do I just dial your phone company and tell the girl my phone is out of order?
Oh, you go to a neighbor's phone and call.
It happens that that's the one I'm already using. How do you think I got in this trouble? Huh? Now, Brigitta, is that right, Brigitta?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Sounds like an Irish name. Brigitta, let's be getting out of here. Now, tell me something about Sweden. Is it true that all Swedes are blondes?
Well, I would say about 30% of them are light.
30% of them are light, huh? How light? They weigh about 15 pounds?
I mean, they are light-headed.
Miss Lindholm, you just lost your job. Well, we practically exhausted the subject of telephones in Sweden. Now, let's see how you two will make out in the battle for the big question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
Have you ever had your car serviced by a DeSoto Plymouth dealer? No matter what make of car you own, you'll find a DeSoto Plymouth dealer offers you the best service you can get anywhere. The folks at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers are certain that once they have a chance to serve you, you'll come back whenever your car needs attention. What's more, they'll do their utmost to treat you fairly and squarely at all times. That's their creed. So won't you give them a chance to show you what service really means? Drive in wherever you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
So you think I'm a funny character, huh? All right, let's see if you two will be high for the night and get the chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want in each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with numbers in the title as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, how much of the 20 will you risk?
I think about $8.
$8, huh? Is that all right with you, Brigitte? Okay, give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
3 Little Words.
3 Little Words is right by Harry Ruby.
They're on their way. They have $28, Groucho.
Now you've got $28. Now remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now how much of the 28 will you try?
15.
Okay, $15. What is the title of this song? It has a number in the title. What is it, kids? Take a stab at it. Don't know? Don't know. Well, you've just lost $15. I'm very sorry.
They now have $13.
Well, wait a minute. Don't you want to know what it is? It's just one of those things. All right, here's your third question. How much of the 13 will you risk?
We'll risk 5.
$5. Let's see if you can identify this one. Okay, Jerry.
Tiger Rag.
What is it? What's the answer you've decided on?
Bugle Call Rag?
No, I'm sorry. You're close, but it's the 12th Street Rag.
They now have $8, Groucho.
How much of the 8 will you risk?
3?
Or $3.
Make it 5.
Make it 5. Okay, play, Jerry. Take a guess.
2 Sleepy People.
2 Sleepy People is right.
With $13.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still door. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a house painter, Mr. Milton Carg, and his partner is a housewife, Mrs. Grace Walker. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you divide $100 in cash between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A house painter and a housewife, eh? Mr. Cog, eh? Milt Cog. Where are you from, Milt?
Coney Island.
Coney Island, huh? Were you born on a Ferris wheel? Or on a...
No, one of the flats.
You were born on a flat?
In a flat.
Oh, in a flat, huh? They call them apartments out here.
I know.
They're just as bad, but they're much more expensive. Mrs. What is your name?
Walker.
Grace Walker?
That's right.
Uh-huh. Where are you from, Grace?
Well, I was born in New Jersey.
And what sort of work does your husband do?
He's a miner, or he would be a miner. Right now he's pruning trees in Texas.
You say he's in Texas, and
he's in
why
Texas.
aren't you with him, Mrs. Walker?
Well, I'm a miner, too.
You're a miner?
That's right.
What kind of a miner are you?
I'm a copper miner. I worked a mine for 16 years, mister.
Oh, I see. Well, is there any copper in your mine, or you just get down there to escape
Well,
from something?
No. There's copper in it. I wish I could get all that's in it out.
Why don't you get some strong, brawny men to help you get this copper out?
I can get it out if the Navy would let me.
Oh, now you're in the Navy, huh?
Yes, I'm in Gunnery B.
You're in Gunnery B?
That's right.
Oh, Mrs. Walker, am I confused? Your husband is pruning trees in Texas. You work in a copper mine, and you're in the Navy now, would you?
The Navy just took 1,600 square miles for a gunnery, and I was in the middle of things, and they asked me to get out.
Well, did they reimburse you for this?
They will, but I hate to hold my breath until they do.
Would you like me to hold it for you? How did you get to be a miner, Mrs. Walker?
Well, I went prospecting. You know, once you get bit by that bug, it's terrible.
Well, that's the only kind of bug that hasn't bitten me so far. Now, Painter, tell me, how is business with you, Milt?
Picking up right now.
What kind of painting do you do?
House painting, interior, exterior.
Which
homes.
would you rather paint, the inside or the outside of a house?
It don't make much difference.
Well, it'd make quite a difference to the house, I think. You mean if I hired you to paint the inside of my house, you'd go ahead and paint the outside?
No.
Why not? Have you got something against the outside of the house?
Nothing against the outside
Well,
of the
you
house.
better have a ladder against it if you're going to paint it. Have you ever painted yourself into a corner, Rembrandt? Honest now. Tell the truth.
I didn't exactly paint myself in a corner. I painted myself up to a door and thought the door...
Milt, you just said door, and that's the secret word tonight, so you and your partner split $100 in cash. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Thank you.
Now, where were we while you were knocking the door down, huh? You painted yourself?
I was painting a floor, and I was painting up to a door, and the door was supposed to... I thought the door opened out. Instead, the door opened in. I walked back on the floor and open the door and then go and paint it over again.
Sounds funny. I don't understand it, but it sounds funny. Well, now I know all about painting thanks to you, Milt. Now, let's see how much you two know. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. You run your $20 and more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The girl from Sweden and the telephone man won $13.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of states as your category. How much of the $20 will you bet?
Bet 10.
$10? What state is called the Hoosier State?
Indiana.
Back home in Indiana.
And I'm on my way with $30.
All right, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 30 will you bet?
20.
$20. What state is called the Sunflower State?
Kansas.
Kansas is right.
Now they have $50.
Mrs. Walker, you haven't been in that copper mine all the time. Now you got... Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to go for?
Oh, 30.
All right, you're betting $30. Here's your third question. What state is called the Empire State?
New York State.
New York is right. Coney Island.
They're really climbing now. They have $80.
All right, you got $80. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 80?
Bet the 80.
What state is called the Bluegrass State?
Kentucky.
Kentucky is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $160.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $2,000 question.
Friends, no matter what make of car you own, I hope you'll look for the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
What's wrong, Fenneman? Is it lost?
Oh, no, Groucho, but you can lose your driving worries at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers because their mechanics are factory trained in the latest methods.
Do they play canasta?
I can't say, Groucho.
Can't say Groucho? This will make it very embarrassing for you on this program, Fenneman. Gentlemen, who's ahead in the battle for the $2,000 question?
Well, the house painter and the housewife are leading with their $160. And the secret word is still door. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a junk dealer, Mr. Howard Martin, and his partner is Dr. Harry Husky, who is a designer and a builder of an electronic brain. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gentlemen, to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mr. Junkman, Howard Martin, you're the junkman, huh?
Yes, I am.
Pretty flashy dresser for a junkman. Well, stick around tonight. Before the night's over, I may junk the whole program, huh? Where are you from, junkie?
Burbank, California.
Burbank, huh? Have you ever crossed a vegetable with a boulevard or something?
No, not yet.
Dr. Harry Husky, huh? You have an electronic brain?
That's right.
What should I call you, Doctor, Harry, or Husky?
Anything that you like.
Now, don't go that far. Where are you from, Doctor?
I come from the Smoky Mountains in North Carolina.
Smoky Mountains. Well, welcome to the smoggy plains of L.A. Now, Dr. Husky, straighten me out about your electronic brain. Precisely, what is it?
Precisely?
Exactly.
It's a large-scale electronic computing machine.
Well, what does it compute?
Well, it's just being put together. We still have some parts to put into it. It doesn't compute anything yet.
Can't even add 2 and 2? What a schlemiel that is, huh? Just a moron, huh? Now, Doctor, what is this machine for, this robot?
Well, it's to carry out sequences of computations to compare figures.
If you're going to compare figures, I don't need an electric brain for that. It's called an automatic reflex in my case. Now, as a brain surgeon, are you engaged in private practice, Doctor?
No, I'm not an MD. I'm just a mathematician. I work for the National Bureau of Standards, and the computing machine we're building is being financed by the Air Material Command of the United States Air Force.
What does your giant mixmaster look like?
Well, it covers about 50 square foot of floor space, about 4 foot wide, 12 foot long, about 8 foot high.
Look at the junk man drooling over all this. What a haul, eh, Howard? Doctor, what's inside this idiot?
Well, there's about 2,000 radio tubes, about 40 television tubes, and miles of wire.
2,000 radio tubes? No wonder it's feeble-minded, huh? It's got a screw loose, too, I suppose. Now, Junkman, let's talk to you for a moment, huh? How do you get your junk? Do you park your horse and wagon outside radio studios and wait for the winning contestants to come out?
Well, people bring it into our shop, and then we have our own pickup trucks to go out to the plumbing shops and electrical places and industries and so forth and bring it into us.
Mm-hmm. I've got a lot of paper at home, all my old jokes I've saved through the years. How much do you pay for paper?
Well, at the present time, we're paying about $4 a ton.
Mm-hmm. Now, how much are the jokes worth?
Well, I'd say nothing.
That isn't fair. You must have heard the jokes. Now, Doctor, when you push a button, what goes on inside this chowder head? Providing, of course, he's got all his buttons by that time.
Well, it carries out these operations of addition and multiplication, division, and so on. It does these at extremely high rate of speed, and you must make sure that the correct instructions are there.
Say I want to add 2 and 2. Now, how do you go about commanding it?
Well,
that ought to be pretty easy for that Jake. Oh, I hate that machine. I didn't like him from the minute I saw him.
To carry out the addition of 2 and 2, you must tell the machine where the 2's are in its memory, and that you want the numbers added, and where the result is to be placed in the machine's memory.
Wouldn't it be just simpler to take off your shoes and count on your toes? Let's say it's been fully instructed. Now, what happens?
The control part of the machine, or brains of the machine, if you like, looks at the instructions.
What? How do you know it's looking at it? Maybe it's looking at something else. They're pretty tricky, those machines. I wouldn't trust them about me. They'll turn on you like a mad dog, Doctor. You be careful when you're alone with that machine, Doctor. I like you. You're a nice fellow, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Okay. Suppose it comes up with 5 for an answer. What do you do then?
Well, it shouldn't do that. You can't...
That's right, but I warned you about the machine. Told you to watch yourself. You just won't listen, that's all.
Well, you can't confuse the machine. Probably you gave it a wrong instruction if this happens, you see.
Oh, now you're going to blame it on me. I hadn't even seen the confounded thing. Who gets to use that brain, Doctor?
As I said, the Air Material Command has financed the construction of it, so Air Force contractors will get to use it. Also, as scientists with worthwhile problems will have access to the machine.
Well, you've convinced me. That's some baby you've got there. Junk man, wake up. Tell me, how much would you say Dr. Husky's machine is worth?
How much does it weigh?
Now, there's a practical man. All right, Doctor, tell him, huh?
It probably weighs 2 or 3 tons.
Well, I'd say with all the steel and copper and so forth, why, it'd be worth about $100.
How close is he, Doc?
It's costing us about $200,000 to build it.
Junk man, your estimate was very fair. After all, we realize you have to make a small profit, too. Well, Doctor, I'm convinced you're doing a worthwhile work that will make life easier and better for all of us. And I congratulate you and the National Bureau of Standards. All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, you get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The house painter and the housewife are ahead with $160.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected adjacent states as your category. Is that right? Here's your first question. What state is directly north of Oregon?
Washington.
Washington is right. Remember you... Oh, wait a minute. All right, we'll leave it up to their honesty. How much would you have bet?
We were going to bet $10.
That's a fair bet. I trust him. A man who's got a $200,000 machine isn't going to... At any rate, it was my responsibility. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now you've got $30. How much of the $30 are you going to bet? I'm taking no more chances, huh?
We'll bet $25.
You're going to bet $25. What state is directly south of Oklahoma?
Texas.
Texas is right.
They're climbing. They have $55.
How much of the $55 will you bet?
Bet $40.
$40. What state is directly north of Alabama?
Tennessee.
Tennessee is right.
Now they have $95.
This doctor doesn't need any mechanical help, I can see that. How much of the 95?
90.
$90. What state is directly north of Missouri?
Kansas.
Is that the answer you two have decided on? I'm sorry, it's Iowa. That's a shame, that's a shame. Well, you're practically cleaned out, and we want you to go away from here a little better off than when you came in. So if you get this question right, you'll be $10 richer. The University of Ohio is in what state? Ohio is right.
They wound up with a grand total of $5, and that means the house painter and the housewife with $160 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. You can't be particular about your car without being particular about where you take it for service. That's why more and more motorists every day take their cars to DeSoto Plymouth dealers. For these dealers, more than 3,000 of them from one end of this country to the other offer you the very best service you can get for your car, and at a price that's fair. They have factory-trained mechanics working with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. Efficient mechanics who do the job right, who do it fast, and who do it with a smile. Keep this in mind next time your car needs expert attention. And drive in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the housewife and the house painter, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
This is the gal with the copper mine and the painter, eh? Well, let's see if you can paint yourself $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you for $2,000, so think carefully and please no help in the audience. Here it is. The colony of Rhode Island was founded in 1636 as a haven of religious tolerance. Who was the founder of Rhode Island? All right, what's the answer you two decided on?
The Pilgrims.
No, I'm sorry. It's Roger Williams, pioneer of religious liberty and freedom. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $160 in the quiz, plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $2,500.
By the way, folks, if you notice a prehistoric monster glaring at you from the newsstands, don't be alarmed. It's only me on the cover of Newsweek. They have a comprehensive story about us in Newsweek, which appears on the stands tomorrow. Of course, I deny everything. So good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Good brakes stop many accidents before they get started. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is foot. F-O-O-T.
Really?
You'll bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Brother, what I know about him. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some locksmiths and some dynamite experts to the program, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected locksmith Robert Eads and dynamiter Robert Crabtree. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. A locksmith and a dynamiter, eh? Mr. Dynamite, Bob Crabtree, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
What kind of a name is that? English?
That's right.
It's not an uncommon name, is it?
Well, not as uncommon as Marx.
Is this what I can expect for the next few minutes? You're the dynamite man, huh?
That's correct.
Have you got any with you?
No, we don't generally carry it with us.
That's good. At least we can count on you to stay with us for the whole show, huh? Where are you from, Mr. Crabtree?
Oh, I was born in Reno, Nevada.
Well, how did you come by train, or were you blown out of town? Where do you work, Mr. Crabtree?
Oh, I work for the Hercules Powder Company here in Los Angeles.
And Mr. Locksmith, what is your name? Eads? Where'd you go to school? Did you go to Yale?
I went to Fairfax.
You went to Fairfax?
Yeah.
Oh, Beatrice, or where do you work, Mr.
Downtown.
Eads?
I own my own business, Speedo Key Service.
The Speedo Key Service? What does that mean?
That means speed and service.
Have you ever been locked out at home?
Yes, I have.
He's got a nice business, this fella, huh? Can't even get in his own house. Why? What happened?
I just lost the keys.
Now, what kind of jobs are most common in your business?
Oh,
Mr.
opening
Eads?
cars,
Opening
homes, opening automobiles, homes, offices, changing combinations, general repairs, installations.
I change my combinations about 3 times a week, huh? I change them more often, but I have to wash them myself. Huh? If you think my combinations are washed out, you should see me around 8 o'clock in the morning. How do you change the combination of a lock?
By the rearrangement of the tumblers or the replacement.
What do you mean, tumblers? You mean they have midget acrobats inside? What are tumblers?
Tumblers are the pins that, the different length pins that go to make up the combination of the lock.
TNT, that's you, Dynamite. By the way, what does TNT stand for?
No, it stands for trinitotoluene.
Oh. I thought it stood for tamales, knockwurst, and tortillas. That's a pretty explosive combination, too. Do you have many accidents in your profession?
Well, the average powder man only has one accident.
That's the most conclusive statement I ever heard. What would happen if you accidentally dropped a stick of dynamite?
Well, probably nothing. However, we don't recommend dropping any dynamite.
Why not?
Well, in the first place, it's made to explode, and we treat it as such.
What happens if somebody drops a stick of dynamite? Would he be fired?
He probably wouldn't be fired.
Well, you mean if you could find him?
If we could find him.
Well, I've learned a lot about locks and dynamite. Now, let's see if you two are going to be the ones who get the chance at the $2,500 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
And now, an important bulletin from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Quote, here's good news for the many thousands who are waiting for a new DeSoto or a new Plymouth. The production lines at the factory are really humming, and beautiful new cars are rolling off the line. We suggest that you contact your DeSoto Plymouth dealer at your earliest convenience. End of quote. Yes, folks, that's good news to all of us. More and more people will now experience the thrill of driving a DeSoto, the car that lets you drive without shifting. So be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected American expressions for English words as your category, right? Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
$10.
$10. They call it a lift. What do we call it?
Elevator.
Elevator is right.
And they're on their way up with $30.
Well, you've just raised yourself to $30 here with that elevator. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
Make it 25, Red.
25. All right, that's dynamite. Now, the English expression is accumulator. Accumulator. What do we call it?
Additive.
Adding machine?
No. I'm sorry. It's a tough one. It's a storage battery.
They now have $5.
Here's your third question. How much of the $5 will you bet?
$4.95.
$4.95. The English expression is tram. What is our expression?
Elevated Express.
Streetcar is right.
Well, they're on their way again, Groucho. They have $9.95.
What? How much of the $9.95 are you going to bet?
$9.95.
All right. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. In England, they call it a pub. What do we call it?
A bar.
A bar is right.
That one. And they wind up with $19.90.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still foot.
Foot, huh? Which one, George?
It doesn't matter.
It does to me, huh?
Perhaps our next couple will say it, too. We asked for volunteers from the audience who had interesting stories. And just before we went on the air, Mr. Harold Price and Mrs. Florence Schwartz were chosen. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, youngsters. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Harold Price, eh?
That's right.
Well, I'm happy to see that you came down to the program tonight. I'm always glad to see a price come down. Harold, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a fry cook.
Fry cooks. I always thought cooks were hard-boiled. Where do you work right now? At the greasy skillet?
No, well, I'm from New York and I'm going to get something pretty quick now. I'm going to get work right away.
In other words, you're unemployed, isn't it?
Well, I'm unemployed.
Did you quit or did you get fired?
Well, got fired, I guess.
When will you know? Well, I hope you land something real soon, Harold. Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes. Hi.
Where are you from? Are you from Florence?
I'm from New York City, the Lower East Side.
The Lower East Side.
Mm-hmm.
Fenneman says you two have had some interesting experiences. Mrs. Schwartz, what's happened to you?
Well, years ago when I went to work, I met my husband. He was a bloomer cutter. He was
a bloomer cutter, did you say?
We worked for Silas
Just not so fast, Mrs. Were you a bloomer girl at the time?
No, I was much thinner, and these were, I had to make work for Silas Stouts, and I only weighed 105 at the time.
Mrs. Schwartz, I'm an expert on double talk, but triple talk throws me, so you, Mrs. Schwartz, eh?
So we'd have layers of cloth, and he'd have to cut them. I'd be slicing them. I'd have to slip a bloomer.
He was a bloomer cutter, and you were a bloomer slicer.
That's right.
And that's how you met?
And
slicing and cutting your way through the east side.
I was working on this table, and every time we'd look at each other, they'd be getting cut wrong, so we'd have to cut them a little smaller.
So anyway, what happened?
Well, anyway, the boss says that I was distracting this cutter from his work.
I can understand that, huh?
And that I'd better look for another job. So it was during the Depression at the time, and I couldn't find a job. So he says, I think I'd better marry you. So he wouldn't start haunting me about a job.
Well, that certainly was a note of despair on his part.
That's what he says.
Tell me, Mr. Schwartz, were you modeling these things at the time?
Well, sometimes I did when they were cut short.
Well, maybe we better cut this short, huh? Now, Harold, what's your story, huh?
Well, one day I was broke. Next day I had $27,000, and a few days later I was broke again.
Well, that's the income taxes for you, huh? What happened to the $27,000?
Gave it to a lawyer.
That sounds logical. Maybe you better go way back to the beginning and tell me everything, Harold.
Well, I was walking down Main Street here in Los Angeles. I was broke and didn't have a room, didn't have any money, and I kicked a package, a newspaper package. When I kicked it, all these bonds and checks and securities were spread out all over the ground.
You found stocks and bonds on the sidewalk?
That's right.
It must have been curb stocks, huh? Well, what'd you do next, huh?
Well, I looked at them and I realized that they were pretty valuable, and I turned them over and I saw that they'd been signed and that they were negotiable. And
you mean you could actually have turned these into cash?
That's right. That's what they told me.
Who told you that?
Oh, everybody told me. Even a bootblack, even a shoe shine boy.
You usually take financial advice from a bootblack? You should have come to me immediately, huh? Now, after you talked it over with the bootblack, did he take a shine to you when he found out you had them? After you realized the stocks were so valuable, what did you do with them, Harold?
Well, I borrowed a dime from a fella I knew, and I headed for the bus station.
Now you're talking, huh? How far did you expect to get on a dime?
Well, not very far. I took the dime and I checked them in one of these check locker boxes for it.
It's a good thing that key man wasn't around, huh? Well, that was an ingenious hideout. Then what did you do, huh?
Well, I tried to locate the people that had them. There was a name on them.
Yeah, so?
Didn't have any money, so I went to a blood bank, sold a pint of blood, got $4 for it, and I started phoning everybody in the phone book by the name of the owners of the stocks and bonds.
And?
Well, I couldn't locate them, so I took them to the Los Angeles Times in the hope that the newspaper would find the owners for them.
Well, you're a very honest man, huh? Harold, if everybody in the world was as honest as you, there probably wouldn't be very many people with $27,000. When the owner of the stocks was identified, did you get a big reward, Harold?
Well, I got this suit here, $50 suit, and $25 in cash.
What else did you get?
Well, I had a lot of other interesting things happen to me. I had quite a few offers for jobs. One woman called up and said she was 28 years old and considered quite pretty, and that I looked a lot like her ex-husband. She thought I was cute and that he was a rat. She said she'd like to have an honest husband.
Well, you'd have been provided with cheese anyhow. Well, what are your plans for the future? Which of the jobs are you going to take, Harold?
Well, I'm going to take whichever one has the most security and the most promising future, whatever it is.
Well, you better marry the girl whose husband was a rat. Well, it's been refreshing talking to you, talking to an honest man. I rarely encounter one. Now, let's see how well you two can make out in the battle for the $2,500. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 and more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The locksmith and the dynamiter won $19.90.
Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected stars of current movies as your category. Is that correct?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
$10.
$10. Who's the male lead in Chain Lightning?
Humphrey Bogart.
Humphrey Bogart.
Well, to a good start with $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now you have $30. How much are you going to try?
15.
15. Who is the leading man in Francis?
What's his name there? Donald O'Connor.
Donald O'Connor is right.
They're climbing. They have $45.
Fooled me. I just said the jackass, huh? All right, you got $45. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 45?
Bet 30.
Who plays the lead in Willie Comes Marching Home?
Tap dancer. What's his name?
Dan Daly.
Dan Daly is right.
Now they have $75.
Okay, now you got $75. Now, how much are you going to bet? Now, talk it over, kids.
Bet 50, I'd say. Bet it all.
Who plays the young man with a horn?
Wait a minute.
Kirk Douglas.
Total of $150.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $2,500 question.
What would you do, friends, if you were to get up some morning and find your car won't start?
I'd get back in bed, Fenneman.
Well, smart folks would call out their DeSoto Plymouth dealer because he'd send a man over to fix up your car and get you back on the road.
In my pajamas, huh? I'll thank him to let me alone.
Well, Groucho, most folks will thank their DeSoto Plymouth dealer for the kind of fast, courteous treatment he's willing and ready to give.
All right, Fenneman, I'll thank you to tell us who's leading in the battle for the $2,500 question.
Well, the honest man and the housewife are ahead with $150, and the secret word is still foot. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a perfume salesgirl and a county fair official. And here they are, Miss Libby Kohler and Mr. Tex Condon meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, folks. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Libby Kohler?
That's
Kohler?
right. Kohler.
Kohler. You're the perfume salesgirl, eh?
That's right.
Where are you from? Cologne?
No, Reading, Pennsylvania.
Where?
Reading, Pennsylvania.
Oh, pretzel bender, eh? How long have you been selling perfume?
Oh, about 10 years.
Well, you add a very fragrant note to our program. Mr. Condon?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from? All of you, I mean. Huh?
Originally from Texas. I'm now living...
This lady in the front row knew it because she used to be a panhandler. We insult anybody around here. We don't. Unfortunately, we mean it. Now, where are you? You're from Texas, huh?
Originally, but I live in California now.
Well, that's quite an admission for a Texan to make.
I'm a displaced Texan.
Are you married, Tex?
Yes, sir.
How many children do you have?
I have 3.
3, huh?
Yes, sir.
Are they all as big as you?
No, 2 of them, they're all girls. 2 of them are 5 feet 8 and 5 feet 9. One of them's only 5 feet 7 and a half.
She's probably from Oklahoma, huh? Miss Kohler, are you married?
No, sir.
You sell perfume? You haven't trapped anybody yet, huh?
No.
What kind of perfume do you sell? Repulsive number 5? I always get a kick out of the names you people choose for your products. What are some of the scents you sell?
Voodoo, taboo, shocking, white shoulders.
What does white shoulders do for a woman?
Well, it's not so much what it does for the woman, it's what it does to the man.
What do you do at county fairs, Mr. Condon?
I judge livestock.
Judge, I'll be big about this thing. The air is all yours, huh? Well, let's see how good you are. Let me hear you judge me. Go ahead and be sure to notice all my fine points.
Well, what are you?
If I have to answer that, the whole thing is off, huh? I'm a Brahma, Judge. Any fool can see I'm not a Holstein. Do you judge Brahmas?
Oh, yes. I just...
You're a Brahma critic, in other words.
Yes, indeed. We handle a lot of them. And
I say you're a Brahma critic?
Yes, sir, Brahma.
Who do you work for, the Daily Moose? All right, go ahead and judge me, huh?
Generally speaking, you have all the fine points of an outstanding animal. You have a very well-shaped head. You have...
For what?
Well, for a good Brahma. You have fair shoulders, but I'd say they could be a little thicker, a little fuller, your shoulders.
Well, my head makes up for that. Well, how do you judge cattle? What do you look for in a cow?
General conformation, quality, and showmanship.
I never heard of a cow with showmanship. Huh? Is that when a cow is a good hoofer?
No, not exactly.
How much does a prize cow bring?
These top cows, good cows, bring anywhere from $12,000 to $20,000.
A cow is worth $20,000?
Oh yes.
Gee, you wouldn't think a cow would be smart enough to save all that money. Huh? She probably made it in a bull market. Huh? How much is a bull worth? Huh? Not a wool worth, but a bull worth. Huh?
Oh, good, real top, outstanding bull sold for $65,000 this year.
A bull is worth $45,000 more than a cow?
Oh, yes.
I hope you girls all listen to that out here. Well, I've always said it was a man's world. How much does a prize bull weigh, Judge?
Good bull weigh from 1,600 to 1,800 pounds.
And how much does that come to a pound for a $65,000 job?
Well, don't figure them, but Pa, you don't eat those bulls.
What do you do with a bull? Put in a jewelry store window? Suppose I did eat it.
Well, if you did eat it, well, let's see, it'd figure around $150 a pound.
Well, that's just what the Beverly Hills butcher charges. Well, you've both been very interesting and very nice people. Now, let's see if you'll beat the other two couples and get the chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The honest man and the housewife are ahead with $150.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected cities of the world as your category. Is that right? All of these cities are over 300,000 in population. Now, you have $20. How much you want to try?
$10.
Are you an auctioneer at times, too, Judge?
Yes, sir, I am.
In what country is the city of Genoa?
Italy.
Italy is right, huh?
We're off to a good start with $30, Groucho.
All right, now you got $30. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
In what country is the city of Baku, or Baku, B-A-K-U?
India.
Do you agree with that?
No.
I'm sorry, the Hemingway is told back here. It's Russia.
They now have $5, Groucho.
All right, here's your third question. You're down to $5. Now, how much will you bet?
$3.
$3, huh? In what country is the city of Helsinki?
Norway.
No, you're close, Judge, but not close enough. It's Finland.
They now have $2.
Well, now you're down to $2, huh? Now, you can put it on the third race, or you can bet it here, whatever you want.
Well, we bet $1.
You're going to bet $1. In what country is the city of Valencia?
Spain.
Spain is right, huh? All right, you're practically cleaned out. We want you to go away from here a little better off than when you came in. Now, if you get this one right, you'll be $10 richer. After what state is the Mississippi River named?
Mississippi.
Mississippi is right.
This couple winds up with a grand total of $3. And that means the honest man and the housewife with $150 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question. To get the most mileage from your car, you'll find it will pay you to take it for service to a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. For that's where you get the benefit of factory-designed and approved tools and equipment, and skilled factory-trained mechanics who know how to use this equipment to do an expert job on your car in shorter time. To you, this means a saving of money, and a car that will give you faithful, economical service mile after mile. So next time your car needs service, no matter what make of car it is, take it to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the honest man and the housewife, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question,
All
Groucho.
right. Here we go for $2,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. The Comstock lode is one of the richest deposits of gold and silver in history. Many present-day fortunes were started in the mines of the Comstock lode. For $2,500, tell me, in what state is it located? You
Nevada.
Decided upon. Nevada is right. Well, you had the right answer, so you win $2,500. What are you going to do with all that money?
Well, I think open up a little hot dog stand or something, a little small
Good,
restaurant.
good. Mrs. Schwartz.
Gee, I don't know. I only know thank you very much.
Well, let's see. You won $2,500 plus $150 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show. You Bet Your Life. Presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,000.
By the way, folks, I want to warn you that I'll be on the cover of Quick magazine that's out tomorrow. I suggest all dogs be kept on leash and small children be locked indoors. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. When driving, showing off doesn't pay. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is tree. T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's logical. This is National Pickle Week. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected the mother of a large family and an expectant father. And here they are, Mrs. Lois Mayer and Mr. Charles Weiss. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Marr, Lois Marr? You're the mother of a large family?
Yes, I am.
Pretty young-looking gal, aren't you? How large is your family?
I have 8 children.
You have 8 children?
8 children.
Oh, you certainly don't look it. And, Mr. Weiss, you're the expectant father?
Yes, sir.
You don't look it either. Huh? Do you have any other children, Mr. Weiss?
No, sir, this is my first.
Oh, your first, eh? Well, you better rest a while. The first one is the hardest. Where are you from, Mr. Weiss?
I was born in New Haven, Connecticut, raised in Newport, Rhode Island, moved to New York, and then came out here about a year and a half ago.
Who was after you? And, Mrs. Marr? What does your husband do for a living, Mrs. Marr?
Well, we just started catering not so long ago.
To each other? Well, where are you from, little mother?
I'm from Leona Mines, Virginia, and I lived in Cincinnati, Ohio after I was married, and then we came to California.
Is that the customary route? Now, tell us something about this catering you mentioned. What sort of a business is it, specifically?
Well, we put on dinners for parties.
Any particular kind of food, or just...
Whatever you choose.
I see. Well, I choose the food after I eat it, but... What do you charge for a dinner like that?
It's according to what you're going to eat.
You're pretty cagey, aren't you, huh? Well, approximately, Lois.
Oh, anywhere from $1.50 to $2.50 a plate.
And, suppose you put something on the plate. How much extra? I'll just call you Charlie, huh? Not you, Mrs. Moore. I mean you, What sort of work do you do, Charlie?
I'm a sales representative for America's #1 television set, Admiral.
Did you just make that up? Could you get me one wholesale?
Come around.
Does anybody ever buy anything retail anymore? Huh? How old are your children, Lois?
Oh, I have them all ages.
You got one around 79? What do you mean, all ages?
No,
What?
15, 13, 12, 9, 7, 6, 4, and 8 months.
You just got under the wire there with that man. As a family your size, Lois, how large a hotel do you run?
We have 4 bedrooms.
How do you get them all out in the morning? I mean, you put them on a conveyor belt? Or...
Well, hardly like that. I
Well-
have 5 boys and 3 girls. And I
Well-
wake the oldest girl up first, and the baby wakes up instead of the oldest girl. And I go around yelling, 7:15, 7:15.
Suppose it's 8 o'clock. Do you still yell at 7:15? How do you discipline the youngsters?
Oh, they're pretty well behaved most of the time.
You never
When-
take a swipe at them?
Only in self-defense.
Did you have trouble finding names for all these kiddies?
No, we have a book at home.
Well, Lois, my advice to you is it isn't too late. Throw the book away. How about you, Mr. Weiss? Have you got a definite name for your youngster?
Yes, we have.
You are? What are you going to name it, huh?
We don't know yet.
Well, that sounds pretty definite, huh? Sounds like an Indian name, huh? What is the kid's name? We don't know yet, Jones. Huh? What do you mean you have a definite name, but you don't know yet? Weiss?
Well, we don't know what it'll
Charlie
be.
Weiss, what kind of talk is that, huh?
We don't know what it'll be yet.
You mean there's a likelihood that it may have wings and fly out the window? Which would you prefer, Charlie, a boy or a girl?
Well, it doesn't make much difference to us as long as it's a baby.
Why do you want a baby?
Well,
What an odd thing to wish for, huh? Well, after we're through here, talk to Mrs. Marr about it. Maybe she can get it for you wholesale. Well, it's been very instructive talking to you two, and I hope you'll both be very happy. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $1,000.
To millions of car owners across this nation, the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer stands for two things: the best in new car values, the best in service. Next time you're at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's for service, make it a point to find out about the two truly great new cars he sells. One is the brilliant new DeSoto, the car that's really new, inside and out, bringing you more beauty, economy, and comfort. The moment you see the new DeSoto, you'll note its clean, modern design, the graceful new lines that sweep back from its magnificent new full-width front grille to its smart, roomy trunk. It's a thrilling car, this all-new DeSoto, the car that lets you drive without shifting. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell the beautiful new Plymouth, the car that likes to be compared.
Now, let's see if you two will be high for the night and get the chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected mountain peaks of the world as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you risk?
$10.
All right. Where is Mauna Loa found? M-A-U-N-A, capital L-O-A.
In the Hawaiian Islands.
The Hawaiian Islands is right.
We're off to a good start, Groucho. They have $30.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. In what country is Popocatépetl found?
In Mexico.
Mexico is correct.
They're climbing. They have $55.
You got $55, and here's your third question. How much of the 55 do you want to try?
50.
Where is Mount Everest found?
Oh, Everest in Tibet.
They're really climbing now. They have $105.
105. 105.
You're going to shoot the whole thing?
We'll shoot the works.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Where is Mount Vesuvius?
Mount Vesuvius is in Italy.
All right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $210.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho?
Yes?
The secret word is still tree. Perhaps the next couple will say it.
They might.
Just before we went on the air, we selected a housewife from the audience.
A good idea.
Her name is Mrs. Mary Ann Hughes.
A splendid notion.
And a hypnotist, Mr. Fred Schneider. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Schneider, you're the hypnotist?
Yes, I am.
Well, don't look me in the eye when you answer me. Somebody has to stay awake around here. Now, Mrs. Hughes, Marion Hughes, huh? Marion Hughes and Repent at Leisure. Isn't that the, what they say? No, I guess not. You're the housewife?
Yes, I am.
Well, you're a very attractive housewife, huh?
Thank you.
What does your husband do, Mrs. Hughes?
Well, he works for Foodcraft.
Foodcraft?
Mm-hmm. He sells pickles.
How did you meet him? Was he pickled at the time?
No, he wasn't old enough to be pickled when I met him.
How old do you have to be pickled? Well, how did you meet him, huh?
Well, I met him in a blacksmith shop in Illinois. He was molding a brand for his pony, and he had heated the iron, and he had formed the letters M-A-X, and he put them in this big tub of water.
Max?
Because they were hot. Uh-huh.
Was that the pony's name or your husband?
No, that was his name. He was going to brand his pony, Max.
What was the pony's name?
I don't know.
Didn't the pony have a name?
Well, I didn't ask him. I don't know.
Don't you think it was rather unfair to the pony to...
I'm sorry. I should have asked the pony.
Well, there you are with the pony and Max and the...
I hadn't noticed my husband very much. I mean, he put the brand in the tub of water, and a devil's horse came flying by, and
What's that?
A devil's horse?
A devil's horse?
Uh-huh.
Was he getting shoed, too, in the black? What's a devil's horse?
Well, those huge varmints they have back east. They fly through the air, and they look like a little horse, only they're an insect. And if they bite you, it's just sure death. They say.
Who are they? I mean, I've always wanted to track that down, they say.
Well, that's what I've heard all my life, and I saw this coming at me, and I didn't like it. Well, I got excited, and I fell over in this tub of water on the top of this branch. And I got branded.
Isn't it a little embarrassing to walk around the bathing beach with Max stamped on you? Huh?
No, it really isn't noticeable at all.
So I still don't see how this culminated in marriage. The mere fact that you were named Max at the time. Matter of fact, all three of you were named Max by this time. Well, what about you, Eye Strain? What kind of a brand do you carry? Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
Some hypnotist. She caught you napping, eh? Tell me, Svengali, what are some of the uses for hypnotism?
Well, it's being used a great deal medically today, especially through this last war.
Mm-hmm.
Such things as overcoming and removing phobias, bad habits.
Could you hypnotize me and cure me of my insomnia?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, I think so.
I doubt it. I don't have insomnia. I just can't sleep at night, that's all. Could you hypnotize me and cure me of smoking cigars?
Well, any ordinary person you could hypnotize.
Answer my question. Can you hypnotize me?
Well, I don't know. I have to try it first.
Well, flattery will get you nowhere. Guess I'm safe in ordering another box of cigars. Can you show me how to hypnotize somebody? Try it on Mrs. Hughes here. Eh?
Sure, I'd be glad
Mrs. Hughes, do you mind if he hypnotizes you?
Oh, I don't think I'd like that.
Oh, you don't want to give up smoking cigars either. Huh? Well, how do you hypnotize somebody? What's the first step?
Well, the first step is to get their attention, have them concentrate on your voice, and then have them think of figures or numbers. As you count, for instance, to 5, they'll go deep asleep. Then you begin counting 1, tell them to relax and grow heavy, their legs and their arms. 2, they're growing very
Are you trying to give me the double whammy here?
Well, I wasn't trying very hard.
Can you hypnotize a whole audience?
A large portion of a whole audience. I did a demonstration at the Long Beach Municipal Auditorium several years ago. Mm-hmm. There were about 3,500 people there, and several hundred actually went to sleep.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps the show was lousy? Well, now that everybody's in a trance, let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You run your $20 no more than the other couples, and you get the big chance. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The expectant father and the mother of 8 children won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected American Patriots as your category. Is that right? Now, here's your first question. How much are the 20?
Okay.
What was the name of the American statesman who said, give me liberty or give me death?
Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry is right. They're on their way with $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. What was the name of the soldier and statesman who avenged the Alamo at San Jacinto?
Was it Sam Houston?
Sam Houston is correct. They're on their way now. They have $55. And here's your third question. And how much are the 55?
50.
What was the name of the patriot in charge of the Boston Tea Party? He also signed the Declaration of Independence.
Sam Adams.
Samuel Adams is correct.
Now they have $105.
This gal has read a number of books. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105?
100.
100. What was the name of the woman who supposedly said, "Shoot if you must, this old gray head, but spare your country's flag"?
Jane, wasn't Bessie? No.
I'm terribly sorry. It was Barbara Fritchie. Well, that's tough luck. You bet all your money, you wound up broke. I'm going to give you another chance to make some money. Get this one right, and you win $10 in cash. Now, think hard. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and I will soon know who gets the chance at the $1,000 question.
Mr. Car Owner, what have you done about the warmer weather that lies ahead?
I'm sending my long underwear to storage.
But what about your car? Is it all set for the miles of pleasant motoring? Can you count on it for smooth operation on vacation and during those summer weekends? Better visit a DeSoto Plymouth dealer real soon. Let his service experts tune up your car.
Bring in your violin, too.
You see, friends, a car that's been checked by DeSoto Plymouth mechanics will zoom along the road and purr like a cat.
May even drink milk. So take the man's advice, folks. Bring your car, your violin, and your cat in wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. All right, Fenneman, who's ahead in the battle for the $1,000 question?
Well, the mother of 8 children and the expectant father are ahead with $210. And the secret word is still tree. We invited some boxers and some ballet dancers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Patty Taylor and Mr. Art Aragon. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A boxer and a ballet dancer, eh? Which are you?
I'm the boxer.
You're the boxer, huh? What is your name? Art Aragon, eh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Art?
I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh. Before we proceed, let me caution you. On this program, you're liable to hear bells occasionally, Art. Don't come out swinging if you do. What is your fighting weight, Art?
135 stripped.
Did you say strapped or stripped? Now, how much do you weigh with your clothes on?
I don't know. I never weigh with my clothes on.
You must draw a nice crowd when you get way at the end. Are you married, or haven't you lost a fight yet?
I'm married, but we don't fight at home.
You don't, huh? In the morning, does your wife have to count to 9 before you'll get up? Huh? What about you, Twinkle Toes? Let's find out something about you. You're a ballet dancer, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from? What is your name? Fifi? Patty, huh?
Patty Taylor.
Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
You're not married, huh? For a ballet dancer, apparently you're not on your toes. Let's see you get up on your toes.
In these shoes?
Yeah.
You need toe shoes for that.
How you have toes, huh?
About 10.
Did you say you were about 10?
No, 18 now.
Well, you just said 10.
10 toes.
Oh, 10 toes, but you're 18.
Yes.
Could be worse, you know. You could be 10 and have 18 toes. I knew a girl like that once. He was really 2 girls, but I don't want to know. Now, one punch. How do you train for a big fight?
Well, let's see. I get up at 6:30 in the morning. I go run. I come back and I go to bed.
Wouldn't it be simpler to just stay there in the first place? Once you're up, why don't you stay up?
Well, that's not all of the training. I got a little bit more.
There is? What else?
Well, I get up at 10 o'clock and I eat my breakfast. Then I go back to bed.
You must have a fortune tied up in pajamas. Then what do you do?
Well, I go train in the gym for a couple of hours, then I go home and go to bed. That's true. Then I get up about 5 o'clock and I eat my dinner, go out and take a walk, and I come home and go to bed.
You don't see much of the outside world, do you? Why do you do all that work? Why is there so much sleeping and jumping up and down?
Well, how do you want to get in top shape?
Top shape? Well, who wants to be shaped like a top? Now, what are the first things you have to learn about ballet, Patty?
Well, the first thing would be the 5 basic dance positions.
And what are the 5 basic dance positions?
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Well, you ask a ridiculous question, you get a ridiculous answer. On the other hand, Aragon only has 2 positions. Vertical and horizontal. Now, could you describe the first dance position, Patty?
Well, position number 1, you have your feet together, your heels together, and your toes pointed outwards, and push your heels forward.
Well, that sounds pretty simple. It's okay. Now, what are some of the basic steps of the ballet?
Oh, there's tours jetés, pirouettes, glissades, assemblées, jetés, and entrechacatras.
What time do you stop at Nacogdoches? Isn't all that stuff Greek to you, Art?
It's French.
It's French. Well, all I can say is vive la France! What qualifications are necessary to become a good ballet dancer, Patty?
Oh, most of the qualifications are physical. You should have a sturdy body and flexible and a slender figure. And it's good to have long legs, but it isn't necessary.
Well, the legs should certainly be long enough to reach the floor, Patty. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two. Now, let's see how agile you are in the quiz. Now, you beat the other 2 couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other 2 couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The mother of 8 children and the expectant father are ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected sporting terms as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, how much you want to bet of the $20?
10.
Talk right out loud into
10.
the microphone. Like the fight was over and you were saying, hello, Mom. Texas Liga is an expression in what sport?
Baseball.
Baseball is correct.
On the way, Groucho, with $30.
Well, you hit that over the fence. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25? 25, she said.
25. A lob shot is an expression of what sport? L-O-B.
Oh, wait just a moment. A lob. It's tennis.
That's right. Tennis is
Let's find it now. He has $55.
You got $55, and here's your third question. How much will you bet?
40.
Riposte, I guess, R-I-P-O-S-T-E, is a maneuver in what sport?
How do you spell it?
R-I-P-O-S-T-E.
You guess.
Post. Football?
No.
No, that's a tough question. It's fencing.
They now have $15.
That's a shame. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15 will you try?
All of it.
All of it. A stymie is an expression of what sport?
That's easy, huh? I'm stymied. No, not marvelous. I'm stymied. You stymied a guy. See, that's simple.
Stymied. Thought it was marbles.
Well, I was thinking of golf, but I guess they have stymies and marbles. But I'd say you're right.
They wind up with $30, and that means the expectant father and the mother of 8 children with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. To serve you efficiently, to serve you promptly. Those are the aims of every DeSoto Plymouth dealer. No matter what make of car you drive, no matter what sort of attention it needs, a DeSoto Plymouth dealer is well equipped to give your car the very best in service. Skilled, factory-trained mechanics, the most modern tools and equipment made, service at a fair price, and prompt, courteous treatment every time. That's the kind of service you get when you drive in at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. That's the kind of service that means extra miles for your car. From coast to coast, there are more than 3,000 of these DeSoto Plymouth dealers, each with an earnest desire to serve you. And here's the mother of 8 and the expectant father, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help in the audience. Here it is. The Panama Canal, one of the great engineering feats of all time, would never have been possible if it weren't for the discovery of the Isthmus of Panama. For $1,000, tell me who discovered the Isthmus of Panama. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Balboa.
No, I'm sorry, but it was Christopher Columbus on his last voyage to the New World. Well, that's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,500.
So good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. May is National Car Safety Month. So remember, check your car, check accidents. This is George Fenneman signing off with the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is book. B-O-O-K.
Oh, you're always saying that.
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
I thought he was still hibernating for the winter. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's supposed to try for it?
We invited some nightclub hat check girls and some ballpark vendors to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Betty Schumann and Mr. Al Weissman. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, you beautiful people, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I mean you, Betty. Yeah? And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mr. Weissman. Oh, I've seen you at the ballpark.
Thank you.
What ballpark do you do your hawking? Gilmore, huh?
Hollywood Ballpark.
Hollywood, yeah. What kind of items do you sell to the ball fans?
Peanuts, Cracker Jacks, soda, popcorn, cushions, programs, novelties.
What kind of novelties?
Flags, hats, baseballs.
You mean if you get hot peanuts, that's a novelty? Huh? Tell me, Al, is there much difference between the taste of your cushions and your popcorn?
All in the color.
And Betty, Schumann?
Schumann.
Schumann, huh? You're a mighty pretty girl, Betty, huh?
Thank you.
At what nightclub are you employed, Betty?
At Ciro's.
Pretty expensive joint, isn't it?
Ciro's isn't a joint.
I'm sorry. Well, it's a pretty expensive honky-tonk, isn't it?
Ciro's isn't no honky-tonk either.
Well, at least we agree it's expensive, don't we, Betty?
Maybe for some people.
That's true. Some people do find it expensive. Only the people who go there. What do you do at Ciro's?
I'm a combination hat check and cigarette girl.
Well, you've got a very nice combination. Well, tell me, Betty, do women check their hats in your honky-tonk?
Very rarely, mostly coats.
What kind?
Oh, chinchillas, mink, sables, Persian lamb.
You mean you have all those animals in that little room? Why do women check those valuable coats? I should think they'd never want to let them out of their sight.
Well, if they were to take them to the tables with them and they got up to dance, they'd be left all alone.
You mean some skunk would come along and go away with the mink? Do people check other things besides hats and coats?
Occasionally.
Do any of your customers ever check their husbands?
No, but I had a man check a toupee once and a woman check a girdle.
I don't know why a woman would want to check a girdle. If she stayed in a nightclub long enough, she'd be strapped anyway. Why would a woman check a girdle in a nightclub, Betty?
I don't know, sir. I didn't ask her. It wasn't any of my business.
Well, I consider it mine. The next time a woman checks her girdle in your place, you tell her I want to know why. Now, how much do you charge for checking a hat?
There is no charge.
There isn't, eh? What do you mean, no charge? In a nightclub, they charge for everything, including the air you're choking in. No charge at all?
There is no charge. You tip whatever you wish.
I see. Whatever tip I want, eh?
That's right.
Suppose I left an asparagus tip. Now, Frankfurter, take me out of the ball game. Do you get many tips like Betty gets at Ciro's?
What, from those baseball fans?
I have never heard venom expressed in such simple terms. I didn't realize you were so sensitive, Al. I thought perhaps occasionally you got a foul tip. I thought occasionally you got a foul tip, you know. Now, what kind of a costume do you wear, Betty? And make it brief.
Well, it's strapless. It's very short, and we wear long opera hose.
Well, that's brief enough, I guess. Doesn't an outfit like that make people stare?
Well, yes. Mostly the women.
You mean the men don't stare?
Yes, but in a different way.
Naturally. Well, a man wants to see what happens to his hat, that's all. Well, you two have taught me a lot about night work. Now, let's see if you're going to be the ones who get the chance at the $1,500 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
When you take your car for service to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, notice all the special tools and equipment in the shop. The equipment that helps the expert mechanics do better, faster work on your car. Find out also about the 2 great new cars he sells. There's the brilliant new DeSoto, truly a magnificent car. Truly a new car, front to back. From its impressive full-width radiator grille to its smart-looking, newly designed rear end. You'll be amazed by all of its new features. You'll enjoy driving it, for DeSoto is the car that lets you drive without shifting. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the beautiful car that likes to be compared.
Now,
let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected drinking songs as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
All right, $10. Here's a song everyone should know. Play, Jerry.
Sweet Adeline.
Sweet Adeline.
And they're on their way. They have $30.
$30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to try?
20.
$20. What is the name of this song? What do you think, kids? There's a tavern in the town.
They now have $10.
That's a shame. All right, now here's your third question. You have $10. How much are you going to try now?
5.
$5? Give me the title of this song. Okay, Jerry.
Whip and Poop.
The Whip and Poop song. Oh, on the way again. They're now at $15. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15 will you try?
All of it.
All of it. Shoot the works. Give me the title of this song. Take a guess, kid. This little brown jug. I'm going to give you another chance to make some money. Get this one right, and you win $10. Now, think hard. Who was buried in Grant's tomb?
Grant.
General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question. Now, before I forget it, I want to thank George Rosen and Weekly Variety for the special showmanship citation they gave us last week. It was a very high honor, and all of us on the show are sincerely grateful. Fenneman, you may proceed.
Groucho?
Yes?
The secret word is still book.
It is.
Perhaps the next couple will say it. We invited some hospital dietitians to the program, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Shirley Phillips. Her partner is a married man from the audience, Mr. Charlie Harvey, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Phillips, Shirley Phillips.
That's right.
For a dietitian, you're a pretty tasty dish. Where are you from, Shirley?
Cedars Lebanon Hospital.
Were you born there?
No, I'm from really from San Francisco.
Oh. And Mr. Harvey?
Yes, sir.
Are you one of the Harvey girls? Where are you from, Charlie?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
What sort of work do you do?
I'm a former gravedigger.
Well, why did you quit? Is everybody dead? Why did you quit, huh?
I had a better chance for a job out here, so I came out here.
What are you doing now, Charlie?
I'm a warehouse man now, sir.
What are your duties as a warehouse man?
Well, I'm filling crates now. Shipping clerk.
Same job, but you're indoors, that's all. You are married, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
How did you meet your wife?
Well, she was working in Kelly's Oyster House in Philadelphia, reading tea leaves and palms.
Reading tea leaves in an oyster house? Huh?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
Well, she read my tea leaves in there one time and told me that I was going to marry a widow with 2 children. And a while back later, I came back over there and I says, well, I've looked all over town and I can't find a widow with 2 children. And she says, well, you've been looking at her every time you come into the Kelly's Oyster House. She was a girl.
Well, did you marry her just so you wouldn't make a liar out of her? Is that... Why, you're not married, huh, Shirley?
No, I'm not.
Why aren't you married?
I'm not ready to get married.
How long will it take you, huh?
Is that the only reason you're not married?
No. But it seems like every time I meet somebody, either they're not interested in me or I'm not interested in them.
Well, don't be discouraged. Someday you'll meet a man and neither one of you will be interested. And then you'll have something in common and you'll probably get married. Just, what do you do on your job, Miss Phillips?
Well, I write diets and I check trays.
Do you make up the diet for the entire hospital?
No, I don't.
Who does that, Shirley?
The head dietitian.
The head dietitian? You mean there's a diet just for heads? Huh? Has anything unusual ever happened in your kitchen, Shirley? Like putting something appetizing on the tray? Apparently, there are a lot of ex-patients here tonight.
Well, sometimes for breakfast, we've had some people order cheese blintzes and Finn and Hattie.
Cheese blintzes and Finn and Hattie, huh? Well, it's the same plot as Abe's Irish Rose, huh? Has anything embarrassing ever happened to you, Charlie?
Well, not embarrassing. I wouldn't say embarrassing, but I was
Well,
called...
what would you say, huh?
I was called out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning to go back to the cemetery.
Were you alive at the time?
Well, I was the foreman of the grave diggers, and I was the only one that had the key to the tool house. It seems that some fellow had gone through the...
Somebody was eager to get buried, huh?
No, it seems like he had a few too many, and he was walking through the cemetery and fell in an open grave.
Just looking at you has made me hungry, Shirley. How much food should I eat in a day?
Well, that all depends upon the type of work that you do. A laborer should have about 3,000 calories, and a white-collar worker about 2,200 calories.
Well, I'm a white-collar worker, but my laundry didn't come back. Huh? Now, answer my question. How much should I eat, Shirley?
Well, what do you do?
Well, I can do 85 and the wind's with me. I not only can do 85, I am 85. Now, answer my question, Shirley. How much should I eat?
Well, looks like you sit down most of the time, so... I'd say about 1,500 calories.
That's about one meal a day, isn't it? Is there any food that's on most diets?
Oh, I'd say meat or milk.
In most cases, you'd say milk is good for the figure?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at a cow? Well, it's been nice talking to you two, and as soon as we're through here, Shirley, you and I will go out and have a banana split and some mashed potatoes. Now, let's see how well you'll make out in the battle for the $1,500 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Run you $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The nightclub girl and the ballpark vendor lost all their money, so these people have a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected well-known husbands and wives as your category. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, how much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
David O. Selznick is married to a famous actress. What is her name?
Teresa Wright.
Do you agree with that? I'm sorry. It's Jennifer Jones.
Yeah.
And they have $10 now.
All right. Well, you're down to $10. Anyhow, you're going for $1,500 tonight, and that's the big money. Now, how much of the 10 are you going to try? $5. Who is actress Lynn Fontaine married to?
Alfred Lund.
Alfred Lund is right.
Now they have $15.
All right, now you got $15. Here's your third question. How much of the 15 you going to try?
10.
10. Who is designer Gilbert Adrian married to?
Janet Gaynor.
Janet Gaynor is right.
They're climbing. They have $25.
Well, you're the gainer now. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 25 are you going to try?
20.
Who is Lily Pons married to?
Andre Castellanos.
Andre Castellanos.
And they wind up with $45.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question.
Folks, I don't have to tell you that summer is almost here.
No, Fenneman, but you will anyway.
And summer means that the best days to drive your car are right on top of it.
I wish you'd drive more carefully.
I will, Groucho.
and more enjoyably, too. Because now's the time when I and thousands like me...
I won't comment on that horrible thought.
Now's the time when we smart car owners get set for those fine summer weekends and for vacations by visiting our DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Fenneman, that's your idea of a vacation? Your family visiting a DeSoto Plymouth dealer?
Well, the time your car spends at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, folks, will make every mile you drive this summer more enjoyable.
That's true.
More economical.
Yes, it is.
Safer.
Yeah, and safer.
For expert service and checkup at a fair price. See your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow.
All right, Fenneman, who's leading in the race for the $1,500 question?
Well, the dietitian and the married man are ahead with $45. And the secret word is still book. We invited some sets of identical twins to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Janny and Joey Pope. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kiddies, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Identical twins, eh? I'm glad somebody told me. Otherwise, I might have accused one of you of being up here twice just to confuse me. Which one are you?
I'm Janny.
You're Janny, yeah?
Yes.
How do you do? And which one are you?
I'm Joey.
You're Joey.
Uh-huh.
You're Joey Ha-Ha? That's an Indian name, huh? Is your name Janny Ha-Ha? I've heard of Minnie Ha-Ha, but you two certainly look alike, and I think you should know each other. Janie, shake hands with Joey, huh? Now, don't anybody move. Stay right where you are. Now, let's see. Janie, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Joey, you are Joey, huh?
Yes.
Since you're identical twins, you're exactly the same age?
Yes, I'm 22.
You're 22 and she's 20?
No, I'm 20 also.
Oh, that's like Joey Ha-Ha, huh? Janie, are you working?
No, I'm going to UCLA.
And Joey, where do you work?
I go to UCLA also.
How can your teachers tell you apart?
Well, when we're together, they can tell us apart, and when we're not together, they can't tell us apart.
Why do I get involved in things like that? I'm not a kid anymore, and you kids are not helping either. Janie, would you mind going over what she just said, slowly and succinctly?
Well, what she means is that when we're separated, they can't tell us apart, but when we're together, it's easier to tell us apart.
Cocktails, anybody? Joey, does everybody have the same trouble I have?
I'm Janny, that's Joey.
Oh, this is... Answer my question. Does everybody have my trouble?
Well, yes, I guess. What's your trouble?
Well, I'll tell you, Mrs. Anthony, I come from a family of 5 boys. I was standing here 5 minutes ago minding my own business when suddenly I went off my rocker. Now, Janie, do you have any boyfriends? That's you, Janie, over there.
Yes, I have
How
one.
do your boyfriends tell you apart?
Well, they have a lot of trouble telling us apart. But on the other hand, we have trouble telling them apart because they're also identical twins. We all get mixed up.
Have you ever played any tricks on your boyfriends?
Well, for instance, one day I walked into class and this boy ran up to me and said, Joey, and I didn't want to say I was Janie. I said, yes, and he said, can you go out Saturday night? And I said, I'd love to because Joey hadn't made a date for Saturday night. So Joey walked in and I told her and she already made a date, so I had to go out with him. And so we both happened to end up at the same place, and I introduced the boy, and he said, well, which one is Joey? And we wouldn't tell them, and they still don't know to this day.
I guess it's just as well. Have you any experiences like that you'd care to relate, Joey? That's you, Joey, over here.
Well, in high school, we had quite a lot of fun. Janny was better in geometry, and I was better in history. And I flunked a geometry test once, and so I had to make it up after school. So Janny went and took it in my place. She knew all the answers, and so she brought the blue book up to the teacher.
Joey, that did it. You just said book, and since that's the secret word for tonight, you and your partner split $100 in cash, compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Oh, thank you.
Now, where were we when you dented my checkbook?
Well, I brought the blue book up to the teacher, and as I was handing it to her, we both wear different rings, and I forgot to change my ring, and that's the only way the teacher could tell us apart, and she knew I had a pearl ring, and this girl that brought it up had a ruby ring, so she caught us in the act, but she was very nice about it.
Just kicked you out of school, Well, Joey, you two not only look exactly alike, but you even dress exactly alike. Do you always dress the same?
Oh, yes.
What about boyfriends? Do you like the same boyfriend?
Oh, no. We've been very lucky about it.
Yeah. Your taste is quite
very
different.
much the same, twins. But the twins are alike, so it doesn't make any difference who goes with who.
You don't care which one you get, huh?
No.
I guess when you've seen one twin, you've seen them all. Well, it's certainly been nice looking at you girls. Now we're going to see if two heads are better than one. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The dietitian and the husband are ahead with $45.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected animals and birds of fact and fiction as your category. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now you have $20. How much are you going to try?
$10, Harpo.
$10. Harpo, right? My name happens to be Al Ritz. All right, Janie, that's you over here.
No, I'm Joey.
Oh, no, not From now on, you're Janie, and you're one of the Dolly sisters. You're going to try $10, and what animal do you associate with Mrs. O'Leary?
Cow.
A cow is right.
Good start. They have $30.
All right, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
What bird do you associate with Edgar Allan Poe?
Raven.
The raven is right.
They're climbing. They have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much are you going to try?
30, I think.
30. All right. What bird do you associate with the Ancient Mariner?
Oh, wait a minute now. The, seagull. Oh, it was a dove. It was a dove. No, it was a gull. We just studied that last week.
Well, I don't think you had your mind on it at the time, though. It's the albatross.
Oh, yes.
They now have $20.
Well, you've still got $20. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
20. All of it.
What invisible animal do you associate with Frank Fay in a successful Broadway play?
Rabbit.
The rabbit is right.
They wind up with $40, and that means the dietitian and the husband with $45 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. When your car needs attention, it's important to get the very best service you can get. That's why you should always drive in at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. For there's where you get a top service job every time. Expert factory-trained mechanics, working with factory-approved tools and equipment, do better work on your car, and they do it faster. That means money in your pocket. Add to this a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's constant desire to treat you fairly and squarely, and you have all the reasons why it will pay you next time your car needs attention.
to take it to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the dietitian and the husband, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Children the world over know about American Indians and early pioneers because of the writings of one of our greatest authors. He wrote The Deerslayer and The Last of the Mohicans, among others. Who was this man? All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
I think it's James Oliver Kirkwood.
No, you had the first name right, but I'm sorry, Charlie. It's James Fenimore Cooper, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $45 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $2,000.
Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. When driving, look ahead of the vehicle ahead to give yourself more stopping distance. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is dress. D-R-E-S-S.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Why doesn't he give up? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some Scotch war brides to the program tonight, along with their husbands. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Clarence Parsons. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, Scotties, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll win $100 in cash immediately. It's a common word, something you see every day. What is your name? Nan Parsons, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're a Scotch war bride, huh?
That's right.
How old are you?
25.
25?
Yes.
Huh? 25-year-old Scotch, huh? Well, you look smooth and mellow, Mary. And if you ever need a chaser, give me a ring sometime. You're the war bride's husband?
Yes, sir.
Clarence Parsons.
That's right.
How old are you, Clarence?
29, sir.
Are you Scotch, too?
No, I'm half English and half Irish.
Oh. Half and half. Blended, eh? Where are you from, Clarence?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And what part of Scotland are you from, Nan?
I'm from Wishaw.
Wishaw?
Wishaw,
I know
Scotland.
that song. When you wish upon a star. Is that the theme song of the village?
No, it
Is
isn't.
it, for a chick is like the bloom of the heather, her neck was like the swan. Her face, it was the fairest I had ever looked upon, just as sure as my name is John, when I get back again to bonny Scotland. That was one of the things that contributed towards Vaudeville's death. How long have you two been married?
6 years.
Nan, how long have you been married?
6 years.
What sort of work do you do, Clarence?
I'm manager of Carnation's demonstration store here in Los Angeles. It's Carnation Ice Cream Company.
Oh, and what do you demonstrate?
The dispensing of ice cream, sundaes, malts.
You don't milk any cows in the window or anything?
Not recently.
What were you doing when you met Butterscotch here?
I was with Lockheed attached to the 8th Air Force in Ireland at the time. I was on leave, on vacation when I met her.
How did you trap this fellow? I'm curious about it. What method does a Hale and Lassie use?
Oh? I think we usually...
They're much more...
Well, there must be more to it than that, huh? You apparently worked very fast, didn't you, Nan?
I guess so, but ordinarily,
Why
did you wait 4 years
You
over
usually,
there?
you usually wait 4 years in
Yes,
Scotland? Why do you wait so long?
Oh.
Does it take the groom that long before he'll cough up the $2 for the license?
I think you trust him.
What's that?
It takes that long to trust him.
It takes 4 years before you know whether you can trust him? It takes longer than that, kid, but you just don't realize it. You don't seem to have much of an accent, Nan. I thought all Scotch girls talked about the broad brick, moonlich, nick, the nick. Why is it you don't have a burr? Not even an errand burr. If that be treason, make the most of it.
I did have an accent when I come over at first, but I lost it.
You lost it, eh? Well, I'm sorry you did, because I think it's very charming, the Scotch accent. I'm crazy about it. Are there any other Scotch war brides that you visit occasionally, Nan?
Yes, my sister.
Do you have any relatives over here besides your sister?
My in-laws and my closest relatives are overseas in Scotland.
Your close relatives are in Scotland, huh? They're going to be crazy about that crack, Nan. Are the Scots really thrifty, Nan, or is that just a kind of a legend, huh?
Oh, they're the average Scot, just as thrifty as you are.
Well, that certainly answers my question. Now, Nan, in Scotland, I understand the husband is invariably the boss. Is that true? Do the males always wear the pants in the family?
Oh, some, yes, and some have kilts.
Well, don't you find it confusing when someone says your slip is showing and you don't know whether the remark is intended for you or your boyfriend? Well, you're both very nice kids, and you have every Scottish right to be happy. Huh? Now, let's see if you're going to be the ones who get the chance at the $2,000 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
You'll never have to wonder about what kind of service you'll get when you take your car to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Well, that's where you always get efficient service, courteous service, service at a fair price. Yes, and that's where you'll find out about two truly great new cars, DeSoto and Plymouth. The brilliant new DeSoto, with its sweeping lines, is new from its magnificent full-width front grille to its smart-looking, newly designed rear end. Inside and out, it's as beautiful a car as you've ever seen. Inside and out, it's as practical a car as you've ever dreamed of. When you drive the new DeSoto, you'll be thrilled by the surge of power at your command. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the beautiful car that's packed with value and ready to prove it.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
All right. Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with time in the title as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
10.
$10. Give me the title of this song. It's Rudy Valley's theme song. My time is your time is right.
And they're on their way with $30, Groucho.
As Fenneman says, you're on your way with $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. What is the name of this song? It has time in the title.
Apple Blossom Time.
Apple Blossom Time is right.
They're climbing. We have $55.
You have $55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
$50. They get along famously, don't they? This song was made famous in the picture Casablanca. What's the title?
As time goes by.
Time goes by is right.
They're really up there now. They have $105.
Man, you had me scared that time. I thought you were going to blow the Duke. You got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105 will you try?
All of it.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet $105. What is the title of this song? Okay, Jerry. Time on my hands is right.
And they wind up with $210.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still dress.
Dress.
Perhaps our next couple will say it.
Perhaps.
Just before we went on the air, we selected a married man from the studio audience and a hotel housekeeper. And here they are, Mr. Phil Sonis and Mrs. Vera Isolde. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if you say the secret word, you divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A housekeeper and a husband, eh? Mrs. Vera Isolde, you're the housekeeper, huh? Yeah. Where are you from originally, Vera?
I was born on 12th Street, New York City.
I'll call you Vera, huh?
That's right. New York City.
That's right, but I'll call you Vera anyway. You have a charming accent there, Vera. What is it?
Touch of English.
Mr. Phil Sones?
Sonis, yes.
Sonis. What kind of an accent is that you've got?
That's California.
What part of California do you come from originally?
Chicago.
I was under the impression California only extended as far east as Pennsylvania. However, I understand they have an option on New England. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a house-to-house salesman for the Kelligan Softwater Service Operation.
You sell houses, you say, from house to house?
No, I sell soft water.
Sounds like a pretty soft job to me. Vera, let's get back to you. I'll return to you in a moment here. Don't think you've heard the last of this soft water. You're a housekeeper, you say, Vera?
Yes.
Where do you keep house?
The Flamingo in Nevada.
Keep house
Las
for
Vegas,
a flamingo? Huh? You mean you run a bird cage?
No.
What is the Flamingo?
It's the most beautiful hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, Las Vegas. Oh, a squirrel cage, huh? Sure, you got me all confused. What does this menagerie look like?
We have wonderful grounds and a very, very nice casino.
Was that big casino or little casino? What is the casino?
Well, it's where the guests come to gamble.
Wiped out is what we call it. Do you get any free shots at the roulette table?
I don't gamble. I don't understand gambling.
That doesn't stop the other people in Las Vegas. You say you don't gamble at all? You don't understand it? What's a double six in craps?
Boxcar.
I see. You don't understand gambling, but you understand railroading. Is that it? Now, Vera, has anything unusual ever happened in your casino, like somebody winning?
Well, I've passed through sometimes and heard quite a noise because the people have won the jackpot.
What is the jackpot?
Well, it's slot machines, I believe. And
You're
when
not so certain now as you were.
Well, I don't understand very much about it, but I know some of them have put some money in, and out comes the jackpot, as they say it.
Out comes the proprietor and fixes the machine so no money will ever come out again. Where do you live in Las Vegas?
Well, the management gives me a room and bath.
I understand the room, but who gives you the bath? The manager, eh? That's a very old joke, but it's a very old manager, too.
No, it's a young manager.
A young manager. Oh, yeah. Well, in that case, you take a shower. Mr. Sunnis, you might as well wake up. Do you... Tell us about this job you do, this soft water swindle that you...
It's a matter of going house to house and trying to sell the housewives on the advantages of all the soft water services that they have available to them.
And just what are they?
Well, there's mostly Culligan soft water service. That's the one I'm associated with.
That double talk again, huh? Do you help your wife with the housework?
Occasionally.
How much do you help your wife?
About as much as other husbands.
You ever wonder what those other husbands are doing in your house? How long have you been married, Phil?
About 10 years now.
Now, how'd you meet your wife?
Well, again, it gets back to the soft water business. I was a house-to-house
What's the name of it?
The Culligan soft water. Rang the doorbell, and this very irate young lady came to the door. She was very much provoked, and her hair was in shambles. But shortly after I got through...
In shambles? In shambles. Well, is that near there? Why did she get her hair back, huh?
Well, after I got through telling her about my product, she threw her arms around me, kissed me, and the next night we had a date, and I was able to explain to her the advantages of soft water.
Well, is that the customary reaction you get?
If you use the proper approach, it's the customary reaction.
Do you need somebody to work the other side of the street? Maybe we could combine. I could use hard water across the street, huh? Well, Vera, I've made up my mind, and I'm flying to Las Vegas in the morning on my Flamingo. But right now, let's see if you can clean up in the battle for the $2,000 question. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than the other couples to get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Scottish war bride and her husband won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the colors of flowers as your category. All right, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
5.
All right, what color is a gardenia?
White.
White is correct.
Now they have $25, Groucho.
Well, I should say white is right. Now you got $25. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 25?
15.
$15. What color is a daffodil?
Yellow.
That's right.
They're on their way. They have $40.
All right, you've got $40. And here's your third question. How much of the 40?
30.
$30. What color is a poinsettia?
Red.
Red is correct.
They're climbing. They have $70 now.
All right, you got $70. And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 70?
Shoot the moon.
What color is lilac?
Purple.
Purple is right.
And they wind up with $140.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $2,000 question.
Friends, you'll find a DeSoto Plymouth dealer ready and eager to serve you no matter where you drive.
I'm driving my friends a distraction. Like to come along, Fenneman?
Well, I'll go as far as the nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer, Groucho.
I don't want you any further, Fenneman.
Well, that's where I know there's expert factory-trained mechanics
will give your car and my car the same watchful care a mother gives a baby.
Did you ever try to burp at a soda?
Expert mechanics work with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment to give you the best service job you can get, no matter what the make of your car. So visit him the very first thing tomorrow morning.
Now, won't that look pretty? All those people driving around in their pajamas. All right, Penniman, who's ahead in the battle for the $2,000 question?
Well, the Scottish couple are ahead with $210. And the secret word is still dress. We invited some glass blowers and some movie stuntmen to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected glass blower Richard Seaman and stuntman Bob Morgan. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Richard Seaman.
Yeah.
You're a glass blower, is that right?
That's right.
Well, blow me down. Where are you from?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Mr. Morgan, Bob Morgan? Yeah, you're the stuntman, huh?
Yes, I am.
How's tricks?
I don't do tricks. I do stunts.
Well, how's stunts, huh? Where are you from, Bob?
Mount Carmel, Illinois.
Pretty sticky place, isn't it? Where do you do your glass blowing?
I don't...
Mr. Seaman.
At the Glasscraft Company.
The Glasscraft, huh? Is that anything like the Chris Craft?
That's a boat, isn't it?
That's a boat, huh? Well, this is a boat glass blowing. We're talking about new. So what do you do in your job?
Well, we take molten glass and on the end of a blow iron and form it into different shapes like perfume bottles or television tubes.
What's your most popular item?
The television tubes. They're in most demand right now.
Why is that?
Well, they're scarce and everybody wants them.
Everybody wants them?
They're there.
Not people who are employed in radio. Have you ever had the hiccups while blowing a light bulb? And all you got were percolator tops? Let's get back to you, stuntman. Just what do you do in your job?
Well, I double actors and stars in the business.
What do you mean double actors?
Whenever they have a hazardous stunt that an actor can't perform or shouldn't perform, why, they call in a stuntman to do it.
You mean if there's something an actor won't do, they hire you for the job?
Yes, that's right.
I don't see how you make any money, huh? I didn't think there was anything an actor wouldn't do. Now, how much would you charge me to jump off a 100-foot cliff?
Oh, about $10 a foot.
Well, that's cheap enough. All you have is 2 feet, huh? How much would you charge me to jump off a curb?
I don't jump from curbs.
Well, how do you get across the street? How do you manage a double for a star and keep the audience from getting wise?
Well, they generally select you because of your physical resemblance to the star. They keep our back to the camera, profile, so forth, and keep our face out of the camera as much as possible.
In many cases, the audience has their back to the picture, too, you know. Our listeners would like to know how you do some of these stunts. For example, say you jump off a 500-foot cliff. How do you manage it?
Well, ordinarily they will put a parallel about 10 feet below the top of the cliff. And a stuntman will jump to the parallel, and they'll cut away to a long shot of a dummy flying through space and landing.
Do they ever get confused?
Not yet.
Now, glassblower, are you getting the jitters listening to all this mayhem?
No, I haven't.
How did you get to be a glassblower?
Well...
Did you start off to school one morning, twirling your books and say, when I grow up, I'm going to be a glassblower, and nobody's going to stop me?
That was the last thing I ever thought it would be. Just looking for a job and...
Well, you went someplace where they were blowing glass? And,
yes.
And they asked you if you had any experience? And you lied, huh?
That's right.
How do you blow glass? Do you chew up old milk bottles and puff?
No, we take molten glass and we make different articles out of it. After you get it on the end of this blowpipe, it's about 4 or 5 feet long, where you can blow it into different shapes. Or
can you control the shape of the things that come?
Any shape you want.
You can, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know what shape I want, but I don't know whether you can do it. Now, what happens after the glass is shaped?
We anneal it.
I beg your pardon.
It's annealed.
It's anneal? I thought it was a television tube.
No, it's anneal. A-N-N-E-A-L.
You don't have to spell it. All the kids are in bed by now.
What has an eel got to do with all this? Is it a live eel?
No, it's not an eel, it's an eel.
You know, we can be sued by Abbott and Costello for that. I think this guy's blown his top. I better humor him. What is the eel doing in your blowpipe?
Well, by that I mean an eel, you take the glass over to a furnace and you take the strains and stress out of it. That's an eel.
Boy, you're a whiz at clarifying things. All right, now let's see how a glassblower and a stuntman make out in You Bet Your Life. You beat the other couples and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The Scottish war bride and her husband are still ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the tools of the trade as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
How much do we got?
You have $20. You may wind up with $20.
$10.
All right. Who would use a mortar and a pestle?
Either a chemist or a scientist.
Well, I think that's right. It's a pharmacist, but I think you had it right, huh?
You're on the way with $30, Groucho.
All right. You're running along. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try? $20. Who would use a stick and a press?
Printer, for one thing.
That's right. A printer is right.
They're climbing. They have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50? Talk it up now. 25. How much?
25.
$25. Who would use a transit and a plumb bob?
A surveyor.
A surveyor is correct.
Now they have $75.
All right, you got $75. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 75?
All of it.
$50. Who would use a scalpel and a suture?
Doctor.
A doctor or a surgeon is right.
And they wind up with $125. And that means the Scotch war bride and her husband with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Prompt, courteous service at a price that's fair. That's the creed of every DeSoto Plymouth dealer. When you drive in for service at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, you can count on this. Expert mechanics working with factory-approved tools and equipment will give your car the careful attention you want it to have. They'll do a better job on your car in a shorter time, and that means money in your pocket. It also means a car that will give you faithful, economical service for miles and miles. So next time your car needs service, stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here's the Scotch war bride and her husband, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
All right, kids, here's a chance to make you the two richest people in Scotland. Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. President Truman recently made a cross-country trip to participate in a dedication at a great new dam in the Columbia River. For $2,000, what is the name of this important dam? Okay, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
Grand Coulee?
That's right. That's right. You win $2,000. You had the right answer, so you win $2,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
She's going to do it.
What are you going to do with it,
I'd
man?
like to give my husband's mother some of it, help her out. She's been so wonderful to me.
Couldn't you help her out for less money than that? All right, you win $2,000 plus $210 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,000.
Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Don't wait for a rainy day to check your windshield wipers. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hand. H-A-N-D.
Ham? Oh, that's me, huh?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
Henderson,
Olson,
and me. We're the NBC Bandstand 3.
We sing,
And we play, and we keep things gay on NBC Bandstand every day. That's Henderson,
Olson,
and me. The latest hit tunes,
and old favorites, too.
games, gags, and guest stars to entertain you. Olson sings the songs you love, we found. Henderson makes the big band sound.
We're live.
We're fun. The blues will run. From Henderson,
Olson,
and me. Enjoy 90 wonderful minutes of music and fun with Skitch Henderson and the band of stars, Dorothy Olson and me, Bert Parks, MC. Live on NBC Bandstand weekday mornings over most of these stations. From Henderson,
Olson,
and me. We're the NBC Bandstand 3. From Henderson,
Olson,
and me. We're the NBC Bandstand.
Here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Groucho, I'd like you to meet Angeline Papadakis and Joseph Interligi. So vote you in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you each take home an extra $50. It's a common word, something you see every day. Angelina Papadakis and Joseph Interligi, eh? Papadakis and Interligi, it sounds like an intersection in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I can just hear a young couple saying, I'll meet you at 3 o'clock in the morning at Papadakis and Interligi. And be sure to bring your switchblade.
My name is Joseph Interligi. Interliggi.
You can spell it, too. Can you spell it?
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
Angela, why are you sorry that you can't spell it? You ought to be very happy about it. Angelina, you're taller than Joe, so I'll start with you. I assume Papadakis is a Greek name, is that right?
That's right.
So I'll dispense with that question. Now, what part of Guatemala are you from?
I'm from Enid, Oklahoma.
Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
Oh, how did you meet Mr. Papadakis?
Well, I met him at a Greek baptism. And my future husband, was the godfather. So he was spending all his time with me from then on. And my father-in-law wanted him back in San Pedro to tend to business and not in Los Angeles. So he says, hurry up and marry her and get her over with.
So what business is your father-in-law in?
Well, he has 5 liquor stores.
And who runs these stores?
Oh, my husband.
Well, would you have married him if he'd had 5 grocery stores?
Well, I would have married him if he had 5 banks.
Well, that I can understand. Angeline, what keeps you busy? Do you work around the 5 liquor stores, or do you confine your activities to housework?
Well, I have a husband and 3 boys to take care of in my house. But in the evening, I go to university and I take extension courses.
You take care of 3 kids all day, and you still have strength enough to go to night school? What's the reason for the evening courses? Are you getting ready with a good sideline in case Prohibition comes back?
No, I'm going to work for a BA and then a master's and eventually a PhD.
Mm-hmm. That's very impressive. What do you want to be, finally, ultimately?
Ultimately?
Eventually?
A writer.
A writer, huh? All the writers I know would rather be in the liquor business. Now then, Mr. Interleggi.
My name now, Mr. Interleggi, Mr. Groucho. My name is Joseph Interliggi. Interliggi.
You know, I'm getting so that I can spell it now, too. Well, let's find out some facts about you. Are you of Italian descent?
My father and mother are.
Well, where were you born?
I'm an Indian.
Where?
I'm an Indian.
What is it like in I'm an Indian?
I don't know, but because I was young.
Well, is it anything like it is in Muncie, Indiana?
Well, I can't remember because I go away from I'm an Indian to Cleveland, Ohio when I was 4 years old.
You went to Cleveland when you were 4 years old?
That's right.
Where'd you go, for the World Series?
No, from Cleveland, Ohio, Daddy and Mama taking me to Sicily.
Oh. How long were you in Italy?
16 years.
Oh.
I'm from Sicily.
Sicily.
C-I...
You spell Sicily.
Well, C-I...
So far, you're spelling Chicago. Cincinnati.
Energy, please.
S-I-C...
S-I-C...
I-N-T-E-R-L-E-G-G-I. Sissy Interleggi, yeah? Now, what did you do in Sicily, Joe? Did you have a job there?
Yes, I have.
What did you do?
Well, when I was the age 8 years old, like I say, when Daddy take me to Sicily, I used to take my shoes off and socks and mix the clay on my feet. And started to mix the clay. And the age 11 years old already, I was profession to make 1,000 brick every day.
You made 1,000 brick every day?
That's right. And when I was at the age of 14 years old, I have a 7 man under me.
Were you working in a cemetery then?
I used to work in my farm.
That's an old joke, Joe, but that's a very grave situation, having a cemetery. This is on a very intellectual plane, this conversation, and I hate to change it for one as sordid as money, but I know you want to get a crack at the big money, so we're going to play You Bet Your Life. And remember, Joe, you're partners.
Yes.
She's a college girl, so before you answer, you discuss it with the lady over there.
All right.
All right, you selected facts about presidents. I'll ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. What musical composition is traditionally played upon the entrance of the president? Talk it over. Talk it over.
Hail the Chief.
Hail to the Chief is right.
That's one right.
Now then, what president was originally a very successful mining engineer?
Herbert Hoover.
Herbert Hoover is right.
That's 2 right.
What president was nicknamed Old Hickory?
Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson is right.
Get the next one right, and you have $1,000.
Oh, boy!
That's not a very dignified attitude for a mother. In what city was George Washington inaugurated?
New York.
New York City. There's no use fooling around with her. She knows all the answers.
And you got 4 in a row, so you won $1,000.
Well, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and at the end of the show and try to double your money. You may even get a crack at $10,000. And no matter what you decide to do, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Arrivederci.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
Thanks for your carefulness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bob Hope speaking for the National Safety Council, and I just want to say thanks for the memory of winters you have spent without an accident. Your eyes and mind are never blind for all your care has meant, and we thank you so much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you drive with extra care in the wintertime, take a bow. And take a special tip from the National Safety Council. Poor visibility is a great winter driving hazard. Keep your lights, windshield wiper, blades, and defroster in good condition. Keep the icicles off your eyelashes. And see your way through the winter safely. Thanks to your carefulness, you'll keep your winter free of traffic tragedy. And it pays you so much.
Mitzi Lynn and Ralph Barry are waiting to talk to you now, so forth you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mitzi Lynn and Ralph Barry, is that right? Where are you from, Mitzi?
Well, I was born in Trenton, New Jersey, and I lived part of my life in Long Branch, New Jersey, which is a summer resort.
Mm-hmm.
Then came to California with my parents, and now I'm living in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, are you married?
Yes, I am.
How long you been married?
11 years.
11 years. You don't look as though you've been married a day more than 2 years. Do you realize that?
You don't mean that.
No, I don't. Occasionally I tell little white lies up there. Well, you're a very young-looking woman, anyhow. What does your husband do?
Well, during the week he's a barber, but on the weekends he plays drums.
In the barber shop?
No.
He plays drums on weekends, huh?
Yes.
I guess on weekends it's a relief to look at some skin that doesn't have hair on it. Take your time. We have no place to go anyway. Mr. Barry, there's something familiar about you. You're somebody I should know. Let's see. Barry. Let's see. Is it Straw?
No.
Huckle?
No.
Goose?
No.
Raz?
I'm Wild Red Barry, the professional wrestler.
Wild Red Barry? I never heard of him. I know who you are, Red. I knew it all the time. I've never seen you wrestle, but I'd like to go to one of your rehearsals sometime. Red, I'm going to ask you a straightforward question, and I expect a crooked answer. Now tell me, is wrestling really fixed?
No.
I knew I'd get the truth out of him. Now, Red, if you can throw these other wrestlers around like you throw the bull, you should be the greatest wrestler in the world. Have you ever thought of that?
I am the greatest wrestler in all the world.
You are? On what basis do you make this modest claim? Have you ever won anything of importance? I mean, in the ring.
Groucho, for your information edification, I was world's light heavyweight wrestling champion 3 times. I was junior heavyweight champion of the world 1 time. I was champion of all Texas. I was Central States heavyweight wrestling champion and Heart of America heavyweight wrestling champion. Is that sufficient evidence?
How do you account for your success, Red? You don't seem to be particularly large and muscular. How can you beat all these gorillas? Are you better at memorizing the script?
Because of my brilliant intellect. Because I cause my opponents to proceed into a state of bewilderment, genuine uncertainty, and disturbing sense of inferiority, and on the horns of dilemma, and I paralyze, pulverize, terrorize, demoralize, eradicate, destroy, demolish, ostracize, and drive them to the sodden depths of despair and right through the mat.
You just talk him to death, is that it? Have you had any mishaps in the ring? I mean, have you ever had any bad bruises?
I have had my ribs broke, my collarbone, my shoulders, my hands are broke up, my teeth knocked off. Had enough...
Wait a minute. You said the secret word. Okay, Ducky. Up in the bird nest. You said the secret word, so you win $50. With the conversation you were making there, you were bound to say the secret word. You said every other word. Now tell us what happened to you. What have you broken in the ring?
I've had my ribs broke, my collarbone, my shoulders, my hands are broken up, my teeth knocked off. I've had enough stitches in this eye here to make Grandma a quilt. And I had my neck broke and my back broken.
Well, Red, now I remember where I've seen you. You were hanging up in a meat market. Now, how can you have all these broken bones and still say that you're in good physical shape?
Why? Because medical authorities tell me at Mayo Clinic in Research, Kansas City, where I go through every year, that I'm a specimen of physical perfection. and I'm just like a 16-year-old boy. I have the proclivity and the endurance, the stamina, an orderly mind, tiger-sharp brain, and split-second accuracy, and all the attributes that it takes to be in physical condition.
This is what the doctor told you at
yes,
Mayo?
He told me that. He says, you have it, boy.
And how soon after that did they take the doctor away? Red, you know, I'm astonished that a man of action can be so articulate. How do you account for this streak of Demosthenes here?
Due to the fact, Groucho, the cause of so much misunderstanding in this old world is the fact that people are not able to express themselves adequately, accurately, and convincingly, and expressively. So I've made it a habit and took plenty of time out so that people can understand just exactly what I have to say, so that even the most stupid dolt among them may understand what I have to say.
Well, why are you looking at me that way? Red, I would never suspect that you had such a sensitive nature. Do you have any examples of your tender side that you care to give us?
Groucho, I'm glad you said that, because no one will ever know when that little black drop will fall from an angel's trembling pen and stain that final unfinished paragraph in the book of life. So if with pleasure you are viewing any work a man is doing, if you like him or you love him, let him know it. Do not withhold your approbation until that pastor makes oration and he lies with snow white lilies o'er his brow. For it makes no difference how loud you shout it. He'll never care about it, for he'll never know how many teardrops that you shed. So if you feel there's some praise due him, now's the time to shoot it to him, because he cannot read his tombstone when he's dead.
If you don't get the Pulitzer Award for poetry this year, there's something screwy going on at Columbia University. Red, that was simply beautiful. There isn't a dry eye in the house. In fact, I'm afraid to look. I wouldn't be surprised if nobody's left in the house. Hello out there! Well, this has been a most enlightening evening. It's one of the most enlightening evenings I've spent in years. I'm still in the dark, but it sure has been enlightening. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. Will you throw Mr. Fenneman over your shoulder? No, he wouldn't do that.
I'm glad.
All right, now, you selected folk tones and old-time favorites. The orchestra will play the tune. You tell me the name of it. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Tell me this name of this old favorite. Play, Jack.
Dance with me, Henry?
I'd be glad to, but my name is Groucho. No, it's Wait for the Wagon.
Oh.
You have one wrong now. Don't get the next one wrong or the game is over.
No, I know you've heard this. What is it, Jack?
Camping on the old...
Well, that's close enough. Tenting on the old campground. Tenting tonight on the old campground.
You now have one right again.
You know what can happen if he goes out of here broke? He's liable to throw you over her shoulder.
You?
Not me. No, I'm sitting down. Huh? All right, what is the name of this old song? Play it, Jack.
Has my little dog gone?
I don't know, but that's the right answer.
You have 2 right now.
Now, what is this one? Hit it, Jack.
Until morning?
Oh, the bear jumped over the bear.
Bear went over the mountain. That's a dirty trick, giving him a song with 2 names. I've never heard it called Bear Went Over the Mountain. I've always heard we won't go home until morning.
So it's always been.
Bear Went Over the Mountain, indeed. Tell me the name of this old favorite, Professor. What is it?
My old Kentucky home.
No, I'm sorry. That's where the bear went over the mountain.
I think you got 4 in a row, so you win $1,000.
You won $1,000, Give her a big kiss, right? Wait a minute. Now, just a moment. You won $1,000. You can keep it and quit. A bear went over the mountain. Or you can come back at the end of the show and try to double your money. You may even get a crack at $10,000. So go over there and sit down on his lap and think about it. And no matter what you decide to do, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're
We'll find out if any of our contestants will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
In Robin Hood's day, that was the sound that used to get the news around. Yes, the men of Sherwood Forest used to shoot message-bearing arrows from relay point to relay point until everybody got the news. Well, a message can travel fairly rapidly for a short distance via bow and arrow, but the system wouldn't work very well for news that had to travel many miles to its destination. Keeping up with events is even more important for us today than it was for Robin Hood's men, harassed as they were by the sheriff. And fortunately, we have the fastest means of communication ever devised. We have radio. And NBC Radio, with news on the hour, keeps us posted on worldwide events wherever they happen, as soon as they happen. In our day and age, this is the sound that really gets the news around. This is Leon Pearson inviting you to keep up with the news on the hour all day, every day, over most of these NBC stations.
Groucho, Mitzi Lynn and Wild Red Barry have decided to keep their winnings, but our first couple wants to tell us their decision, so here they are, Mrs. Papadakis and Joseph Interligi. Would you come in, please?
Interligi.
You're right. No, Interligi.
Interligi.
See?
Interliggi.
All right. Now you won $1,000. If you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. What are you going to do? You can quit.
Well,
you can go ahead.
I'd like to continue.
You want to continue? What about you, Joe?
We'll continue.
All right. Now get together and you pick a number from 1 to 10 and then spin the wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, this question is worth $2,000. Mm-hmm. However, if your number comes up, this question is worth $10,000. What number do you want?
5.
Is that all right with you, 5?
Well, I like 8.
Well, take 13.
We'll give you 8.
No.
You want 8?
8.
8, all right?
All right.
Give it
Fine.
a time. Your number was 8 and it came up 4, so this question is worth $2,000. You ready? During World War II, a family of 5 brothers, all sailing on the same destroyer, were lost when their ship went down in a battle in the Pacific. For $2,000, what was the family name of these 5 celebrated Navy heroes? Mr. Indalagi, what is the answer?
I don't know, Mr. Groucho.
What's the answer?
I saw the movie, too.
Well,
I don't know.
it's the Sullivans.
Sullivan boys.
That's right. I'm sorry you missed it, but you wind up with a total of $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho.
For the housewife, the wage earner, investors big and small, commentary of vital interest on pocketbook news tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is air. A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples tonight. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, a bachelor and a spinster, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air.
Land sakes.
Their names are Ida Easley and Jack Wayne, and here they come now. Come on in here, folks, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Ida Easley, huh?
Ida Easley.
Oh, that's an easy name to remember. You're the spinster, eh?
I am.
Mm-hmm. Let me see you spin. Where are you from, Ida?
I'm from Taylorville, Illinois.
Where?
Taylorville, Illinois.
Taylorville? Did you have a job, Ida?
I'm a matron at the Douglas Aircraft Company in Oh, thank you.
Ida, of course you realize that half of that swag belongs to Mr. Wayne over here,
that's what worries me. I think he's more worried than I am, for I have a hold of it.
Well, eventually he may be holding you and the $50, eh?
Well,
Jack,
time will tell.
Well, what do you do, Jack?
Oh, I run a streetcar.
Where are you from, Jack?
Born in the heart of Boston.
Why did you leave the Beantown?
Oh, my feet got itchy. Now I want to roam.
You went to Rome, and how'd you like it there? Where do you run your trolley?
On the track.
Caught me napping, eh? I suppose that's one of the little jokes you streetcar men use to amuse each other back in the car barn. Is that it?
That's an old joke.
It is, eh? Well, it may interest you to know that while you're knocking each other out back in the car barn, the city's pulling up the tracks to make way for a bus line. Jack, how come you're a bachelor? Is it because in your job you see too much of women?
Oh, I see plenty of them.
You do, huh? You could see a lot more of them if you'd step off your streetcar and watch them climb on. I always get on last. I don't know. They think it's politeness, but it isn't really. Jack, if you found the right woman, would you be interested in matrimony?
Oh, I guess I would.
What would you consider the right woman?
Or a housekeeper, a good housekeeper, a good cook. I know you go to a ball game with me once in a while.
You don't need one girl. What you need is the YWCA, Jack. How old are you, Ida, if that isn't too...
I think I'm about his age.
Frankly, you don't care how old he is, do you? Huh?
I never thought of such a thing.
You're his age anyway, no matter how old he is.
No matter how old.
Are you a good cook, Ida?
Well, I think I'm good.
Do you like baseball?
Oh, very much.
Do you follow it quite closely?
Yes, I keep up the game.
I see. Well, I'm an average fan, too. What do you think of Sugar Ray Robinson's chances this year? You think he's going to break Babe Ruth's record?
Oh, I think he stands a very good chance.
Yes, but on the other hand, don't forget, he still has to beat Gussie Moran.
I understand.
Well, you can't blame a girl for trying, I always say. As a matter of fact, I never said that before in my life. I don't know why I lie this way. Would you get married tonight if the right man came along and knocked you off your feet?
Oh, I think I would.
You would. Well, look out for Ding Dong Daddy, yeah. He can knock you off your feet and charge you 11 cents car fare at the same time. Well, you certainly make a nice couple. Just remember, none but the brave deserve the fare, Jack. Always remember that, huh? And you're just the one to collect it. Now, we're going to play You Bet Your Life for $2,000. But I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman over there.
Friends, when you select a dealer to service your car, you owe it to yourself to visit a member of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealer Organization. This nationwide group, there are over 3,000 of them from coast to coast, believes in the old-fashioned idea of courtesy and the modern idea of finest equipment, best-trained men. As for the cars they handle, well, there just aren't any better than the big and brilliant DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. DeSoto is the car with smooth, sweeping lines that attract so much attention. You'll enjoy the experience of greater safety with DeSoto's powerful brakes that bring you to a smooth stop. No car in America has bigger brakes. DeSoto starts so quickly and powerfully and lets you drive without shifting. So drive a DeSoto before you decide on any car. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Look for those two great names linked together. DeSoto, Plymouth.
let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. You see, our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected birds, animals, and people as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10.
$10. What animal do you associate with Jonah?
The whale.
The whale is right. Now, talk right up.
And you folks are on your way. You have $30.
All right, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
20? What animal do you associate with the Pied Piper?
Oh,
Take a look at Jack.
Oh, they followed her up the street.
The piper.
Well, I'm sorry. It's rats. You were on the right track. How much have they got now?
They now have $10, Groucho.
Well, that's a shame. You're down to $10.
That's a shame. We're down
all
to
right.
$10.
Here's your third question. How much of the 10 will you try?
$5.
$5. Is that all right, Jack?
That's all right.
What animal do you associate with Daniel in the Bible?
Lion.
The lion is right, huh?
Oh, they're climbing again. You now have $15.
All right, you got $15, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15 will you risk?
Well, let's take 10.
$10.
$10. What animal do you associate with Lady Godiva?
Oh, the horse.
That's right, a horse is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $25.
Don't forget, you won how much?
$25.
$25, and you won $100. That's $125. Thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealer.
Well, Groucho, our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, so, of course, they don't know the secret word is air.
True.
Okay, fellas, you can bring them in now. We invited some lady barbers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Maybelle Taylor. Her partner is a married man, Mr. Thomas DeSilver. And here they are, folks. I'd like you to meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Maybelle Taylor, is that right?
That's right.
And Thomas DeSilva. You're a lady barber, Maybelle?
That's right.
Where are you from, Mabel?
Montana.
Montana? Whereabouts?
Culbertson, Montana.
And Thomas DeSilva, you're a married man, huh?
That's right.
Is that your only claim to distinction, Thomas?
Yes.
What sort of work do you do, Tommy?
Retired police captain.
Oh, how long? I'm glad I found that out. How long have you been married?
16 years.
You remember how you met your wife? Huh?
Yes, but it's a long story.
Well, keep it down to 1,500 words, will you? I have to be in Pittsburgh a week from next Wednesday. Okay, go ahead. How'd you meet your wife?
We went down to Wildwood, New Jersey. Got a couple of bathing suits and took her down to Wildwood, New Jersey. Put a bathing suit on and then I gave her the engagement ring.
You're a pretty shrewd cookie, aren't you?
So after seeing her in the bathing suit, then I started singing proposal to her.
You sang a proposal
Oh, yeah.
to her? Well, how did you sing a proposal to her?
Let me call you sweetheart and gave her the engagement ring.
Would you mind singing a few...
Sing it? Oh.
Well, go ahead.
Let me call you sweetheart, I'm in love with you. Let me hear you whisper that you love me true.
Keep the love light shining in your eyes, how true.
If we had 2 more fellas, we'd have the worst quartet in this town.
I'm in love with
And she consented to marry you after that? That's the first time I ever sang a chorus in 5 keys. Now, Mabel, are you married?
No, I'm not.
You're not married, huh? Would you get married to a man who sang like that to you?
Well, certainly.
I never met a lady barber before. Aren't they pretty rare?
Well, I'd say there's possibly 15 of us in the city of Los Angeles.
No, that's medium rare. Now, what made you decide? What made you decide to become a barber or a tonsorial artist? Is that what
I wanted to make money enough to see myself through nurses training.
And?
I'm still barbering.
What's the difference between a lady barber and a man barber?
There's several.
There are several differences?
There's several differences.
Well, I'm relieved to hear that, huh? You better clarify it, Mabel. There's a hermit in Idaho who may have forgotten.
Well, we have a lighter touch, and we don't talk an ear off of you.
Mm-hmm. What do? Just shave it off, huh? I suppose you have a scrapbook where you keep all your clippings, Mabel?
Yes.
Do any of your customers flirt with you, Mabel? The male customers?
Well, they're not really serious with me.
How do you handle these Romeos?
Oh, I just kid them along. They like it.
Well, how do you kid them? Do you tell them jokes?
Yes, occasionally.
Well, tell us a joke. Go ahead. Pretend I'm sitting in your chair and you want me to forget how much all this is going to cost me. Now you go ahead and tell me a joke.
Do you know the best way to save your hair?
Yes, put it in a cigar box. That's an old joke.
Do you know a way
Tell me another joke, huh?
Do you know a way to avoid falling hair?
Yes, just step nimbly to one side, huh? That's even older than the other joke, huh? You know any more jokes, Mabel?
No, I believe not.
Go on, admit it. I'm too fast for you, huh, Mabel? Huh? Well, grass,
your hair is getting a little bit thin.
Yeah, well, grass doesn't grow on a busy street, Mabel.
Well, I was going to say that grass doesn't grow on a cement highway either.
Mabel, I know just how your customers feel. My head is bloody but unbowed. Well, all right, now we're going to play You Bet Your Life, huh? Now, we'll see how you two make out in the battle for the $2,000. You got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster won $25.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of famous cities as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try? Tommy, wake up. $10. You're going to ignore Mabel, huh? What city is known as the city of brotherly love?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. That's where you...
They're on their way, Groucho. They have $30.
$30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
No,
Talk right up.
10.
Make it 20.
All right. What city is known as the biggest little city in the world?
Reno, Nevada.
Reno, Nevada is right.
Oh, you folks are really finding now. You have $50.
Here's the third question. Now, how much will you bet?
50.
50. What city is known as the Mile High City?
Denver, Colorado.
Denver, Colorado.
And they've climbed to $100.
You've climbed as high as Denver, Colorado. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 100 will you try?
Make it all? The last question?
Yes, here's the last question.
Let it go.
Let it go. You're going to shoot the works, huh? What city is known as the Smoky City?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh is right.
And they wind up in a grand total of $200.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to soon know who gets the chance at the big question, worth $2,000 tonight. Because at this point, the people who were just up here, the lady barber and the married man, are leading with $200, and the secret word is still air.
Uh-huh.
Okay, fellas, you can bring in our next contestants. We invited to the show tonight some professional golfers and some singing teachers. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Lucia Liverette and Mr. Paul Runyon. And here they come. Folks, I'd like you to meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, folks. And if you say the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Lucia Liverette, huh? You're a singing teacher. Sounds like a pretty good racket, Lucia. Where are you from? Sing Sing?
I'm from St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, huh?
Yes,
You
sir.
sing the St. Louis blues?
Well, no, not quite.
Paul Runyon, it's nice to see you again. I'm sure everyone is familiar with your name. What did you say your name was?
Paul Runyon.
Paul Runyon, huh? See there, even you're familiar with it, huh? Well, let's see. You won the Davis Cup, the Whiteman Cup, and the men's singles at Forest Hills, didn't you?
You may have a good memory, but those are tennis terms.
Oh, wrong racket. What are some of your titles, What are some of your titles, Paul?
I was fortunate enough to win the National Professional Golfers Championship in
PGA.
1934 and 1938.
That's pretty good for a little fellow like that, huh? All famous golfers have nicknames, Paul. What's yours?
Little Poison.
Little Poison, huh? They call me Big Schlemiel, huh? Why do they call you Little Poison, Paul?
Well, perhaps it's because I have been the thorn in the side of some heavier adversaries.
Very well put, Paul. Huh? And Lucia, what kind of singing do you teach?
Opera and classical and semi-classic.
You mean they have to study to scream like that? Huh? Tell me, Rigoletto, can you teach anyone to sing?
I would say yes, because I've never found anyone yet who could not learn if he had the correct technical work.
You should have been out here about 10 minutes ago. You'd be licking your wounds now, Lucia. All right, how would you teach me, Lucia? Boom, 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 boom. That's Lucia.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, to begin with, correct breathing. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, inhaling.
Inhaling.
Deeply. Relaxation so the air will keep coming there.
There you are. You pick that out, Lucia, and be sure Paul gets 50 of it, huh? Well, cadenza, are all singers alike, or is there a difference between them?
Oh, certainly.
What kind of voices do singers have?
Well, of course, to begin with, our first classification is there are women's voices and men's voices.
Well, I didn't know that. I must tell this to this Hyman. Suppose I wanted to get up a lady quartet. Could I find one who sings bass?
No. The contralto is as low as a lady goes.
You haven't been out Lucia, obviously, we haven't been out with the same kind of ladies. Now, Paul, let's talk about golf. How long do you have to be a pro before you can become an amateur? Oh, no, my mistake. That's tennis. I was thinking what is your favorite club?
The Annandale Golf Club of Pasadena.
What's your best score for 18 holes?
On a regulation 18-hole championship course, 61 at the Forest Hills Field Club in Bloomfield, New Jersey.
How about, what does the average golfer go around in?
I think 95 to 100.
How about the girls? Don't some of the girls do better than that?
Oh, a good many of the girls go around in a great deal less.
What time does your club open up in the morning? I remember the first time I played golf, I went around in 75. I didn't play at all in 76. I was busy at Valley Forge. How can I improve my score? I shoot around 94. That's with cheating.
I think I'd advise you to take a few lessons from a competent instructor, do a little practicing and a little playing.
I've taken lessons. It's hopeless.
Well,
how could I learn to win without playing well?
You might resort to a little pencil pushing, or you might have a hole in your pocket, or you might have a handy toe in the rough, or you might use a hand mashie more frequently.
How is it you know so much about those things? Tell me about that pencil pushing again, huh?
First of all, you have to forget to count over 5.
On any hole?
Any hole.
What about the 540 at Hillcrest?
Well, I think you could still forget to count over 5 on that.
I do, but you know where I am? I'm in the first sand trap leading the tee. I met 11 Arabs the last time I played. You must have had a number of exciting moments as a professional golfer. Can you tell us about one of them, Paul?
Well, as a tournament player, I've had many exciting experiences. Perhaps the most exciting is during the playing of the international 4-ball matches in Miami, Florida. I was partnered by Horton Smith in this best ball event, and on arriving at the 4th tee, I dropped a high 5-iron shot right on the top of the head of a gentleman sitting on a camp stool behind the green. He had just reached up to take his hat off to polish his head with his handkerchief when the ball lit on the top of his head and he dropped off of the seat like he'd been shot with a Winchester rifle. But on the next year, Horton and I incidentally won the first International Four-Ball Championship, and we were paired again as partners. The next year, arriving at the ninth green with 2,000 or 3,000 people down the left side of the fairway, Smith hit a booming hook down the left side. Down goes a man. Who is it? Our friend of the camp, Steve. And the publicity on the International Four-Ball matches the next year says that Dr. Johnson is in Miami to watch his perennial favorites, Runyon and Smith, in the International Four-Ball matches, but he'll gallery in an armored suit. Well, it must be very handy to have a walking bullseye on the golf course. Now, Lucia, let's get back to singing again. Do you have any particular exercises you give your singing pupils?
Well, yes, there are several kinds of exercises, all to teach them freedom of breathing, and as I said, the free flow of air up into the resonance chambers, and then to make them relax and be happy about what they're doing, we give them a laughing exercise. They start in, they enjoy it, they laugh all the way from middle C up to high C.
I once laughed from Glendale to Burbank. But what about demonstrating this exercise, Lucia? Eh?
We might take something a little lower, maybe.
We'll take something a little lower. Me, for example. Huh? You can't get any lower than that. Let's go, huh?
I see.
Tail loose, Lucia. Huh?
All right. The deep breath in the diaphragm. Then drop the jaw open for the air to go up, and then
Well, the three of us could be very happy, Paul. We could all sing together, Mashies in the Cold, Cold Ground. Well, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat the other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. That's the DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The lady barber and the married man are ahead with $200.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected women athletes as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10. $10.
$10. In what sport is Gussie Moran famous?
Tennis.
Tennis is right, huh? And on the way, they have $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of your $30 will you bet on your second question? $20. In what sport is Florence Chadwick famous? It's a tough one. Take a
Tennis?
stab. No, I'm sorry. It's swimming. She broke Gertrude Edley's record for the channel.
They now have $10.
You now have $10, he said in a low, funereal voice, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 10 you going to go for?
9.
9.
9.
Well, you're going to hang on the edge, huh, Paul? In what sport is Patty Berg famous?
Golf.
Golf is right, huh?
Well, they're on the way again. They now have $19.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 19?
The works.
You're going to shoot the works, all right. In what sport is Barbara Ann Scott famous?
Ice skating.
Ice skating is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $38. And that means the lady barber and the married man with $200 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
The best trained men, the best materials, and the best equipment. Those are the important things every DeSoto Plymouth dealer offers you car owners. And that's why you should take your car for service to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. You see, DeSoto Plymouth dealers have men trained in the latest factory methods. This means that the mechanics who work on your car are experts. And in every DeSoto Plymouth dealer shop, you'll find special tools and costly equipment. In addition, right on hand, they have a large supply of factory-engineered and inspected Mopar parts. Yes, you'll like the way business is done at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Find this out for yourself and do it real soon. The very next time your car needs service, drive in where you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the Lady Barber and the Married Man, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Good luck to you.
Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. So think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. The longest battle of our Civil War was the 7 Days Battle. What city was the objective of this great struggle?
Richmond?
Richmond is right. That's right. You win $2,000. You had the right answer, so you win $2,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
Help her brother-in-law.
You're going to help your brother-in-law. Why?
Ill.
Oh, he's ill. Well, that's a fine way to spend it. And you, Mabel?
I'm going to give some to the Cancer Fund.
Some to the Cancer Fund. Well, those are worthy objectives, huh? Let's see, you won $2,000 plus $100 in the... How much did they win in the quiz?
200 in the quiz.
200 in the quiz and $2,000 cash and the secret word?
I don't think this couple said
Get the secret word.
Well, you won $2,200, $2,200. Congratulations and thanks to both of you from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks. Just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Walkers wise, use their eyes. You Bet Your Life is transcribed from Hollywood, produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is wall. W-A-L-L.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again, all ready to start the new season with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, a couple about to be married, Groucho. They were selected by the studio audience just before we went on the air.
Really?
They are Corinne Dressler and Elmer Rich.
People,
step right up here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And if you say the secret word while we're talking, you will divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A couple about to be married. Corinne Dressler, is that...
That's right.
And Elmer Rich, eh?
Yes, Groucho.
So you two are about to set sail on the sea of matrimony, eh? Miss Dressler, where are you from?
I'm from the Tri-City, Dubuque, Iowa.
Is that 3 cities, Dubuque, Iowa?
Well, it's right on the boundary of Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa.
Oh, well, that's very educational. Eh? And Mr. Rich?
I'm from
where are you from?
small corner of South Dakota near Alcester.
Oh, you look like Jimmy Roosevelt. Only he wears a necktie, yeah? How old are you?
22.
22. And you?
30.
30. Just think, I'm old enough to be your father.
Yeah.
If you think long enough, I'm old enough to be your grandfather. What sort of work do you do, Elm? I'll call you Elm. That's a tree I used to know in North Dakota. Huh?
I work for the Owens, Illinois Glass Company.
Owens, Illinois Glass Company? Where is Owens, Illinois?
In Vernon, California.
Has Rand McNally heard about this?
I mean, Owens, Illinois.
Elmer, let's start all over again. Just where is Owens, Illinois?
There isn't any such place as Owens, Illinois.
You just said it was in Vernon, California. I hope your glass is clearer than your geography. What is your job at this plant specifically?
I'm a production recorder.
Production recorder? And what does that consist of?
Well, after the ware is put in boxes, it's put on wheel wagons. And
I didn't get the first...
After the bottles, the ware... We call it ware.
Why don't you call it bottles? It's too simple?
I guess so. I don't know. But anyway, it's...
Have you ever inquired? Why don't you ask the foreman at the plant why they don't call them bottles, since they are bottles?
Yeah, I don't know. I never
you just stand there and giggle at the foreman, huh? Tell me you're a cinch to get bounced. Well, anyway, what is your job?
I'm a production recorder.
No, we passed that point some time ago, huh?
Well, the job consists of checking out all bottles that have been packed in boxes that have been sent out of the packing room to be shipped to different customers. And I record all that, which in turn is sent to the accounting office for their records.
And then they destroy it, I suppose, huh? And where do you work, Corrine? Where do you work?
I work at Owens, Illinois, too.
For a town that doesn't exist. Owens, Illinois has a bigger population than Vernon, California. How did you meet this chap?
I was working one day, and he used to come around every hour to check the offware. And
That's what you thought. Huh?
Well, he didn't pay any attention to me for a long time, and I noticed him, but one day he finally noticed me for some reason or other, and he asked me...
What was the reason?
I don't know.
I know, but I won't tell you. You know, two can play at that game. I can be just as coy as you can. Well, anyway, you looked him over. He had looked you over.
And finally, he came up and asked me for a date. And then after that, he used to stop around every half hour.
Must have got a lot of work done at that plant. And what is your job at the factory?
I'm a selector.
A selector?
Yes.
Isn't that strange? I knew you were a selector the moment I saw you. If I met you on the street, I'd say to myself, there's a selector if I ever saw one. Now then, what is a selector?
Well, I pack all the ware in boxes.
You call it wares too, huh?
Yes. And I check it for all defects, for cracks and for bullheads.
Bullheads?
Yes.
What do? Do you go fishing in this plant? Was that how you selected Elmer? You examined him to see if he was cracked? Well, let's talk about your future as man and wife. How much do you figure it's going to cost the two of you to live for a month, Elmer?
I don't believe it costs as much as it does now.
Elmer, how do you figure it'll cost you less to live after you're married?
Well, I won't be going out eating dinner every night, and going to movies, and out to races. And...
Is this true, Corrine? Aren't you? Are you going to cut down on the entertainment?
Well, we don't go out to dinner very often, and we don't go to too many movies. Haven't been to the races in a long time.
Elmer, you're trapped in one of your own bottles. Elmer, why don't you forget this girl and marry the one you've been spending all your money on? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000. Before you do, pay close attention to Fenneman, who is speaking for all of us on the show.
Well, folks, this is our first program of the fall season. And by our, I mean the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. These dealers are glad to be bringing to you once again Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life. They welcome these weekly opportunities to tell you something about themselves and the way they try to do business. They want you to know they feel that you, as a customer, deserve the very best their service crews can give you. They try to do every servicing job as quickly and as economically as possible. The mechanics who work on your car are skilled in the latest servicing methods and have the finest equipment to work with. They aim to treat you courteously every time you drive in. So find out soon what it means to be really satisfied with the folks who care for your car. Just visit a DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow.
All right, now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Gentlemen, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. You see, our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Well, that's fair enough. Here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected national parks as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10? In what state is the Grand Canyon National Park?
Arizona.
Arizona is right.
And they're on their way, Groucho. They have $30.
All right, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you bet on your second question?
20.
20, huh? You don't pay any attention to her at all. All right, in what state is Mount Rainier National Park?
Washington.
Washington is correct.
They're really fighting now. They have $50.
All right, here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you bet?
20.
Not yet.
You're betting $20?
Yes.
Just ignore them out there, huh? Here's your third question. You're betting $20. In what state is the Everglades National Park?
Florida.
Florida is right.
They're really up there now. They have $70, Groucho.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 70 will you bet?
10. All right, 10.
$10. In what state is Carlsbad Cavern National Park?
Oh, New Mexico.
New Mexico is correct.
And the winner for the winning total is $80.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go too far away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Our next couple doesn't know that the secret word is wall. Perhaps they'll say it while they're talking to you. Okay, fellas?
Perhaps.
Bring them in. We invited some women to the show tonight who operate self-service laundries. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Pauline Jenks. Her partner is a married man from the audience, Mr. Huntley Chapin. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A self-service laundry operator and a married man, eh? Mr. Chapin, how long have you been a self-service laundry operator?
I'm a married man.
I wondered he had such a clean shirt on. That's what fooled me. Where are you from, married man?
Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo? Mm-hmm. Now, Mrs. Pauline Jenks, you must be the laundry operator. Now, come cleaner. Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Glendale.
Glendale, huh? And Mr. Chapin, what are you doing in California?
I'm living here.
Well, now that I get a good look at you, I imagine you are. I mean, what kind of work do you do?
Well, I'm in rather an unusual occupation, I believe. The fly trapping business.
What is a fly trap?
A fly trap catches flies.
That's certainly a logical answer. It doesn't clear up anything for me, but it's logical anyway. How do you mean a fly trap catches flies? Can't you catch them with your hand? Need a machine for that?
That'd keep you too busy, I believe.
Well, I have nothing to do all week, you know. Now, do you ever do your washing in a self-service laundry, Mr. Chapin?
No, I don't.
Where do you do your washing?
I don't do it.
You don't wash?
No.
Well, I suppose it's all the way you're brought up. Well, does your wife ever patronize a self-service laundry?
Yes, she does.
She does, huh? Now, Miss Jenks, tell us something about your washing emporium. What is the self-service laundry?
Well, a self-service laundry is where
It's a cafeteria for underwear?
it's where a housewife brings her weekly wash.
Mm-hmm. I see. Now, as a self-service laundry operator, has anything unusual ever happened to you?
Well, not particularly in connection with the laundry business that I can think of right now. I can remember one time about 15 years ago when I was in Laguna Beach, something unusual happened.
Well, we won't tell anybody.
I was out swimming with a girlfriend, and we used to swim a long ways out from shore, and we used to swim all on natural because we could get a lot more speed.
You
and
mean on the
freedom
half
with
shell?
stroke. And while we were swimming one day, we had a surfboard with us, and one would hold the suits while the other would practice swimming, and we'd take turns. And I happened to look toward shore, and I saw the lifeguards setting out in their boat. So I got
How many lifeguards were there coming out?
Three.
Three and only two girls? Well, that's Laguna for you. At Santa Monica, there'd have been 7. So anyway, there you are, naked in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. That was the year I had to go to the mountains. That's been the history of my life. I've always made the wrong move.
Well, they rode around a couple times and they left, and I finally had to laugh about it too, although I wasn't laughing at the time.
Well, let's get back to the cleaning business. Now, suppose I slink into your bathhouse with my moldy laundry here. What's the first thing that happens?
Well, you put your laundry in the machines, and then we give you a ticket.
I'm only going 20 miles an hour. Look, if I throw my laundry in your machine, the first thing that would happen is the machine would throw it right back. When do I put in the soap?
Well, you don't put in the soap. We put in the soap for you because...
Oh, thank you. I'll put in my own soap.
You might put in too much and get the machine frothing.
The machine starts frothing? What do? Do you shoot it before it bites somebody?
No, we turn it off in that case.
All right. Now my socks are happily splashing in your machine. Now what do? Do I have to rinse them out?
Oh, no. Our machine does everything.
Mm-hmm. When machines start doing everything, that's when I start selling my Liberty Bars. Well, now that I know all about self-service laundry, let's see how well you two make out in the battle for the $1,000. You got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The young couple about to be married won $80.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected friends and companions as your category. Fenneman, be here on time in the future, will you? Or you can turn in your uniform. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try? $10. What was the name of Robinson Crusoe's companion?
Friday.
Friday is right. And they're on their way. They have $20, Groucho. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, you have $30. How much of the 30 will you risk?
30.
What was the name of John Alden's friend?
Miles Standish.
I was going to say they have $60.
They have $60. All right, here's your third question. How much of the 60?
30.
$30. All right. What was the name of Tom Sawyer's friend?
Finn.
Huckleberry Finn is right. Now they have $90. All right, you got $90, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much will you bet?
Well, let's bet it all, shall we?
Okay. Make it easy.
You're going to be clean anyhow in the laundromat. You might as well be clean here. Little John of Sherwood Forest was a friend and follower of what leader?
Robin Hood.
Robin Hood is right. And they wind up in a grand total of $480. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,000 question. Fenneman, come in here and tell us who's ahead so far, will you?
The couple who was just up here, the lady that runs the automatic laundry, and the married man from the audience are ahead with their $180.
I see.
Secret word is still wall.
Still wall, okay.
We went searching through the audience tonight for some people with unusual occupations. And just before we went on the air, we selected Mary Mitchell, and her partner is Mr. William Peeler. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mary Mitchell, is that right?
Correct.
Mary Mitchell. And William Peeler. Mrs. Mitchell, where are you from?
Liberal, Missouri.
Libra, Missouri?
That's right.
What is the population of that town?
800.
800.
Before I left.
Is that why you left, Mrs. Mitchell?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, you may before the evening is over. Now, Mr. Peeler, where are you from?
I'm from Iowa.
Now, you were chosen tonight because of your unusual occupations. Mrs. Mitchell, what is your occupation?
I am associated with the Cat Care Club.
A cat care club?
Cat Care Club.
Well, what is a cat care club?
Well, we rescue cats and find homes for them.
Do you give cats to anybody who asks for one? For example, could I have a cat?
Well, you would have to qualify. You'd have to be investigated.
I can't even get a skunk to live in my house. What do you mean? I've been investigated. How many cats do you have at the present time?
Oh, about 150.
Well, where do you get your cats?
Oh, people phone from all over the country, all over the county, and even other counties. Just before I came down here, a woman called me and wanted me to take care of 35 cats. She started out with one cat a short time ago, and now she has 30 cats. She's 35. She says she sees her mistake. But it's too late, so I must take the cats.
Mrs. Mitchell, biologically, that's not possible. You can't start off with one cat and then have 30 cats.
Well, she did
You have
take
to start off with 2 cats.
Well, in
Not
fact,
much I know about cats.
I know. 2 stray cats came in after she took the one cat. So she really started with 3 cats.
Oh. Well, that's more like it, anyway. Now, what is your unusual occupation, Mr. Peeler?
Well, I am a wood carver. I take a solid block of wood like this, and in 5 minutes and 23 seconds, I have a pair of pliers that'll open and shut like that.
Are these pliers? I thought those were bow legs.
And, well, they look like bow legs, but they're really a little pair of pliers.
Mm-hmm. They're pliers, eh?
Yes. You see,
Well, that's very clever.
made my glasses out of wood, and my watch chain, that's made out of one solid block of wood, and it isn't put together, and you can't take it apart.
Is this for me?
Yes, that's for you. You may keep that for a souvenir. I sell those for souvenirs.
Oh, you sell them?
Oh,
Well,
yes.
here, you better take it back.
You can keep that.
I don't want to get involved in any finance with you. Huh?
All right.
Now, where do you do this whittling?
Well, in store windows and before Kiwanis clubs and Rotary clubs and Boy Scout groups mostly.
Is there pretty good money in your business? Is it true you're always in the chips?
Well, I managed to... I make these pliers. I sell them for $1 a piece.
Let's see that. I've never seen one of those.
And,
Well, that's very interesting. Is this for me?
and yes, if you want it.
Oh, you shouldn't have. I may get enough for all the brothers here tonight. Huh? I'll have his watch before he leaves here. You say people pay $1 a piece for those wooden pliers? Why?
Well, you see, I throw in a $50 bill with each pair that I sell.
Well, that's
Free.
a pretty good come on, huh? I can see you have a very good head for business, Mr. Peeler. Have you had it examined lately? Now, tell me, Blockbuster, that's because you're a wood carver. Tell me, how do you make money giving away $50 bills?
Well, you see, I print my own money. That's why I can do it.
Well, that explains it. I'm relieved to know that you're not doing anything dishonest, Mr. Peeler. Now, as one counterfeiter to another, why do you do it?
Well, because, you see, we got a lot of colors in the rainbow, and we got a lot of different kinds of money, and all of the money we've ever had has always been green on the back. Well, one year I want to print the $100 bills red and the $50 bills blue and the $20 bills brown. And then I want to come out over the microphone and say, all you people that got a $100 bill that's red on the back dated 1950, I'm going to call it in 3 weeks from tomorrow at a discount. Now, you go home and get that $50 bill or that $100 bill out from under the rug, and you go down, you buy that suit of clothes you've been looking at for the last 6 months, but you were too stingy to buy the suit of clothes because you thought more of the money than you did of the clothes. But if you hang on to the money, you're going to have pay a discount. So when you buy the suit of clothes and the factory opens up and hires another guy, and we got more prosperity than we got now. And that's the way I intend to eliminate all unemployment and all poverty in the state of California by just changing the money a little bit, making it different colors and putting a date on it and calling it in every once in a while.
I used to think I talked a lot, huh? Mr. Peeler, have you always been a whittler?
No, I have been in the real estate business, and then I ran for Congress in 1935
You
over
did,
in
huh?
the valley, yes.
What happened when you ran for Congress?
Well, out of 150,000 votes, I only lacked 952, getting enough to go down to Congress. Because, you see, I didn't have quite enough money. My major opponent, he spent $25,000, and I only had 10. But with that 10, I bought a little automobile and put loudspeaker horns on it and had a microphone in front of the wheel, and I'd go down the street and I'd say, Peeler for the people. Peeler peels the peeling from the pension problem. He puts the plan plainly and paints pretty pictures of its possibilities. Please put this paper on your piano, and if you like him, put him in Congress. Plan to hear him tonight at the high school. Everybody come out.
I'm surprised you got any votes. Well, you've been an interesting couple, and we're happy to have you here. Now, we're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you get a chance at the $1,000. At the DeSoto Plymouth question, that's the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's all going to remind our listeners.
The woman from the self-service laundry and the married man are ahead with $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous rivers as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
Half.
Half? Is that all right with you,
that's
Mr.
all
Peeler?
right, yes.
What is the name of the river boundary between Texas and Mexico?
The river boundary between
What is the river between Texas and Mexico?
Oh, yes, I know what that river is.
I don't know, and I wish you'd tell me. Huh?
Between Texas and Mexico? Yeah, the Rio Grande.
Rio Grande is right, huh?
And they're on their way, Groucho. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 you're going to try?
Half.
Half? Is that all right with you, Mr. Peeler?
Well, I guess so.
All right. What is the name of the South American river with the largest volume of water in the world?
Well,
Amazon.
The Amazon is right.
They're on the way now. They have $45.
Here's your third question. How much of the 45 will you try?
What do you say?
Oh, we can spare 20, I guess.
20 it is.
$20. What is the name of the river that cuts through the Grand Canyon?
Colorado.
The Colorado is right.
And now they have $65.
$65 is your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the 65?
Let's shoot half of it anyway. You want to shoot all of it?
What he says, we'll
I'd like to come out with a $5 bill anyway.
What do you care? You're going to print your own money anyhow.
Well, mine ain't any good, though, you see. I can't spend mine yet.
All right, kids, come on. We got another show next Thursday. What are you going to do?
$20.
How much? $20. Here's your last. All right, here we go. London Bridge crosses what English river?
Oh, you know that.
Now, don't get your own bridge
Thames.
mixed up in this, huh? The Thames is right, huh?
And they wind up with a grand total of $85. And that means the laundry lady and the married man, with $180, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Friends, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer handles two really great cars. The magnificent DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. DeSoto, with its graceful sweeping lines, is really a new concept in driving comfort. You'll thrill to DeSoto's featherlight steering. You'll enjoy DeSoto's new chair-high seats. And you'll be amazed at the huge rear window that greatly increases visibility. Yes, and there's even more to discover about the new DeSoto. It's an economical car to operate. No car in America has bigger brakes. It brings you a waterproof ignition. And, of course, DeSoto lets you drive without shifting. So drive a DeSoto before you decide. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. No matter where you are or where you drive, look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Well, here we are, the gal from the laundry and the fly trap, huh? All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Ready? What is the name of the city that has been the capital of Korea for more than 2,000 years? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Sewell.
Sewell is right.
you had the right answer, so you win $1,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
I kind of like...
You're going to buy a bathing suit and go back in that raft, huh?
Well, I think I'll kind of spread it around. I think...
Well, spread some around me, will you?
Money's fun if you can share it, and I can think of a few people that kind of need some.
Well, that's a good way to spend the money, yeah? Let's see, you win $1,000, and how much?
$180 in the quiz.
That's $1,180. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations.
Oh.
From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
You bet your life. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council about good highway habits. If your policy on the road is courtesy, you are always the beneficiary. You Bet Your Life is produced by John Goodell, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is grass. Grass.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, we asked if there were any young people present tonight who'd like to get married if they found the right partner.
I see.
And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Christine Carson and Dan Metzger. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Christine Carson and Dan Metzger. Miss Christine Carson. Shall I call you Christine, or do you have a nickname?
Well, everybody calls me Chris, and then Mother used to call me Ouija.
Where are you from, Ouija? We get familiar very quickly. It's about as far as I get with my familiarity, but at least it's a step in the wrong direction. Where are you from, Ouija? Didn't I say that a minute ago? I'm even bored with myself, and the show hasn't even started yet. Now, which one is Ouija? I forgot. Well, every time I holler Ouija, you throw your hand up. Huh? Now, where are you from?
I'm from Oakland, California.
Oakland, huh? Dan Metzger, huh? What's your nickname, Dan?
Well, some call me Dan, Danny, or I have friends that call me Daniel Boone.
How close do you know these people? Huh? And where are you from, Dan?
Melfort, Saskatchewan, Canada.
Oh. Somebody out there from Port Jervis. How old are you, Mr. Boone?
30 years old.
30 years old. Well, that's a ripe old age. And Ouija, what is your age?
I'm 23.
23, eh? Well, you're a mighty attractive-looking girl, huh?
Thank
Now,
you.
Fenneman says you'd like to get married if you found the right partner. Is that right, Ouija?
Yes, I would.
Well, that's a very worthy objective, eh? And I hope you take your objective, eh? Mr. Boone, would you like to get married?
Eventually, yes.
Well, that's a sneaky answer if I ever heard one. What do you mean? What's your reason? Or have you completely lost your
Well,
reason?
I would. And after all, we all like the things that go with married life. We all like to settle down, have a darling little wife and children, what have you.
Are you asking me or telling me? What did you say? You'd like to have a family, is that it? Well, is there any particular family that you crave? I must say that you're the most reluctant bridegroom I've met this year. Maybe I'll have more luck with Ouija here. Who do you work for, Christine?
Arthur Murray.
Oh, is that so? I've known Arthur Murray for 40 years. He makes the best chop suey on 7th Avenue. How long have you worked in that hash house? Or that chop house, I guess.
That's the wrong Murray. I work for the one who teaches dancing.
Oh, well, as you're crazy about typesickery, and I'm crazy about chop suey. However, we can still be friends. Dan, where do you work?
I'm an instructor with the Hollywood riding stable.
Oh, well, maybe I can marry you to Christine before the night's over. At least you're sort of a groom already, aren't you? What do you do at Arthur Murray's, Christine?
I teach dancing.
Could you teach me to dance?
Well, of course.
What makes you so sure, you know? Others have tried and failed.
Well, Mr. Murray has a very wonderful system, and in 35 years there have only been 3 people that he couldn't teach to dance. And
who were they?
They were idiots.
Anyone for shuffleboard? Christine, suppose I wanted to become a social sensation overnight and I decided to take some lessons from Mr. Murray. Now, I come slinking into your studio. What happens?
Well, you're greeted by a woman interviewer, and you're taken on a tour of the studio. You're taken into a private room where the...
In a private room, eh?
Yes, so that the analysis can be made, so that she can study your character and your dancing.
Well, she may not learn much about my dancing, but she'll learn a lot about my character. Now, what next?
Well, then, after the complete analysis has been made, you would be turned over to an instructor.
The police, probably, huh? Now, what'd you say?
I said you would be turned over to me.
Oh, now you're talking, huh? Well, it took a long time to get around to that, but it was certainly worth it. What are you going to teach me?
Well, first I'd have to teach you how to hold a girl.
You're kidding, aren't you? Well, now, Dan, let's get back to your stable. Suppose I wanted you to teach me to ride. Where do we begin?
Well, we begin with the reins.
Do we get an umbrella with this lesson? Or... Okay, I know all about the reins. What next?
Well, you take the reins in your left hand, grasp the saddle with your right, put your left foot in the left stirrup, and then throw yourself all the way over.
Am I on the horse now?
Well, you're supposed to be, yes.
That's what you think. I'm on the other side of the horse, flat on my face. Now, Dan, what do you do? What do you look for in a good riding horse?
Well, the first thing I look for is a pair of beautiful eyes. Nice long mane, curvaceous neck, nice teeth.
Kiss me, you fool. Christine, I think he's proposing. Well, I think you make a lovely couple, and I think you're going to be very happy as you ride through life together, waltzing on that horse. Now, in just a minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,000. But right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
The word reliability is mighty important. And it's a mighty important word to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer, too. For whenever you need service for your car, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer wants to make sure you get reliable service. And as car owners from coast to coast know, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer also handles two really great cars, the brilliant DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. When you own a DeSoto, you'll enjoy the pleasure of driving without shifting. You'll thrill to the ease of DeSoto's feather-touch steering. And you'll experience the feeling of greater security when you bring the DeSoto to a stop. No car in America has bigger brakes. Yes, for a smooth-riding car that's economical to operate, DeSoto is the car to buy. So drive a DeSoto before you decide. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. You see, our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected farm animals and birds as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$5.
$5, all right. What kind of a farm animal is a Hereford? Hereford.
That's a cow.
That certainly is, huh?
That's right, it's a cow. And they're on their way with $25.
All right, you're on your way with $25. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 25 will you risk?
10.
Let's try 15.
15?
15. All right. What is a percheron?
It's a horse.
A horse is correct.
You folks are really climbing now. You have $40.
You got $40, and here's your third question.
$30.
How much you going to bet?
$30.
$30. What is a New Zealand white?
New Zealand white?
Yeah.
It's a chicken.
You agree with that?
I don't know. We'll take it.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's a rabbit. They taste a good deal alike, but it was the wrong answer.
And they've dropped to $10, Groucho.
Well, that's a shame. You dropped to $10. All right. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
10.
Okay. What is a leghorn?
It's a chicken.
A chicken is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $20.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, stick around now. You may get a chance at the big question.
Friends, our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is grass. Perhaps they'll say it while they're talking to you, Groucho. Okay, fellas, bring them in. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a trash man and a housewife to be his partner. And here they are, Marshall Rabens and Christina McLean. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Marshall Rabens, you're a trash collector, eh?
Oh, that's right.
Pretty snappy dresser for a trash collector.
Only working daytime.
This isn't part of the stuff that you collected, evidently.
No, I don't have that kind of luck.
Are you in business for yourself?
Yes, I am.
What do you call your business?
Yellow Barrel Company.
And Christina McLean, is it?
That's right.
It's a Scotch name, huh?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. Nice one, too.
Thank you.
What sort of work does your husband do, Mrs. McLean?
He's a retired railroad man.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any trash at your house?
Why, of course, every housewife has trash.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Some women think a lot of their husbands. How did you meet your husband, Mrs. Mack? I'll call you Mrs. Mack, huh?
All right, that's fine. Well, I went home from work one day, and my mother was having the winter cold put in, and she was also canning strawberries. So I was going down the cellar steps quite gingerly, carrying this crate of strawberries, when a voice said, would you like some help there? So when he said that, I was so scared I dropped the strawberries and fell down the rest of the steps. Well, the fella, he came out and tried to help me, and my mother came to the cellar door and she yelled, for heaven's sake, what's going on down there? He said, well, I'm trying to help your daughter pick up the strawberries. And she thought he meant pick them. And she didn't know.
Your mother didn't hear very well, huh?
No, she was up in the kitchen. She couldn't hear me.
Does she hear well in the kitchen? Huh?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't even know your mother.
Oh, you'd like her if you did.
Oh, I'd be crazy about it, but we have an oil burner. So very little contact with strawberries or coal, huh? Now, Marshall, what do you think of Mrs. McLean's story?
I thought it was a very fine story.
Yeah. Well, you're accustomed to trash. Now,
Oh, no, that wasn't nice.
No, that wasn't nice. I liked the story. I thought it had a nice tender quality to it. Now, Marshal, are you employed by the city or the county?
Oh, neither one. I'm a private enterprise.
Private, huh? Well, you're independent. You mean you won't pick up any trash that doesn't appeal to you, is that right?
That's right.
He's a true collector, this fellow, huh? Now, how many homes do you service in a day, Marshal?
Oh, I make about 200 pickups a day.
Really? I must be in the wrong business. I haven't made one in 3 weeks, huh? Now, Mrs. Mack, would you be interested in Marshall's trash collection service?
No, I don't believe so.
Marshall, you've got a job. Sell Mrs. McLean your service. Go ahead.
Mrs. McLean, we leave you a barrel, first of all, so you can put everything in a barrel. You can roll it to the curb. In a barrel, you can put leaves, so many items, grass clippings, and...
That's the secret word.
Grass was the secret
Well, you
word.
kids have just made $100 between you. You divide this between you, huh?
Oh, isn't that grand?
Isn't that wonderful, huh? It just shows if you talk long enough, anything can happen around here. Well, how about it, Mrs. McLean? Are you sold on this pitch?
Yes, but he doesn't go by my house.
I'm sure he could arrange that. Where is your house?
In Niagara Falls, Ontario.
Well, on your next trip out here, bring your trash with you, Mrs. McLean. Do your customers ever give you any trouble, Marshal?
Yes, every now and then we hear about or we catch someone in the middle of the night sneaking out of the house and carrying their trash across the street or to their neighbors and dumping into the barrel. And
what a shabby thing to do, huh? Now, I think we've covered the trash situation pretty carefully, unless there's something you'd like to add. You've got anything to say,
how's the trash situation at your home?
Well, I do the same thing with mine as my neighbor does. I throw it in his barrel. Well, I think you two are going to make a lot of money as you go through life, and your paper profits will be wonderful on this route, Marshal. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much they won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The dance instructor and the writing instructor are ahead with $20.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected American meanings for English words as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try? Talk right up, kid. $10. Remember, you've got 100 already. All right, they call it a lift. What do we call it?
Elevator.
Elevator is correct.
And you folks are on your way. You have $30.
Now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
All right, what are they talking about when they refer to ladders in reference to their clothing? Kind of tough, but take a stab at it anyhow.
Shoes.
No, you were close. It runs in stockings. That's what they call it.
They now have $10.
Oh, the voice of doom here, huh? Well, you're down to $10. That's too bad. All right, you're going to bet your $10 on this one?
Yes.
All right, what is our word for suspender belt?
Braces.
No.
Suspender belt.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Suspender belt?
Yeah.
You mean the suspenders they put
in England, they call it a suspender belt. What do we call it?
Suspenders.
No,
Braces.
no. I'm sorry. It's a girdle. Well, you shouldn't have known that, but you should certainly have known that. I'm surprised at you. If you'd spend less time in that soft coal, Mrs.
Well, Groucho, these people went broke.
Well, we can't let them go away with
Absolutely
nothing.
not. We'll get a bad reputation.
All
So,
right. Well, you've got that already, Fenneman, but I haven't. All right, here's one more chance to win some money. You get this one right, and we'll give you $10. And no help from the audience, please. In what city was the Boston Tea Party held?
Boston.
In Boston, that's right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Fenneman, who's ahead?
The dance instructor and the unmarried man that worked at the stable is ahead with $20. Do you know if that's true or not?
No, I don't, but since you said it...
He's ahead with $20.
Inasmuch as you said it, I doubt it.
And our next couple has been off stage, so they, of course, don't know the secret word is grass. Just before we went on the air, Groucho, our studio audience selected a young lady who works in an employment agency, Miss Mildred Harradine. And her partner is a yacht broker, Mr. Charles Beauchamp. And here they are now. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, folks. And if you say the secret word, you'll spend $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Harradine, is that right?
That's right.
Where are you from, Mildred?
Salem, Massachusetts.
Mr. Beauchamp, is that? You're a yacht
Beauchamp,
broker.
yes, sir.
Beauchamp, is it? You're a yacht broker, is
Yes,
that right?
that's my business.
I thought you looked pretty crafty. Where are you from, Charlie, my boy?
Iowa.
Iowa, huh?
Yeah.
You're in the yacht business, and you're from Salem, huh?
That's right.
You should be from Salem if you're in the yacht business.
That's right.
You do Salem, don't you?
Oh, yes, once in a while.
I'll scratch something out of this yet. Huh? Who do you work for, Mr. Beauchamp?
Well, I'm in business for myself.
I see. And how is business?
Oh, very good. I can't complain.
Well, would you if you could?
Oh, I would.
How many yachts did you sell today?
Oh, none today.
Well, aren't people hoarding yachts these days? You didn't sell any today, but business is good, eh?
Yeah.
How many don't you sell on a bad day?
Well, you don't buy a yacht just like you go out and buy a pound of hamburger, you know.
Well, if the price of hamburger gets much higher, there won't be much difference, huh? Now, Mildred, at your agency, do you fill any type of job, or do you just handle certain types?
Just certain types.
Would you be interested in my type, Mildred? Not so quick with the answer. I would have been flattered by just a little hesitation. Obviously, you're not interested in handsome, dashing young men, eh?
Oh, yes, I am.
Something tells me my barber's been lying to me. Now, let's find out something about your business, Mr. Beauchamp. For example, just what is a yacht?
Well, a yacht is a boat...
that I know. I mean...
from, I'd say 40 foot and running around $20,000 to $2 million.
Really? And how many of these financial disasters have you sold this year?
Well, I've turned over about 12.
You've turned over 12 boats?
Yes.
And you sold them anyway? Suppose I bought a $2 million yacht now. Where could I go in it?
Oh, with a yacht of that size, you'd go anywhere you wanted to.
Look pretty silly going up Wilshire Boulevard. Well, suppose I just bought a cheap little thing, say around $40,000. Where could I go in that?
Well, you could go to Catalina on weekends. That's about the only place you can go around here.
That's about all you could do with a $40,000 yacht, go to Catalina?
Yeah.
Oh, what you don't know about yachts, Mr. Beauchamp, huh? I can go fishing, too, you know. Huh? Anything unusual ever happened to a yacht broker, Mr. Beauchamp?
Oh, yes, quite often. It wasn't so very long ago. I was showing a boat I just sold, and we'd been all through the boat, and he said, well, how is the running rigging on the boat? And I said, oh, it's just fine. It's all brand new. And as I said that, I leaned up against the boom, and the line just parted like that, and I fell in the bay.
And did they fish you out?
Well, I fished myself out. The party that was buying the boat was quite a comedian. He looked down at me, and he said, well, pardon me, can I get your hat for you? And it was floating off down in the bay.
He wasn't a professional comedian, huh?
No, I think he was.
Well, now tell me, suppose you sell a yacht, let's say a $2 million job. Now, what do you get out of it?
Oh, I get 10% off the top.
You get 10% off the top? Doesn't the poor sucker even get a poop deck for his $2 million? Why would anyone need a yacht broker, Commodore? What's to stop me from going out and buying a yacht? Besides money, I mean. How do you earn your 10%?
Well, first I know that the boat is all right, that there's no worms or dry rot in it, and that it's a good, clean deal.
What do you mean by a clean deal?
Well, no dirty bilge.
What's a dirty bilge? Is that what you get at the first of the month? What's the most luxurious yacht you have ever handled?
It was one that was built in the Great Lakes. It's a very modern, ultra-modern, streamlined design. There's about 10 staterooms. They're all double staterooms. And they have real deep, thick rugs throughout the boat. And, in fact, a fella could walk through that rug with a hole in his pants. You couldn't even see it. And
what was that? You could walk through what?
That rug.
Yeah, how?
With a hole in the seat of his pants, and you couldn't even see it. They're so deep.
Guy buys a yacht for $2 million and's got a hole in his pants. Huh? That fellow's not a very shrewd businessman. Now, how much a month would it cost to operate a scow like that?
Oh, it would run about $100,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. That's with 2 pair of pants, I suppose, huh? Now, Mildred, just how do you go about finding the right girl for the right job? Now, suppose I wanted a girl and called you up. What would you do?
Well, I'd ask you some questions first.
I thought there was a catch in it. I want a redhead with nice eyes and one who is a whiz at keeping her figures in line. Now, how about it?
Well, does that secretary have to be a fast typist?
Well, not too fast. I should be able to catch her after about the 3rd lap. Well, you've been an interesting couple, and I think I'll find my own secretary. But we're happy to have you here anyhow. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other 2 couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The dance instructor and the writing instructor are still leading with $20.
Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected birds and animals, male and female, as your category.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
10.
All right, Mildred?
10.
All right, cow is the female. What is the male?
Heifer, isn't it?
Bull.
Bull.
A bull is right. That you agree with that, I'm sure. Well, you folks are on your way. You have $30. The fellow's been on a yacht. He certainly knows a lot about cattle. Huh? Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
You try this time.
Let's try 15.
All right. What do you call a female deer?
A doe.
A doe is right, and you've won some right there. Huh?
Yes, they're climbing now. They have $45.
Well, you got a lot of dough. You got $45. Here's your third question. Now, how much of the 45?
20.
20?
Okay.
Are you looking at him for advice or just admiringly? What are you, $20? What do you call a female pig?
A sow.
A sow is correct.
You're really climbing now. You have $65.
She knows more about sows than cows, huh? All right, you got $65 now. How much are you going to try of the 65?
You guess it this time.
Let's try 25.
25. All right, what do you call a male goose?
A gander.
A gander is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $90. They are the winners. That means that you, too, get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Friends, I think you'll agree that you get the best job done when you go to a specialist. Well, when you need service of any kind for your car, take it to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Because there you'll find specialists in the field of service. You'll like the quick, speedy service DeSoto Plymouth dealers will give you. They have factory-trained mechanics who work with the most modern equipment. Right on hand, they have a large supply of factory-engineered and inspected Mopar parts. This means you're on your way quickly without needless waiting. So next time your car needs service, take it to the place you know you'll get the work of specially trained men. Drive in at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
I thought they did it very well this time, huh?
And here's our winning couple, Groucho. The lady from the employment agency and the yacht broker all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Well, this will seem like small potatoes to you after that $2 million commission. But I'm sure you can use the $500 if you win, brother. All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. And think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. It's a long one. Think carefully. Just 100 years ago, a unique republic was founded. Their official language is English. They use the dollar as a medium of exchange. And the country was founded by a settlement of citizens from the United States. What country is it that is so much like our own in government? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Heidi.
No, I'm sorry. It's Liberia. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you did pretty well. Let's see. You lost the big money, but how much did you win? You won how much? $90 in the quiz?
$90 in the quiz, yes.
And no secret word?
No secret word.
Well, that isn't bad for a half hour's work, $90. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show.
when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council about good highway habits. Don't save the checkup of your windshield wipers for a rainy day. You Bet Your Life is produced by John Goodell, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is floor. F-L-O-O-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's supposed to try for it?
Well, we asked if there were any high school students here tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Donna Eberhard and Claire Thompson. Come on in, folks. I'd like you to meet Groucho Marx, right over here.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Donna Eberhard, and Claire Thompson. Oh, nice names. High school students, did you say? What high school do you attend, Donna?
Van Nuys High School.
Did anybody ever tell you had very pretty blue eyes, Donna?
No, they didn't.
You don't mind if I don't believe what you just said?
I don't care.
That's what I like, indifference in a woman. How old are you, Donna?
17.
17, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And how old are you, Claire?
18.
18. Well, that makes 18, 17, 20, 15, 30. Well, I guess I'm just a generation behind you two, huh? Donna, would you say I belong to your father's generation?
Yes, I would, because my father's often said that his father used to take him to your movies.
Well, that's true. They used to exhibit our pictures in a covered wagon right outside of Sioux City. And after the show, we'd all go over to Custer Stamp for the last stand for some popcorn. How old is your grandfather?
Oh, about 74.
That's me, all right. Now, Donna, what would you like to be when you graduate? You're not going to be a diplomat. That's obvious. Since that field is closed to you, what do you crave in the way of a vocation?
I'd like to be a nurse.
A nurse? Mm-hmm. I've had a pain in my back for the last 2 weeks. What kind of a nurse?
Just a practical, registered nurse.
Practical? Well, aren't they all practical? All nurses? They are when they talk to me. You have no idea how practical those guys are. And Claire, what is your ambition?
Oh, I want to be a FBI agent.
Are you studying towards that ambition, Claire?
Yeah.
What way? What are you doing to perfect yourself for this?
Oh, playing football. Well, I take subjects for it, a few.
Huh?
I take a few subjects for it, like math and a few things.
Uh-huh. And what do you do after math? No. Now, Clara, are you on the team?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. What position do you play?
Fullback.
Are you interested in football, Donna?
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh. What position do you play?
Oh, I don't play any position.
Oh, yeah. Well, what do you do?
Oh, I just follow the team.
You do, huh? Do they ever wonder what you're doing in the shower?
How do you feel about athletics in general, Donna?
Oh, I like all sports.
You do, huh? Would you consider an old sport? Like there used to be an old vaudeville joke about, the fellow would say, do you like indoor sports? And she'd say yes if he goes home early. You don't hear that joke often, very often. I think that explains why. Do you have any extracurricular activities?
Oh, we have an honor organization. You have to have a B and 3 A's to get into it.
That's how you qualify? A B and 3 A's?
Yes, it is.
A B and 3 A's. That's... Well, no, you'll probably get a sheepskin, won't you? Now, as a football player, do you observe training rules?
Oh, sure.
What are the rules?
Oh, no drinking, no smoking, and you have to be asleep by 9.
Well, that's easy. You get to school at 8:45, you're asleep by 9. What do you do in football training?
Oh, we scrimmage and wind sprints, run laps. And...
Wind sprints? What's wind sprints?
Oh.
I just know a fellow named Wind Sprints. Charlie Wind Sprints. He lives in Toledo. What is a wind sprint, huh?
That's just sprints, short sprints, 40 yards up to 100 or something.
No, like the Sprints of Wales? Is that what?
No relation.
There's no relation at all, huh? Well, what are the fellows wearing on the campus this year, Claire? Anything unusual?
Oh, they wear Levi's with no belts.
You don't wear belts on your jeans?
No.
What keeps them up besides the police department? Are there any unusual fads among school kids these days, Donna, like swallowing goldfish?
None that I could think of.
Surely there must be something strange they're doing. Now, think hard, Donna. Get those blue eyes working.
Oh, and the boys may be dyeing their hair green again.
Well, I guess you're right. There's nothing unusual about it. Well, you're nice children. I'm sure you'll both have a lot of fun with the football team this year. Now, in just a minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,500. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
All across the country, DeSoto Plymouth dealers are known for the fair and square way they conduct business. In addition to treating you customers with the fairness you deserve, DeSoto Plymouth dealers are headquarters for two of America's outstanding automobiles, the brilliant DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. The DeSoto commands attention at every turn with its sweeping, graceful lines. DeSoto takes you over the roughest roads smoothly and comfortably because of its full cradled ride. The DeSoto is an economical car to operate, and it lets you enjoy the pleasure of driving without shifting. Be sure to drive a DeSoto before you decide on any car. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. So look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Okay, now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. A couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
All right, now here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nursery rhymes as your category. Now here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10. How many fiddlers did Old King Cole have?
3.
3 is right.
And they're on their way. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you try?
10.
Okay, 10.
$10. Who are made out of frogs and snails and puppy dog tails?
Boys.
Little boys is right. Oh, they're climbing, Groucho. They have $40. Here's your third question. Now, how much of the 40 will you try? Talk right up now.
20.
$20. How many blackbirds baked in a pie?
4 and 20.
4 and 20 is right. They're really climbing now. You kids now have $60. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. Now, how much will you bet?
20.
Okay, 20.
What did Daddy promise to bring Baby Bunting?
Rabbit.
A rabbit skin. Yes, and they wind up with a grand total of $80. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And kids, don't go too far
He just
away.
said a rabbit, but you couldn't bring a rabbit skin without bringing a rabbit.
I was going to tell the kids not to go too far away because you still have a chance at the big question at the end of the show. Groucho, our other couples are off stage in a waiting room.
Good place for it.
So they don't know, you see, the secret word is floor. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a poultryman and a housewife to be on the program, and here they come now. Mrs. Claire Tucker and Mr. Alan Bell. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, children, for your Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Claire Tucker, huh?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Alan Bell.
Yes, sir.
You're a poultryman, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, huh? And Mrs. Claire Tucker, where are you from?
Well, I'm from Long Beach, but I'm originally from Macon, Georgia.
Well, I suspected you were south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Yes, sir.
People in Long Beach don't have that kind of an accent. Huh? They have an accent, but it's not that one. Huh? It's a kind of a seaweed accent they have. How long have you been away from Macon, Georgia?
Well, I've been out here 8 years, but I lived in Miami for about 20 years in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And you prefer Long Beach?
Yes, sir. And my husband's a Floridian, too, and he's gone Californian strictly.
Does your husband know that you go around calling him a Floridian? Those are fighting words in some states, Mrs. Tucker. How long have you been married, Claire?
Well, I've been married to this fella 10 years.
Oh, this is Exhibit B?
Yes, sir.
And the first one?
I was married to him 25 years.
What does your husband do for a living?
He's a carpenter.
Is that how you nailed him?
No,
he was with
he was with the water company of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, when I
what
met
did he
him.
do there? Block up water?
No, well, he came out to see about why we didn't have any water at the house. He was a meter man.
Mm-hmm. And you wanted to meet a man at that time?
Well, with 9 children.
You wanted to meet a man with 9 children?
I had 9 and he had 4.
Oh. Did he know you had 9 when he came out to fix the meter?
He didn't know it, but he soon found out.
Are you married, Al?
Yes, sir.
Some poultryman. Got himself in the coop. A DeSoto coop, of course. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Now, where is your poultry shop, Mr. Bell?
That's Bell's Poultry Farm, 2636 South Crenshaw, Los Angeles.
All right, you can stop crowing now. Let's not overdo it, Al, huh? Now, just what do you do as a chicken chase, as a poultry man, huh?
I retail poultry.
You retail poultry, eh? That sounds like pretty specialized work. For example, say a rooster has lost his tail. How do you retail a new one?
I buy wholesale and sell retail.
Oh, I see. Do you sell them live?
No, dressed.
Well, if you put new tails on them, I'd say they were overdressed. Huh? How much would you charge for dressing a chicken? Say about 110 pounds.
You and I are thinking of 2 different kinds of chicken.
Okay, you stick to your chickens and I'll stick to mine. Now tell me, Drumstick, why is poultry so expensive?
Well, it's our poultry is just a little higher than it was last year.
If they go much higher, you'll need an anti-aircraft gun to bring them down. How much do you charge for a chicken at your place?
Well, just depends what kind of a chicken you want.
Well, this is a shot in the dark, but let's say I want to eat it.
Well,
how much would that be? Huh?
Well, what do you want? A roaster, or a fryer, or a stewer?
Well, I think a stewed chicken would be fun.
Well, for that, we'll give you an old hen.
I'll thank you to mind your own business. For a guy from Philadelphia, he's plenty sharp, this fellow. Now, how can I tell if your eggs are fresh?
You don't have to worry about my eggs.
Look, if you think I'm laying awake at night worrying about your eggs, you're a bigger cluck than I think you are. Now, what's the most difficult thing about running a poultry shop, Mr. Bell?
Well, it's where you get your chickens and where they come from.
You're in the poultry business and you don't know where chickens come from? Fine poultry man, huh? Have you ever wondered where your eggs came from?
My eggs come from Joe Breyer's egg farm in Costa Mesa.
That reminds me of an old joke. Which came first, the chicken or Joe Breyer's egg farm? Well, I think you two are a couple of good eggs, and I think you're going to be very happy together. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $1,500. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fetterman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The high school students won $80.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected former Academy Award winners as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10? Yeah, $10.
$10. Who won the award in 1942 as Mrs. Miniver?
Greer Garson.
Greer Garson is correct. And you folks are on your way. You now have $30. You're a smart chicken there, Bell. And remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much? $40? $30. How much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
25.
25. Who won the award in 1945 as the alcoholic writer in The Lost Weekend?
Ray Milland.
Ray Milland is correct. Oh, these people are really climbing. You now have $55. Now, here's your third question. How much of the $55 will you bet now?
50.
50. Who won the award in 1949 as the politician and all the king's men?
Broderick Crawford.
Broderick Crawford is correct. Now they climb to $105. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
$100.
$100? Who won the award for her portrayal of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind?
Vivian Lee.
Vivian Lee is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $205.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Yes, and now we'll soon know who's going to get the chance at the big $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. Because, you see, at this point, the poultryman and the housewife, people who were just here...
Yes, I remember that.
They have
it's
two...
quite clear to me, Fenton.
I was going to say, they are leading with $205.
That's a shrewd observation, isn't it, huh?
I guess you know the secret word is still floor.
Yes, I do. Still floor is a very nice word. Huh?
Just floor. We invited some people to the program tonight, ladies and gentlemen, who make their living handling money. And just before we went on the air, Miss Connie Conray and Mr. Arthur Gruby were chosen to be on the show. And here they are, Groucho. Folks, meet Groucho Marx right here.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Connie Conray, I'm glad to see you. Where are you from, Connie?
Texas.
Texas, huh? Whereabouts?
Crockett.
Crockett?
That's a small town north of Houston.
Oh. Is that named after Davy?
Sam.
Sam. Well, wasn't there a Davy Crockett, too?
David Crockett. Sam Houston.
Oh. Let's slip over to Nacogdoches, huh? Mr. Gruby, what kind of... Isn't that a kind of an unusual name?
Well, I think it is Scotch and German. I think originally it was Grub, and somebody changed it and made it G-R-U-B-E instead of G-R-U-B-B.
Have you ever shot BB?
Not for a long time.
Do you prefer Gruby to Grub?
I believe so.
Well, if I was hungry, I'd prefer Grub. I never ate any Gruby. Now, where are you from?
New York City, originally.
New York City?
That's right.
And were you born there?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. You haven't got much of a New York accent.
Oh, I was born...
Whereabouts?
On First Avenue.
Oh, on First Avenue, huh?
That's right.
I was born 78th Street. On Third Avenue, huh? Not on... I was born upstairs, but I mean it was... It was right over a butcher shop, huh? You say you handle money, is that right? Fenton
Yes.
says you handle money? Do you still handle money? Are you still in that?
I'm retired now.
Oh. Well, if you handle somebody else's money, I can understand why. Well, what have you retired from, Mr. Gruby?
I was with the U.S. Secret Service for 28 years.
Shh, not so loud. I think there's a dictaphone on the microphone. Now, Mrs. Conray, is that right?
Yes.
You're a money expert, too?
Well, it passes through my hands.
It passes through your hands? Well, it passes through mine, too, but I'm no money expert. What is your occupation, Connie?
I work in a penny arcade.
Oh, pennies from heaven, huh? Are you what I see when I drop a penny in the peep show machine?
Oh, no, you're thinking about the dancing girls.
Well, I wasn't, but I could be persuaded. What do you do at this penny arcade?
I'm the cashier, and I change dollars into pennies.
And where do you do your changing?
At the Joyland Arcade, downtown Los Angeles.
Arthur, tell us something about your work. What are your duties as a Secret Service man?
Well, our principal functions is to protect the President of the United States.
Against who? Republicans? Have you ever guarded a president?
Oh, yes. I was one of the, in fact, the last man that shook the hands of President Wilson when he left Pueblo, Colorado. And right after that, he had his breakdown and subsequently died. And then in 23, when I was up with President Harding in the Northwest, I left him at Seattle. He went down to San Francisco, and he passed away at the Palace Hotel.
You're a good fellow to avoid. You're what is known as the kiss of death, huh? Well, if that's what you call guarding the presidents, I don't know. We have a different notion. Aside from acting as a bodyguard of the presidents, what are some of the other Secret Service duties, Arthur?
Well, our principal duty is suppression of counterfeiting.
Just how do you work? Suppose somebody gives you a phony $5 bill and you suspect counterfeiters are at work. How do you track them down?
Well, that would all depend. Each individual case has its own, presents its own problem. In the course of time and an investigation, if it's determined that a certain gang is operating, why we frequently try to get an agent in with the gang, gain a confidence.
I see. And did you assume a disguise?
Well, not in a sense that you wear a false mustache.
Please, don't make personal.
That is...
I do the insulting around here, Grover.
That's only in pictures and stories.
What's the most interesting job you've worked on, Arthur?
Well, that'd be pretty hard to say, but...
well, say it anyway,
Recently, I completed an assignment with 20th Century Fox as a technical advisor on a picture having to do with the Secret Service. It's called Mr. 880.
What does that title come from?
Well, it relates to an authentic case of an old man in New York who passed counterfeit $1 bills.
Well, I'm glad you told me. Now I won't have to go to the picture. Have you ever destroyed any large amounts of money?
Yes. Shortly after the war broke out, I was sent over to Hawaii, and shortly after I got over there, I was joined by some men from the Treasury Department, and we got rid of between $15 and $20 million in genuine currency because the idea was that it would keep it out of the hands of the Japs if they successfully invaded the island.
You destroyed $20 million in genuine currency?
That's right.
And how soon after that did you retire?
To be exact, about 5 years.
Well, I think you played it very smart, huh? Congratulations, Arthur. I didn't think you could get away with it. Well, Mrs. Conway, you've been very quiet. Have you learned anything from this man?
Oh, yes.
What have you learned specifically?
Oh,
Just as I thought, you didn't learn anything. Tell us about your penny arcade, Mrs. Conway. Do you have any machines that might interest me?
oh, I think so. We have some punching bags, skee ball, rifles, kiss tester, and love meter.
What's a love meter?
If you put in a penny, it registers if you're hot or cold, amorous, shy, bashful.
And is it pretty authentic?
Oh, yes. Depends on how hard you squeeze, though.
Well, for a nickel, will it keep its mouth shut? Suppose I put a penny in the love meter. How do you think I'd register?
Well, it depends on how hard you squeezed.
Could I try it on you?
I suppose so.
Well, what am I, Connie?
Harmless.
Connie, are you living in a dream world, huh? Well, it's my own fault. I used a counterfeit penny. Now, you're going to play your bet your life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The poultryman and the housewife are ahead with $205.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Famous Williams as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10.
$10. Is that all right with you, Connie?
That's all right.
All right. What William shot an apple from his son's head?
William Tell.
William Tell is correct. And they're on their way. They have $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of your $30 will you try in your second question?
Oh, let's make it 18.
$18? That's careful figuring, isn't it? What William created the Thin Man in the movies?
William Powell.
William Powell is correct.
Finally, we have $48.
All right, you have $48. Here's your third question. How much of the 48? Okay, you name it.
20.
Oh, no, 40 anyway.
Okay.
Okay, $40. All right, here's your third question. You bet $40. All right. What famous politician named William was known as the silver-tongued orator?
William Jennings Bryan.
William Jennings Bryan. All right, now you've got $88. That's the name of that picture, isn't it? $88? All right. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
We have 88. Let's all of it, huh?
Okay.
Okay. What was the name of England's greatest poet and dramatist? His name was William.
Shakespeare.
And they wind up with a grand total of $176. And that means the poultryman and the housewife with $205 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Friends, when your car needs service, know-how is the all-important thing. That's why the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America ask you to bring your car to them. They have the know-how to service your car quickly and expertly. The service mechanics at a DeSoto Plymouth Dealers are factory trained. Then they keep their skills up to the minute by taking additional training courses at regular intervals. These courses help a skilled man keep his skills up to date. It's know-how like this that gives you better work in the shortest possible time. And when work is performed quickly and expertly, it means a smaller bill for you. So next time your car needs service, drive in wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the poultryman and the housewife all ready for their chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question.
All right, now here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Each star on our flag represents a state. For $1,500, tell me, what state does the first star represent? In other words, what is the first state to be admitted officially into the Union?
I'll take a stab. My home state, Pennsylvania.
No, I'm sorry. It's Delaware. The correct answer is Delaware, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much? $205 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America salute all automobile dealers from coast to coast who celebrate National Automobile Dealer Week, October 22nd through October 28th. You Bet Your Life is transcribed from Hollywood, produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen.
Is the show started? This is the kind of a show you can't tell when it started or not. Huh? As soon as they stop laughing, you know the show has started.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is key. K-E-Y.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, we invited some press photographers and some construction workers to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected press photographer Ida Wyman and construction worker Perry Swinney. Meet Groucho Marx right over here.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word while we're talking, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you, or is that right? Or something you always use, or something like that. I'm not sure what it is, but it's a common word, and if you say it, you'll get paid. And if you don't say it, I'll get paid. Miss Ida Wyman, huh?
Yes,
You're a photographer?
I am.
Where are you from, Ida?
Malden, Massachusetts.
Malden?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no. Played there many years ago. About 100 years ago. Yeah. You don't remember that? That's before your time.
No, a little before my time.
Yes, you were just a gleam in your old man's eye at that time.
I think it's before my father's time, too.
I'm sorry. It was a gleam in your great-grandfather's eye. Does that go back far enough to suit you? Huh? She's going to be difficult. Huh? You're a construction worker, Mr. Sweeney?
Right.
You pronounce it Sweeney or Swinney?
Swinney.
Where you from, Perry?
Well, I'm from, was born in Venice, California.
Oh.
That is where Venice
in a
is
gondola?
now. No, I was born before they had gondolas down there.
Oh, what did they have down there when you were born? Your mother and father, I guess, huh? Are you married?
Yes.
You are. How about you, Flashbulb? Are you married?
Yes, I am.
You look very familiar to me. Have I ever been familiar with you?
I'd remember if you were.
Well, at least that makes up for that crack about your grandfather, huh? Perry, what company do you work for?
I work for the Pacific Crane and Rigging Company in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. Just what kind of a construction worker are you, Mr. Sweeney?
Steel work and rigging.
Could you tell us just how you go about building a modern skyscraper? What's the first thing you do?
Well, the first thing you move in after the foundation is in.
Yeah. We've got the foundation in already.
Take in your equipment to set up your guy derrick.
Guy derrick. He used to play fullback for Ohio State, didn't he? What is a guy derrick, eh?
Well, the guy derrick is composed of a mast, a boom, and you generally set them up with a gin pole.
A gin pole, eh? Every pole I knew drank brandy, eh? What's the gin pole?
It takes a load, picks up the load.
That's this pole, all right, eh? This is the shakiest building I've ever been in. What about you, Tripod? Let's talk about your job. How do you know what pictures to take?
I take the pictures that the editor assigns to me. Parties and sometimes a murder or two.
Just the usual humdrum things, eh? Suppose you were assigned to a big murder. What's the first thing you do?
Well, I'd shoot the corpse.
No, that's a little redundant. You wouldn't have to do that. The corpse is already dead. Now, what's the next thing you do?
Well, if there were any witnesses to the murder, I'd shoot them, too.
Who are you working for, a magazine or Murder Incorporated? Now, you've shot everybody in sight. What's your next step? You give yourself up?
No, I take the plates back to the office.
The negatives, you mean?
Yes, the negatives.
Well, what do you do with them, then?
Well, I'd put them in the developer, then wash them, then they'd go into the hypo.
Yeah, I've got a brother named Hypo, huh? Tell me, what is Hypo doing there, huh?
Well, hypo fixes the image on the film.
Well, I'm glad Hypo's finally got a job. I've been worrying about him lately. Huh? Well, you make a very interesting couple, and if I ever need a picture of a skyscraper, I'll call on both of you. Now you're going to get a chance to play to bet your life for a chance of $2,000. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
One good way to judge a car dealer is by the quality of the product he represents. And since a DeSoto Plymouth dealer represents two of the finest automobiles built, the DeSoto and the Plymouth, it's easy to understand why each dealership takes such pride in the work they do, even the smallest of service jobs. For behind each DeSoto Plymouth dealer stand two great names. Every time you see the name DeSoto on a car, think of the word safety. No car in America has bigger brakes than DeSoto, and they stop you at the slightest touch. DeSoto has safety rim wheels, your very best protection in case of a blowout. And for added visibility, there are bigger windows both in the rear and in front, and it's safety glass, of course. And all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. So look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected an observation test as your category. George, explain the rules.
All right, I'll do that. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of four questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here, you see.
Ready?
Okay.
Okay, now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,000. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
10, he says.
10? All right, Perry. What picture's on the regular issue of the 3-cent postage stamp?
Washington.
Do you agree with
I
that?
didn't get that question.
What picture is on the regular issue of the 3-cent postage stamp?
Oh, Lincoln.
No, I'm sorry. You could have had all the presidents, but so far you haven't gotten around to the right one. It's Thomas Jefferson. Haven't you ever taken a picture of Thomas Jefferson?
No. I use a lot of stamps.
Well, that's a
remembered
shame.
it.
Now, how much have they got?
They now have $10, Groucho.
All right, remember you're going for $2,000. Now, how much of the 10 will you try? $10? You're going to bet all of it, huh? All right, the standard typewriter has how many rows of keys? How many rows?
5.
You agree with that, Perry? 5. No, I'm sorry, it's 4. How did you happen to pick this category?
I don't know.
Now, get this one right and you'll win $10. No coaching from the audience. Who was buried in Grant's tomb?
I know that one. Grant.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho,
Yes?
the secret word is still key. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a driving instructor and a housewife. And here they come now. Mrs. Etta Wells and Mr. Wes Stedman. Come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Driving instructor and a housewife, eh? Mrs. Wells, where are you from?
I'm from Millville, Ohio.
Millville? Where is that?
Oh, that's near Cincinnati.
And Mr. Stedman, eh?
That's correct.
Where are you from?
Sioux City, Iowa.
Sioux City. You look like Leo Carrillo.
Good.
What does your husband do, Mr. Stedman? No, that's Mrs. Mrs. Wells, what does your husband do?
At present, he's a skunk trainer.
How did you meet your husband, man? I hope it isn't what I'm going to hear. Huh?
No, I met him in Ohio. I had a hobby hooking rugs. And
You were hooking rugs from where? Department stores?
Well, I was hooking rugs, and
didn't they ever catch you?
No. Well, I was getting real good at it, and
You must have had quite a pile at home, eh?
Well, I was getting so good at it that I was an instructor in it for a small school.
In other words, you were a Fagin, is that it? Eh? You were teaching little children how to hook rugs?
Well, then I went to the state prison, and...
Well, I should think so.
Well, I answered an ad, and it was the state prison.
You mean they advertise for convicts in Ohio? I should think they'd be able to get plenty without advertising.
And, well, I was teaching the people there how to hook rugs, and...
That's really cold to Newcastle, eh?
And my boyfriend then, he was a guard there, and he was interested in hooking rugs, too. And he came in the class that I had, and I taught him, and now he's better at it than I am.
And how often are you allowed to visit him? Now, Mr. Stedman, you're still over there, aren't you?
Yes.
Thought maybe you'd take a little drive around the block. Where do you do your instructing?
At Cheney Brothers AAA Driving School.
AAA Driving School. What is that, Automobiles Anonymous?
No, it doesn't mean a thing. It just puts us first in the phone book.
Where is the school of yours located?
It's in Hollywood, just below the boulevard.
How far below? 6 feet? It's certainly safer than being on the boulevard if you're going to teach. Suppose I wanted to take a course in driving. What's the very first thing you do?
Well, you'd have the lady at the reception desk gather up your experience.
That sounds like fun, but when do I learn to drive? As an instructor, just what do you teach your students? Hooking rugs?
No, we...
Hooking automobiles?
No, we teach them how to turn, how to park.
You have to teach people to turn?
That's right.
I thought that was the easiest part. Suppose I came to a corner and wanted to make a left turn. How do I do it?
Well, you put your left hand up here at 11 o'clock and...
Suppose it's only 7:45.
You start to turn the wheel and cross your hands as you're turning the wheel until you've completed your turn and gone on about...
Well, skip it. I'll make a right-hand turn. By the time I followed your instructions, I'm 12 blocks past my corner. Now, would you like to take some driving lessons from Mr. Stedman here?
No, I don't think I would.
Why not?
I already know how.
Isn't there anything about driving that you could learn from Mr. Stedman?
Oh, I think I could have some help in parking.
Could you introduce her to the science of parking?
I'd be delighted.
Why, you rascal, you. Mrs. Etta Wells, you've been driving a long time?
Mm-hmm.
How much do you know about your car? For example, what is the carburetor?
It has something to do with a motor.
That's absolutely right. You must be married to a mechanic, eh? Now, Mrs. Wells, suppose you had to park your car on a very steep hill. Now, what would you do to make sure your car would be there when you got back?
I'd lock the door.
That's a good idea, Mrs. Wells. And in addition to that, I'd take the air out of the tires. Eh? We'll outwit those crooks, huh? And you go right on hooking rugs, Mrs. Wells, eh? Well, you make a charming couple, and I'm glad I've been standing in a safety zone all this time. Now, let's see how you two will make out in the battle for the $2,000. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
Our first couple lost all their money, so these people have a clear field.
I guess they're reminded now. Now, here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected national landmarks. Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
In what state do you find Independence Hall?
That's right, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is right. Well, you're on your way. You had $30. Now, remember, you're going for $2,000. Now, how much of the 30 will you bet on your second question?
What, 10, 20?
Oh, about 20.
All right, let's put 20.
20. In what state do you find the Mount Rushmore Memorial?
Oh, that's in South Dakota.
South Dakota is correct. They're really climbing now. They have $50. All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
All right, $40. In what state do you find the Gettysburg National Cemetery? I want you to come to some definite conclusion between you.
Gettysburg.
Time's wasting.
Arlington, West Virginia.
No, I'm sorry. It's Pennsylvania.
They now have $10,
All right, now you're down to $10. That's a shame. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Shall we shoot it?
Yeah.
All right, $10. In what state do you find the famous White Sands National Monument?
Never heard of it.
Florida.
Take a stab.
It's as good as anything I could think of.
Florida?
No, you've had a very unfortunate evening. It's New Mexico. It's the famous government experimental ground. Now, you get this one right and you get $10. And no help in the audience, please. When was the War of 1812 fought? That's not too easy.
As far as I know, it must be 1812.
1812, yes! Thank you very much. Dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Evelyn Blevins, huh?
Yes.
You're a very pretty girl, Evelyn. Yeah.
Thank you.
Where are you from, Evelyn?
Oh, I'm from Oakland, California.
What sort of work do you do?
Car hop.
A car hop, huh? Let's see you hop around, would you?
I left my slacks at home.
Oh. Where do you do your car hopping?
Tiny Raiders at Sunset in La Brea.
What are your hours? And what? Reuben Friendian? Friendian, is that right?
That's right.
Where are you from, Reuben?
I'm from Persia.
Where?
Persia.
Persia?
That's right.
Why did you leave Persia? Didn't like the melons?
No.
No, the melons are in Pittsburgh, aren't they? Isn't that ridiculous? Huh? How old were you when you came to this country?
24.
And how old were you when you came to this country, Evelyn?
I was born here.
Right here in NBC? What sort of work do you do, Reuben?
I'm an instructor in international language school.
International languages you instruct? I see. That's very interesting. How many languages do you speak?
4 altogether.
4 altogether, huh? Let's see you do that, huh? What languages do you speak, Reuben?
Persian, Armenian, Russian, French, and English.
Mm-hmm. You think you could teach me to speak Persian?
I think so. You can learn.
What makes you so sure you could teach me anything?
Well, a 2-year-old child can speak. I think you can.
You mean some of your pupils are only 2 years old?
No, the kids in Persia are 2 years old. They speak Persian.
You speak 6 languages. You also speak wisecracks. What is the hardest language to learn, Reuben?
I think it's Chinese.
Well, I gave you a good cue there, but why is that, huh? See, years ago, the Chinese used to wear cues. Now, that would have been a tremendous joke 35 years ago. I just got in this racket too late, that's all. What's the easiest language to learn?
For me, Persian, but some people... For some people, I think it's Spanish.
Spanish? You mean for Spaniards?
Oh, for most of the people.
Well, I guess one man's Spanish is another man's Persian, eh? Does anything unusual ever happen to a foreign language teacher, Reuben?
Well, once I tried to impress a girl.
What's unusual about that?
Well, I was trying to pretend I'm a big shot. And I invited her to a restaurant. We went there and we sat down, we had a drink. Everything was fine until I got the check. I reached in my pocket, no money. No wallet. Then I told the waiter, I said...
You didn't meet a girl that was hooking rugs, did you? What happened?
I told the waiter I'll take care of it.
Oh,
well, I called my friend and told him to bring some money. And I told the manager, as soon as you get the money, just take your handkerchief out and blow your nose so I know it's all settled.
What's this? Would you mind giving me that last part over again? You mean you go in a restaurant and instead of paying your check, you just blow your nose and you get out? Is that a Persian custom?
No, that was our sign. And I told the manager, if you get the money, just blow your nose. So I can see the handkerchief.
Oh. Well, you don't go to any restaurant where the manager hasn't got a cold, is that it? Are you married, Reuben?
No.
Why not?
Well, just didn't get a chance.
What kind of a man are you looking for, Evelyn?
Oh, tall, handsome, kind, generous. That likes to do things I like to do.
Well, I imagine he would. Would you be interested in Reuben here?
Well, I don't know him very well.
Well, Reuben is tall, he's handsome, you have a good job. Do you like the same things that Evelyn does?
I don't know what she likes.
Well, let's find out, huh? What are some of the things that you like, Evelyn?
Well, I like to go bowling.
You like bowling, Reuben?
I'm crazy about it.
What else do you like, Evelyn?
Well, I like to go down and take a dip at the Y once in a while.
Reuben, don't tell me you like to go swimming at the same Y. I bet you'd be crazy about it, though. Well, Reuben, so far you're getting along swimmingly. Tell me, are you kind?
Yes.
Are you generous?
I think so.
Do you leave a big tip for the waitress after lunch?
Yes.
Let's say you were at Evelyn's drive-in with a friend and the bill came to $2.65. How much would you leave?
20 cents.
Reuben, you may have a friend in the car, but you just lost one in the drive-in. Suppose Scrooge here and I drove into your mustard mausoleum. Suppose we drove into your mustard mausoleum. Now, what would you do first?
Well, I'd walk over and give you a menu and come back for your order later.
I see. Okay, I'll have a chicken salad sandwich and a vanilla malt. Now, what do you have, Pinchpenny?
Oh, I don't know. I take chicken sandwich and chocolate malt.
Well, all right, hop along. Just don't stand there. Get our orders to the chef.
Well, I have a Sally Rand, sliced chick, and 2 mammies, 1 choc, and 1 van.
Well, I'm glad we have a foreign language instructor. Now, Reuben, what do you think she said?
I don't know, some sort of English.
Reuben, you weren't even listening. You were just wondering who was going to be stuck with the check. Now you're going to play your bet your life. You beat the other 2 couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
Our first 2 couples lost all their money, so this couple has a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of foreign countries as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
What is the capital city of Austria? If you don't know, guess. There must be some city in Austria that you know. Nothing?
Nothing.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, you've lost $10. Now you've only got $10 left. Well, the answer is Vienna.
Oh.
You should have known that, Reuben. The man who speaks 5 languages. 6, including drive-ins. Now, remember, you're going for $2,000. Now, how much of the $10 will you risk?
$5.
$5. What is the capital city of Cuba?
Argentina?
Havana! Now you're down to $5. This won't do at all. Here's your third question. Now, how much will you bet on this?
The whole thing again.
All right. What is the capital city of Greece?
Athens.
Athens is correct.
Well, it's finally on the way. They have $10 now.
All right. Now you're rolling. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $10 will you try?
The whole thing?
Shh. How much? The whole thing. All right. What is the capital city of Poland?
Warsaw.
Warsaw is correct.
And they wound up with a grand total of $80. And that means that
How
the
much?
car...
$80, eh?
$20. They wind up with a grand total of $20.
Grand total of $20.
And that means that they, the car hop and the language teacher, with their $20, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. In addition to the investment you have in your car, there's the importance it plays in your everyday life. And that's why it's only common sense to have your car taken care of by an organization that really knows cars, that is equipped to service them efficiently, and has the type of personnel which combines skill and a desire to do honest work. This is the kind of car service awaiting you at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealers service crew is truly skilled. So the mechanics take less time on the job. And, of course, time saved means money saved. They are trained in the latest factory methods, which means better work. Add to this the fair and square price you pay, and you see why it's worth your while to drive in where you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully. And please, no help from the audience. Here it is. In 1733, James Oglethorpe established an American colony made up mostly of men from the debtors' prisons of England. What was this colony? It is now a state.
Massachusetts.
No, I'm sorry, it's Georgia. The correct answer is Georgia, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
They won $20.
$20 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When you're in your car, be a wise driver, not a wise guy. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for us?
We invited some Swiss war brides to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Warren Oakes
And here they come now. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, children, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word while we're talking, you'll win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Claire and Warren Oakes, is that right?
That's right.
Oh. You're a Swiss war bride?
I am.
You're a very pretty one. Huh? You're the groom, I presume.
That's right.
You're not quite as pretty, huh? But you're a fine, manly-looking fellow.
Oh,
huh?
thank you.
Where are you from, Warren?
I'm from Mile High City of Denver.
Where?
Denver, Colorado.
Mm-hmm. What did you say before it was?
The Mile High City.
How do you know? Did you measure it? Huh?
Well, I was told.
Oh, you believe everything that you're told. Huh? What sort of work do you do, Warren?
Well, I'm in the advertising business for Acme Beer.
Oh, is that so?
Their display department.
I don't remember a Swiss war. When was that, Claire? You say you're a Swiss war bride.
Switzerland hasn't had a war since 200 years.
Is that so? Well, for a Swiss war bride, I must say you hold your age very well. You don't look a day over 190. Where are you all from? No, that's not. That's silly go from Switzerland. Where are you from?
From the Wiltshire district?
The what's that?
The Wiltshire district.
Wiltshire district? Oh, that
Right.
sounds like it's in Wales. Huh?
It's a part of Los Angeles.
Oh. Oh, Wiltshire, you mean? Huh? Well, that's practically in Switzerland. Huh? That's a very cute suburban accent you have. Is that pure native Californian, Claire?
No.
Must be a Swiss accent. Am I getting warmer?
No.
Don't be so emphatic. Stumble a little, huh? So I'll have company. What do you mean it isn't a Swiss accent? Why isn't it?
I couldn't have a Swiss accent as we don't have any Swiss language.
There is no Swiss language?
No.
Well, how do you talk to each other? You just stand on a mountaintop and yodel across the
We have 4 languages: French, German, Italian, and Romansh.
What was the last one?
Romansh?
Romance?
That's right.
Which one do you speak, Claire?
I speak French.
Good. Well, how would you ask me for a kiss in French?
I wouldn't ask you for a kiss.
Well, why not? So I'll throw on a charm here. You'll never suspect what I'm doing. Why not?
I don't think my husband would like it.
I'm not interested in kissing your husband. How would you ask him for a kiss in French?
Don't want him busy?
He may be busy, but ask him anyhow. Maybe you better leave your name at the front office, huh? Well, could you tell us something about Switzerland? What is it noted for?
It's scenery, watches, and cheese.
Watches and cheese, huh? I suppose you watch the cheese through those little holes, huh? You know, I've often wondered, Claire, why do they have those holes in cheese? Is that to get on the other side? No, that's another joke. Why do they have those holes in cheese?
Why not?
I say everything twice, so the first time, just ignore it, huh? And if you're smart, you'll ignore it the second time, too. Now, why do they have those holes in cheese? That's the third time, and I'm pretty sick of it myself now.
Why not again?
Why not again? Well, that's as good an answer as any. Why not? Why not have holes in everything? Why not have holes in donuts?
We have them.
They have holes in really. That's me. Too little and too late, huh? I knew they had holes in socks, but that's just a personal. Now, when you think of Switzerland, Warren, what comes to mind first of all?
Well, I think that above all is beautiful scenery.
What else do you think of when you think of Switzerland?
Secondly, I think of the wonderful cleanliness of the country.
Is that all that Switzerland means to you, Warren? Wasn't there something else in Switzerland that you'll never forget?
Well, there is something. That's beautiful cows.
What was that?
Beautiful cows.
Beautiful cows, huh?
That's right. They have big bells around their necks.
They have bells around their necks. I'm afraid you're not very romantic. I was thinking of Claire, but if you'd rather think of cows, I'll think of Claire. Now, Claire, in America, when a girl wants to find herself a beau, she just goes to the nearest drive-in. How do the girls get a man in Switzerland?
In Switzerland, we have clubs.
Well, that sounds effective. Just pick out the sucker you want and swat him with a club, huh?
No, I don't.
What do you mean? What kind of clubs?
I don't mean that. We have social clubs for sports.
For sports?
That's right.
Well, you're saying the same thing over again in different words. That's all. Now, just one more thing, Claire. All Swiss are traditionally good yodelers. Can you yodel?
No, I can't.
You can't? Can you sing any kind of Swiss songs?
No, I could sing you a Swiss nursery rhyme.
I'd like that. I'd like that.
Ainsi font, 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 les petites marionnettes. Ainsi font, 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 trois petits tours et puis s'en vont.
That's very sweet, isn't it? And now, if you'll put a diaper on me, I'll go to bed. That was really very pretty, Claire, and that song sounded almost as sweet as you look. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $2,500. Now, right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
We all get a real feeling of pride in the car that we've bought for our family's use and enjoyment. And believe me, the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America are just as proud of the two fine cars that they make available to the public. DeSoto is a stunning car to look at, a most comfortable car to drive. It's a car that's been engineered to bring the American motorist the best of everything. For example, take DeSoto's brakes. No car in the country has bigger. This means they stop you quickly at high speed, and they stop you with little effort because they respond to the slightest of pressure on the pedal. DeSoto also has a special new parking brake, completely independent of the wheel brakes, another safety feature found in very few other cars. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. So look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,500. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They each bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of four questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. You see, our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
All right, now here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected foreign monetary units as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
10.
10. All right, what is the monetary unit of Mexico?
Pesos.
Peso is right. And they're off to a good start, Groucho. They have $30. You're up to a flying start. Remember, you're going for $2,500. How much of the $30 will you bet?
25, 20, 25.
20. Okay. I know who's the boss in that outfit, huh? What is the monetary unit of Italy?
The lira.
The lira! You folks are really climbing now. You have $50. Yes, they have $50. That's King lira. Now, here's your third question. How much will you bet?
40.
Now, what is the monetary unit of Russia?
The ruble.
The ruble is right. Well, they're really on their way now. They have $90. All right, you got $90, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to go for? Pretty dramatic, huh?
Well, shall we go for 80?
Mm-hmm.
Or 90?
90.
Let's see.
$90.
The whole thing.
Oh. What is the monetary unit of England?
The shilling. Or the pound.
Pound.
Which is it now?
Pound.
The pound is right. And they wind up with a grand total of $180. Goodbye, Sam. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, the secret word is...
Just call me Mr. Marx, if you don't mind.
Mr. Marx, the secret word is...
Call me Groucho.
Mr. Groucho, the...
Oh, call me Mr. Marx.
The secret
call me
word...
Charlie. I'm sick of both.
Harpo, the secret word is...
Now I can't talk. Hey, what's the matter? You're not calling me Chico, huh?
It's table.
Chico is a table? What kind of nonsense is this, huh?
Well, I was trying to...
Stick to your business, Fenton.
All right, I will.
I'm not getting paid for being funny.
It's right down here. We invited some home economics teachers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Rosabelle Murchison. Her partner is a typical husband from the audience, Mr. Robert Farnham. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Rosabelle Murchison, is that right?
That's correct.
You're married, Rosabelle, eh?
Yes, I am.
Unfortunate. What does your husband do for a living?
He's an attorney.
Well, even more unfortunate. A home economics teacher and a typical husband, eh? Robert Farnham?
That's me.
You're the typical husband, eh, Robert?
Yes. I guess so.
You guess so, huh? Typical husband, all right. No mind of his own. Where you from, Bob?
New York City.
New York City, huh? How long have you been married, Bob?
17 years.
17 years, huh? How'd you meet your wife, or vice versa?
Well, I was a policeman out in Coney Island, and I jumped over the boardwalk and went out into the water in full uniform and saved this boy. I brought him out of the water and came back to the beach, and the next thing I knew, I was knocked down. And there was this girl slapping kisses at me and...
What do you mean, slapping your kisser? I don't understand.
Just telling me how grateful she was and saving her brother and what she couldn't do enough for me. And here I was in a wet uniform. She knocked me down in the sand, and the sand was in my pockets and in my shoes and clung to me. And then they invited me home, and they started feeding me goulash and pressing my pants and washing my shoes.
Did you have the pants on when they pressed them, or...
No, I had them off. I was standing behind the curtain, and it fixed me up okay.
And how did the uniform turn out? Pretty good?
No, it didn't turn out pretty good.
What'd you do? You quit the force after that?
Oh, no, I'm still in the police department.
You're still in the police department out here locally, or still in Coney Island, huh?
I'm out here on a vacation. 30 days vacation.
I see. Once you get 30 days, as a rule, it's not a vacation. Well, now, do you go down the boardwalk here and jump over occasionally, or do you wait till you get back to Coney Island?
I'll wait till I go back to Coney Island.
You came out alone?
No, with my wife.
Oh, your wife. Oh, you're here. You didn't come on a pleasure trip. Now, your husband is a... And your husband is a lucky man. He's married to a cooking teacher. Is that right?
That's right.
Does he crab about your cooking, or does he eat everything with relish?
He eats everything I cook with relish.
Well, if you have to eat everything with relish, your cooking can't be very good. Now, how do you go about teaching your pupils to cook, Rosabelle? What's the first thing you do?
Well, the first thing that we do in the laboratory is acquaint them with all the utensils, such as the casserole, the double boiler, the frying pan, the spatula.
You forgot the most important thing. What about the can opener? All right, now I'm familiar with everything in the kitchen except the cook. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty familiar with her, too, but besides cooking, what do you teach your students, or is that enough?
Oh, how to use the salad fork and the cocktail fork, for instance, which one is which, and so forth.
Bob, what is the difference between a cocktail fork and the other kind? Salad fork, huh?
Salad fork you eat your salad with.
Well, that's logical. And you drink your cocktails with a cocktail fork, huh? Besides that, the 3 cocktails, who cares? Bob, suppose you went to a big formal dinner. How could he be sure he's using the right fork, Rosabelle? How could Bob be sure?
Well, he should watch the hostess and use the same one she does.
Well, I've nothing against the hostess, but if I must use the same fork, I'd want it washed first. I don't want the hostess washed. I just want the fork washed. I don't know whether you heard that. I don't want the hostess washed. I just want the fork washed. I guess they heard it, right? Well, Bob, you're going to be a social flop. Now, let's see how you two will make out in the battle for the $2,500. You've got to work together as a team and run you $20 no more than our other couple. Can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Swiss war bride and her husband won $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build you $20. You selected food and drink. How much you going to bet at the $20?
$10?
That's the whole thing.
Let's make it 10.
Okay.
Now, here's your first question. You're going to bet $10. What is the main ingredient of Welsh rarebit?
Cheese, and it may either be milk or beer.
You don't have to go any further. Cheese is fine, huh?
And you're off to a great start. You have $30 now.
Remember, you're going for $2,500. How much of the $30 will you bet?
20.
$20. What kind of liquor is used in crepe Suzette?
Brandy.
Brandy is right.
Now you folks have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
$40. All right. What fruit is used in a Waldorf salad?
Apples.
Apples is right.
What's climbing now? They have $90.
You got $90, huh?
80,
You're going to bet $80, huh? You're really giddy, aren't you? Here's your last chance to beat the other couple. Now, what is the main ingredient of catsup?
Tomatoes.
Tomatoes is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $170.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Thank you and goodbye, Bob, and take good care of your uniform. Huh?
Well, Groucho, I guess we still know that the secret word is table.
Uh-huh.
Just before we went on the air, we went searching through our audience tonight for people with unusual occupations. And here come the two who were chosen to be on the program, Miss Margie Dean and the Sideburn Kid. Come on over here, folks, to meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll spend $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Margie Dean, huh? That's your name, and the Sideburn... Boy, I haven't seen you before, huh? How long have you been out here? Sideburn Kid, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Sideburn, come out from one of those bushes. I see you. What's your real name?
The Sideburn Kid.
I mean your real name.
Well, everyone calls me the Sideburn Kid.
You're lucky. You should hear what everybody calls me. Huh? I'm not through with you, Gabby. I can still see you through a haze there, but I'll be back to you in a minute. Huh? Margie Dean, eh? Where are you from, Marge?
I was born in Boise, Idaho, but I've been in California since I was 5.
Since you were 5?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Boise at all?
No, I don't.
Do you have any little Boise or girls?
No, sir, I don't have.
Mm-hmm. Are you married?
No.
I'm relieved by that answer. Now, Margie, Fenneman says you have an unusual occupation. Just what is it?
I teach parrots to talk.
You teach parrots to talk?
Yes.
Could you teach the Sideburn Kid how to say his name?
Certainly could.
That's a peculiar occupation. How did you ever get into that kind of a job?
Well, I had the bird given to me as a gift.
Somebody gave you the bird?
Uh-huh.
And what is his name?
Fibber.
Is Fibber a boy parrot or a girl parrot?
I don't know.
Does Fibber talk?
Very much so.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you ask Fibber what is... On the other hand, it's probably not important. It's not important except to another parrot. Mr. What did you say your name was?
The Sideburn Kid.
You're the same fellow who was here a minute ago, right?
I hope so.
What does your wife call you?
Well, she calls me just about what every wife calls her husband, and a lot of nice names when she wants a lot of nice things, you know.
Like what?
Honey, sweetheart, darling, and, well, it just continues on, you know.
I guess so. Oh, to be in England now that June is here. I don't know what I do over there. I mean, with a pound at $1.90 now. What does the draft board call you?
They don't. I got 6 kids.
Well, you're more valuable to the Army by being a civilian. Well, Kid, I'll just call you Kid, huh?
That's all right.
From your cowboy hat and cowboy pants and cowboy boots, I imagine you're a streetcar motorman. Is that right?
No.
Seriously, what is your profession?
No, I twirl the ropes and I'm a bullwhipper.
A bullwhipper? Isn't that against the law, whipping bulls?
No, I don't whip bulls. I take my rope and use it to cut objects from people's hands. Use it to do tricks. and use my rope to do tricks.
I see. Could you teach me?
Yeah, I can teach you.
How?
Well, you take the end of the rope in your right hand.
Never mind. I was at the end of a rope once, and I'll be hanged if I'm going to go through that. Margie, let's talk about your parrots. What kind do you train?
Mexican yellowheads.
Mexican yellowheads? Why that particular breed?
Well, they're very colorful, and they're very intelligent, and they're very lovable and affectionate.
Well, in what way are they intelligent? I mean, what is it, for example? What do they do?
For instance, in the evening, they'll be in the room just chattering away, carrying on wonderful conversations. Mm-hmm. And I'll go over and turn on the television, and believe me, they just are quiet immediately, and they don't utter a sound until the television set is turned off.
The parrots watch the television?
The television.
And you say they're intelligent? Now, Sideburn, what did you say your real name was?
The Sideburn Kid.
I'll just call you Old Ironside, then. Why are you called the Sideburn Kid?
Well, I'm called the Sideburn Kid because I grow the sideburns.
I didn't think it was because you wore shin plasters. Huh? Why did you grow the sideburns?
It makes me look older because when I was young, I looked too young, and everybody called me a kid. So by having these whiskers, why, I passed for an age that I wanted to be a man then.
I see. Well, wouldn't it have been simpler to grow a mustache?
Well, everybody wears those. That's kind of common, I thought.
In other words, you wanted to attract attention, is that it? Of course you could attract attention just by drilling a hole in your head and planting petunias.
I never thought of that.
Well, you're a couple of good sports, and if I ever need a parrot with sideburns, I'll call on both of you. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you get a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The Swiss war bride and her husband are still ahead with $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected the young of animals and birds. Is that right?
Right.
You have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Well, let's see. No, we won't bet at all.
We didn't have anything when I came in here.
Let's go 50-50. Let's bet $10.
Okay, Piker.
Here's your first question. $10. What is a young lion called?
A lioness.
One answer between you now. Decide on one answer between you. Talk it over with him, huh? Okay, now. A cub is right, huh?
Well, on the way, they have $30.
They finished in last place in the National League. Now, remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much is the 30 you're going to go for?
25.
25. What is a young goose called?
A young goose. Not a duckling.
Come on, kid.
Young goose. What is it called?
Time is awaiting, huh? What is it?
Young goose.
Duckling?
Oh,
can't get
it. It's a gosling. I think you own it.
They have $5 now, Roger.
That's a shame. I'm terribly sorry, but
$5, huh?
That's life. It's also $5. Here's your third question. What is a young horse called?
A colt.
A colt is right. Huh?
Well, you're climbing again.
Oh,
you have
climbing.
$10.
You've got $10 now, and here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 10 will you go for?
What have we got to lose?
Just as well bet it all.
All right, all of it. What is a young cow called?
Calf.
A calf is right.
And they wind up with $20.
Oh.
And that means that the Swiss war bride and her husband with $180 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
Nobody wants fast service for his car unless he's also assured that the best work will be done. Speed isn't that important. But at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers, wherever you live, wherever you drive, you can count on fast service as well as expert service. And here's the reason. In the first place, the mechanics who do the work at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers are trained in the latest factory service techniques. They know the best ways of servicing a car from bumper to bumper. And these expert mechanics get regular monthly training in factory methods, which keeps their skills up to date. Then there's the equipment the service crew in a DeSoto Plymouth shop has to work with. It's the very finest, the most modern that money can buy. So, naturally, skilled men working on a job with the best equipment available service your car better and get it back to you sooner. That's what fast service means wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here comes the Swiss war bride and her husband, all set for the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. Good luck to you.
Here we go. All right. We go for $2,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully. And please no help from the audience. Here it is. In the 1800s, millions of cattle were driven to market over a famous trail that went from Texas to Abilene, Kansas. What is the name of this historic trail known in song and story? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
The Santa Fe Trail?
No, I'm sorry. It's the Chisholm Trail. I'm sorry. That's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$180 in the quiz.
$180 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our other contestants. Good night. Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Keep your wits and windshield clear. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hair. H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's supposed to try for it?
Well, a bachelor and a spinster, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Miss Florence Fairbank and Mr. Max Willens. Come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, let's see this. Bachelor and a spinster, eh? Miss Florence Fairbank, huh? You're a mighty fine-looking woman, Florence. And Maxwell End, that's
Yes,
you,
that's
I
me.
presume. Huh? Welcome, youngsters, for the Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Fairbanks, where are you from?
Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond, Virginia. Where you look
FFV.
like. FFV, what does that mean?
First family of Virginia.
Oh. And who was the second family, do you remember? Now, what sort of work do you do, Miss Fairbanks?
I'm a
I'll
hostess.
call you Florence, huh?
Oh, yes, true. I'm a hostess.
You're a hostess?
Yes.
Where?
In one of your exclusive tea rooms.
Oh. Well, I'm sure it's exclusive if you're the hostess, Florence. And Max, you're a bachelor, eh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Max?
I was born in Vienna.
You got a very big role on you? How long have you been living in California?
Oh, about 10 years now.
10 years, huh?
Yes,
You
sir.
like it here?
I love it.
You miss Vienna?
No, I don't.
Did you miss it when you were there?
On the contrary, I missed it. I never missed it. In fact, I left it because I wanted to miss it.
I see. Well, you make an attractive couple, and as long as you're both in California, you might just as well get married. Max, did you say your name is Max?
Yes, sir.
Max, yeah. Is it easier to find a wife here than your hometown?
No, I think it's easier to find them over there, but it's harder to get rid of them here.
That's a very logical answer. Huh? Max, do you have a nickname, or should I just keep calling you Max?
Well, they call me Frenchie most of the time.
Frenchie, that's because you're from Vienna?
That's right.
Why do they call you Frenchie?
I don't know, my accent. Everybody thinks I'm a Frenchman. I can't speak French. I don't know any French.
What sort of work do you do, Max?
I'm a cab driver.
What kind of taxi cab do you drive?
A yellow cab.
There's nothing yellow about the cabs in this town. They'll attack anybody, huh? Now, tell us something about driving a cab. Have you ever had any unusual experiences on your job?
Well, to tell you the truth, almost every experience a cab driver has is unusual. But I could tell you a very interesting story.
Well, I wish you would. I haven't told you any. I don't know.
That happened to me while I was overseas in the OSS. I was living in a hotel there in Mayfair, and...
you were really putting it on over there, huh?
Yeah, I was a major.
Oh.
Made a lot of money. So, it was during the time of the bus bombs and those B-2s. It was awful. So one Sunday morning I was standing in front of the mirror shaving, when all of a sudden the alert sounded, woo, woo, you know. So, 2 minutes
Doesn't
later...
sound like an alert to me, huh?
2 minutes later,
Sounds like a dame passing on the corner.
2 minutes later, the first bus bomb came right over our hotel. It was awful.
You ought to be working for Disney.
So, chambermaid came around the corner and...
Was she shaving, too?
She said to me, with the typical English understatement, she said, "Aren't they a nuisance?" I was scared to death. And she said, "Aren't they a nuisance?"
Well, that's charming, I think.
I said, "For goodness sakes, ma'am, why don't you move from here to Scotland or somewhere where there aren't any bombs?" And the answer she gave me, I'll never forget. She said, "Oh, no," she said, "Mr. Hitler is not going to tell me when and where to move."
Well, that's wonderful. You know, oddly enough, that was the whole attitude of the British, and it was a great contribution to winning the war.
I should say so.
Now, let's find out something about you, too. Max, what is your age?
I'm 62.
Well, you're a very young-looking man, and I'd say you have a very honest meter. How old are you, Florence?
Oh, I'm a little younger than he is.
Are you sure your meter is as honest as his?
Would you doubt it?
No, I don't. Florence, how come a charming, attractive, intelligent, sweet girl like you hasn't married before this?
Well, I guess I just haven't found the one I was looking for, that Prince Charming. Maybe I've waited.
You waited too
late.
long, yeah? Well, be careful when you're around Max. He'll charge you 20 cents for each 5 minutes of waiting. Max, why haven't you married?
Well, Tell you the truth, I could only...
That's what we're looking for.
I could only marry a woman that I...
That's what we all marry.
I could only marry a girl that I respect. And a girl that would marry me, I couldn't respect.
Max, I don't think you're being very fair to yourself.
Well...
I think you have a charming personality. You seem like a very nice fellow. Remember that the next time I get in your cab.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Florence, tell me, if you found a handsome, eligible bachelor, would you be interested?
I might be.
Look at Max. His heart's going buckety, buckety, buckety. Or maybe that's just his meter ticking. And now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Right now, I want you to listen carefully to what Fenneman has to say.
Throughout the country, you'll find that the DeSoto Plymouth dealers are well thought of in the communities in which they're located. They have gained the respect of their neighbors and business acquaintances by the way they run their DeSoto Plymouth dealerships. They have the old-fashioned idea of how a customer should be treated, with courtesy, fairly and squarely. And you'll find the spirit of fair play is reflected in every member of the DeSoto Plymouth organization, whether they're in the service crew, on the sales floor, or in the office. DeSoto Plymouth dealers also get their reputations because of the two superb cars which they handle. The brilliant DeSoto is one of the best engineered automobiles ever built. And it is a long, low car with beautiful lines and the most luxurious interior you can imagine. As you know, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. So look for these two great names linked together. DeSoto, Plymouth.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Well, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected composers of operas. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet? Talk right up, kids. Into the microphone.
$10.
$10. Okay. Who composed Tristan and Isolde?
Tristan and Isolde, Richard Wagner.
Wagner is right, huh?
And they're off to a great start. They have $30.
How we ever did that and played shortstop for Pittsburgh at the same time is beyond me. How much have they got now?
$30.
$30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 would you bet on your second question?
25.
All right. Who composed Madame Butterfly?
Giacomo Puccini.
Puccini is right. Puccini, he not only gives you the first name, the last name, first name, everything. He's really a scholar, this man is, isn't he?
They certainly are. He certainly is.
Let's get the tenses right. Now, how much have they got?
They have
we are
55.
tensing tonight on the old camp. How much have they got?
$55.
Stop giggling, Fenneman, will you? You're a grown man with 3 kids, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 55 you're going to go for?
50.
50. Who composed Carmen?
George Bizet.
Bizet is right. And he was really busy when he wrote that, too.
Oh, they're climbing now.
How much have they got?
$105.
$105. Who's your last chance to beat the other couples? How much will you bet?
No. All of it. All of it.
All of it?
What do you want $5 for?
All of it. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I better make it easy.
$105?
Yeah.
Here we go. Who composed Rigoletto?
Giuseppe Verdi.
Verdi is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $210.
Thanks and good luck. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. That Max is really a sharp cookie. He knew the first names of everybody. I didn't even know the last name.
Oh, Groucho, the secret word is still hair.
Okay.
We invited some women dentists to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Dr. Ilyana Cosby. Her partner is a married man from the studio audience, Mr. Terrence O'Brien, and here they come. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Now, let's see. Ilana Cosby, is that right?
Iliana. It rhymes with manana.
Oh, okay. Are you related to Bing?
No, my husband could be, because his name is Cosby, and we're always confused. His name is Fairfax.
Oh.
Fairfax Cosby.
Fairfax and where? Beverly?
The boulevard was named for him.
He was?
Yes, seriously.
Oh, really? Well, it's a mighty fine boulevard. And Terence O'Brien.
That's me. Hello.
Well, I'm fine, and how are you?
I'm all right.
You're a dentist, Eliana?
I am.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Born here?
No, in New York City.
New York City?
Yes.
How long you've lived out here?
I came here when I was 3 years old, and that was 25 years ago.
Well, you're still in your teens, according to that. And Mr. O'Brien, where are you from?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. Well, how long have you lived up here?
Oh, just a little bit shy of a year.
Mm-hmm. Well, how come you left Texas?
Well, I just want to see what it was like out here. Where all the money was, rich people.
What about those oil wells in Texas?
Well, I didn't have any.
Now, what kind of work do you do up, Mr. O'Brien?
Well, right now I'm a student. Going to school.
Oh, you're just a boy, huh?
That's all, just a kid.
How old are you?
32.
You must be pretty near through high school by this time.
No, I'm going to school out here to learn something more. You know, I finished high school. I'm going to UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my boys are here.
No, those are girls from USC. What do you contemplate doing when you get discharged from college? I mean, do you have any particular profession you're going after? Or?
No, I haven't decided yet.
Well, I think by the time you get to 50, you ought to come to some conclusion. Now, Mrs. Cosby, aren't women... Doctor. You can call me Doctor, too. Huh?
Oh, certainly.
I was a doctor in a couple of movies I made out of. Matter of fact, I had a doctor of the movies after I got through with it. Aren't women dentists quite unusual?
No, there are about 20 in Los Angeles alone.
Well, if they're alone in Los Angeles, they're a lot better off than if they knew somebody. Mr. O'Brien, you're a married man?
Definitely. Really married.
You have any children?
I got 2.
Well, what are their names?
Well, the oldest boy, 3 years old, is Patrick Michael O'Brien, and the youngest is 18 months, and he's Dennis Terrence O'Brien.
He's a dentist, and he's 18 months? How did you meet your wife, Mr. O'Brien?
Well, it was, I'm Irish. My wife was Irish, Dugan, and we were having a St. Patrick's Day party. And some of the boys were there, Shanahan, and Donahue, and a couple of the others. And
nobody named Schwartz?
And a friend of mine, Floyd Shanahan, we went out in the kitchen there and got in the batter, and we put a little bit of grog in it, just for the joke of it. And it seemed like the cakes didn't raise up right when they were baked. And my wife, to-be, she found out that I was the one that did it. She was the one who was baking the cake, and the cake flopped so bad, and so she slung it. I caught it.
She threw the cake at you?
She sure did.
She says, if I knew you were coming, I'd have thrown a cake. Is that it? And then that was...
Well, I realized the next day after I got well that...
What do you mean, you...
I was ill. The cake was hit me kind of hard. So I had a little headache, and I get better later on, and I realized it was kind of a nasty trick, so I went back and told her I was sorry. And
why were you sorry? I don't understand that. She threw a cake at you, and it hit you in the face?
Well, she... that's right, too. I hadn't thought about that.
I'd have it out with her if I were you, huh? Kids or no kids, huh? Now, Mrs. Cosby, what advice do you have for saving teeth, Doctor?
Proper brushing of teeth, good nutrition. Excellent nutrition is one of the first things to pay attention to. The lack of emotional tension, and seeing your dentist, of course, quite frequently.
How often?
at least twice or 3 times a year.
I see my dentist every week. He's going with my daughter. It's not helping my teeth any. As a matter of fact, it's not helping my daughter any. Well, it's been wonderful having you both here, and my thanks to both of you. And now we're going to proceed with our little game. Eh? Now, let's see how you make out in the race with $1,000. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The bachelor and the spinster won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected complete the names. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10. What king was known as the Lionheart?
Richard.
Richard is right.
And we're on the way, Groucho. They have $30.
Pat, it's quite evident that your education hasn't been neglected. Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
15 or 20? 20.
Shoot it.
20? What Western outlaw was known as the Kid?
Billy.
Billy the Kid is right.
Now they have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
What was the name of the Norseman who discovered Greenland? He was known as the Red.
Eric.
Eric the Red is right.
They're climbing now, Groucho. They now have $90.
You got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to go for?
80.
Talk up, kids.
We'll shoot it all.
Shoot it all.
Shoot it.
All right, you're going to shoot it all. What gal who kicked the gong around was known as the Moocher?
Minnie.
Minnie the Moocher.
And they wind up with a grand total of $180.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still hair.
Hair.
Hair. We invited some deputy sheriffs to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Audrey Lair. Her partner is a symphony conductor, Professor Peter Meremblum. And here they come. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Audrey Lair.
Yes, sir.
That's you, huh? And a symphony conductor and a deputy sheriff.
I'm a deputy
You're
sheriff.
a deputy?
Yes,
deputy.
sir.
Where are you from, Audrey?
From San Francisco.
Professor Peter Meremblum. Are you any relation to Lovenblum? where are you from?
I'm from Yalta, Crimea.
You're in Alta Crimea? You don't look like it. You look like a comparatively young man. Huh?
I am young man.
Professor, are you married?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been married?
25 years.
25 years. Well, at least you should know the score.
I do.
Well, you should after facing the music for 25 years. Would I be amiss, Audrey, if I asked you how old you are?
Not at all.
It wouldn't be fun talking to you if I were amiss. Well, how old are you?
28.
You're a mighty pretty girl, Audrey. Can't get over it. I thought all the Western sheriffs were old and gnarled and chewed tobacco. Well, don't you even carry a 6-shooter?
Carry a .38 revolver.
You're pretty well heeled, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And very well ankled, too, I might say. Have you ever used your revolver, Audrey?
No.
Why don't you and I go out after the show tonight? I'd give you occasion to. I'm having walnuts for dinner. We can use your revolver to crack them. Fooled you, didn't I? You thought I went off half-cocked there, didn't you? Now, Sheriff, what do you do in your job? Do you ride a horse and catch bank robbers?
No, it's the supervision and protection of the female inmates in the county jail.
Oh, well, if they're behind the bars, what do they need protection for?
From themselves, from each other. Sometimes we get some pretty wild ones.
Well, while you're about it, could you save me a wild one? Now, Professor Meremblum, let's get back to you. What band do you lead?
I call California Junior Symphony Orchestra.
Is that a Dixieland jive outfit?
No, the junior orchestra consists of young people from 12 to 20 years old.
Oh. Firehouse 5 plus 110, is that it, huh? Now, Professor, I've not only heard of your orchestra, but I've also heard it, and I think it's the finest organization of its kind. You've done a remarkable job with those kids.
Thank you so much.
Do you have a professional name like Hot Lips Marenbloom?
Well, sometimes they call me Pied Piper of Hollywood.
The Pied Piper? You mean all these kids are little rats? How many prisoners do you have in your jail, Audrey?
Pretty close to 200.
They must have some pretty hot gossip sessions down there, eh? What do they talk about, Audrey?
Oh, pretty much the same thing that men do.
They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Sheriff, tell me, do men ever try to flirt with you?
Yes.
Even if you're wearing a uniform?
I guess it doesn't make any difference whether I have my uniform on or not.
Oh, I think it would make some difference. I recommend that you at least... Well, thanks to you two, I know all about music, and someday we must get together and sing the prisoner song. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The bachelor and the spinster are still ahead with their $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected uses of money. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
Talk up.
10.
10 is all right.
$10. What do you call money taken by the government March 15th?
Income tax.
Income tax.
Well, we're on the way.
That isn't what I call it, but no matter, huh?
They have $30 now.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you bet on your second question?
All right.
20.
All right. What do you call money you pay for speeding?
Traffic fines.
Fines is right.
They now have $50.
You now have $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to go for?
If we save 10 and bet 40, is that too much? Okay. 40.
How much?
40.
$40. What do you call money you give to the community chest?
Charity. Contribution.
Contribution is right.
You're now climbed to $90.
All right, you got $90. And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Should we stick on the same system?
Up to you.
$80.
$80. What do you call money you receive from profits of a corporation?
Assets.
Now, think carefully. One
minute.
answer between you now.
Profits received from a corporation.
What do you call it?
Well, it's net profit. No.
No, I'm sorry. It's dividends.
It's dividends.
So we went back down
You were
to $10.
flirting around with it, Audrey.
I didn't flirt enough.
Yes, and you wind up with $10.
Well, that's a shame.
Why didn't ask me? I will tell you dividends.
All right, we're going to give you another question.
Well, I didn't know you.
Groucho, I have an extra question here. I think we should let them go home with a little more than $10.
All right, we're going to give you one more question. If you get it right, you win $10. Now, think hard now, no help from the audience. Who wrote Beethoven's Fifth Symphony? Beethoven is right.
But they still wind up with an actual $10.
From offstage, we are told that Mr. Marenbloom said that he knew that answer. I knew, but I thought it is privilege of lady to answer. You see. Well, for being such a polite fellow. Well, I lost so much money in stock market, I know, but it's different.
Now, what do you want, Professor? Do you want the question again about Beethoven, or do you?
Yes, I know. All right, you're going to leave your bet the same.
$80? Here we go. What do you call money you pay when you're kidnapped?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Ransom.
Ransom? Ransom is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $170. And that means the bachelor and the spinster with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question.
Well, give me the question, Fenneman, and in just a minute we'll see if they're going to walk off with $1,000.
If your car doesn't operate smoothly and efficiently day after day, well, you need the kind of service that DeSoto Plymouth dealers pride themselves on being able to give. For the DeSoto Plymouth mechanics are trained in the latest factory servicing methods. Special courses held regularly throughout the year keep these skilled men up to date on the newest of servicing techniques. Factory manuals, factory recommended lubricants, and factory inspected parts help to assure you that every job done on your car is done right. And this kind of service is reflected in the way your car performs, the way it starts on colder mornings, the way it serves you and your family week after week. So for excellent car service, drive in wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
See you later, Audrey.
And here's the bachelor and the spinster, our winning couple.
If it's the last thing I ever did.
All ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. When Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, he was watching a play in Ford's Theater. For $1,000, what was the name of that play? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
We don't know.
Well, I'm sorry, but that is not the answer. The answer is Our American Cousin. That's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
Well, these people won $210.
$210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you, and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Twilight reduces visibility. Reduce your speed accordingly. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is room. R-O-O-M.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's supposed to try for it?
Well, a greeting card writer and a man who sells gadgets, Groucho. They were selected by our studio audience just before we came on the air, and here they are now. Mrs. Helen Ferries and Don L. Davis. I'd like you folks to meet Groucho Marx right over here. Please.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Helen Ferries.
Ferries is the name.
Ferries. And you're Mr. Davis, I presume. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Mr. You sell gadgets?
Yes, sir, I do.
Don, is that your name?
Yes, sir. Don.
I'll call you Mr. Davis, huh?
Okay.
You can call me Don.
Okay.
Mrs. Helen Ferris, you're a greeting card writer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I've only one thing to say to you. Greetings.
Same to you.
Who do you work for, Helen?
Buzz Cardozo.
Oh, I've heard of that. That's in Korea, isn't it?
No. Mr. Buzza is the president, and Mr. Cardozo is chairman of the board. They're my bosses.
I see. Mr. Buzza buzzes Mr. Cardozo, and Mr. Cardozo buzzes you, huh? That's... Well, who do you work for, Don?
Gadget of the Month Club.
The Gadget of the Month Club?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
That's the only organization in the world to take an idea and guarantee you to sell and deliver at least 100,000 units of your idea.
Let me get this clear. If I have any ideas, you can sell them?
Yes, sir.
Occasionally I get a few ideas, but I doubt if you could sell them. In fact, you could be arrested just for thinking of them. Well, how do you make any money out of this club?
You see, we are the only organization in the world that people buy things sight unseen and pay for them in advance. That proves that they love new things so well.
They don't even know what they're getting?
No, sir, because it's a delightful surprise of getting these packages when the mailman delivers them.
Well, for example, what do you consider a delightful surprise?
Well,
That's a reasonable question, I
think. One of our very delightful and successful gadgets is a gadget known as kitchen doozy.
That's what you consider a delightful surprise? Kitchen doozy. What is a kitchen doozy?
Kitchen doozy is the first new idea in tea kettles in 100 years. It has a flare top, for example, which reduces the boiling time by 1/3 the time. It has a bumper guard on it so it doesn't nick the other pots and pan. It has an indication which tells you how many cups of water you have left. You can use it to warm the baby's bottle. You can use it also to melt your shortening. You can use it to wash dishes as a dishwasher. It has a whistling tea kettle attachment, and it has a safety valve so in case you go away and forget to turn off the water, it won't blow up. And it's also used to water indoor plants. It's got 13 different features in it.
Can you make tea with it?
Oh, yes, sir.
What are some of your other gadgets?
Here's one, for example, called the Scotch rubber heel, which permits Scotchmen...
I used to know one.
Which permits a man never to have his shoes run down because a disc revolves as you turn corners, so you never wear out the corner of your shoe.
You must lead a pretty complicated life, don't you? Well, let's talk about your job, Mrs. Farris. How many greeting cards do you write in a year?
Oh, about 100 to 200 a week.
200 a week?
Yes, sir.
How long does it take you to write one of these deathless gems?
Well, that depends. Sometimes about 3 minutes, and sometimes as long as 15.
What qualifications are necessary to be a greeting card writer?
Well, I think the main thing is to be able to rhyme. After all, most of them
You have to be able to rhyme?
Mm-hmm. You know, words with another, yet make them mean
I didn't
something.
know that was a requisite of those things, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You say you have to have a knack for rhyming. Let's see how good you are, huh, Mrs. Farris? I'll give you a line, and you make it into a poem. Well, let's see. I had a date with Sadie Dunawetter. Try that on your harpsichord.
Did you say Dunawetter?
Dunawetter.
I had a date with Sadie Dunawetter.
Stuff.
Ever since that night, I couldn't forget her.
You don't know the phone number of Sadie Dunawetter, do you? Now, what seasonal cards are you writing now?
Valentine's Day, 1952.
52?
Yes, sir.
What happened to 51?
We're all through.
Why did you skip a year?
We don't. We work a year and a half in advance.
Oh, you're all through with 51, eh?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, who won the World Series next year, do you know?
Or the Yankees, probably.
Don't bother and answer that. I know it was the Yankees, huh? Well, you've been a very interesting couple, and if you're not careful, you're going to be very happy together. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,500. But right now, I want you to listen carefully to Mr. Fenneman.
Who takes care of that car you drive? Let us suggest you drive yours into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's tomorrow. For there you'll find the kind of service that suits you to a T. And, of course, the pride and joy of all DeSoto Plymouth dealers are the two fine cars that they handle, the brilliant DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. DeSoto is one of America's outstanding automotive achievements, A truly magnificent car from bumper to bumper. A car that's economical to operate mile after mile, month after month. A car that's a joy to drive because of its built-in comfort and great safety. And, of course, because you drive without shifting. And as for value, you'll be amazed how far your dollars go today when you buy a brand new DeSoto. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the American beauty. So tomorrow, come on in where you'll see those two great names linked together. DeSoto, Plymouth.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, explain the rules in your one-syllable words.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Is that clear to you two? All right, now here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected holidays and special days. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
What do you want?
10.
10. What holiday falls on February 22nd?
Washington's birthday.
Washington's birthday is...
Well, you're on your way, folks. You have $30.
I don't know how they ever figured that out. That's really a pretty obscure question. Now, remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much have they got? $30?
$30.
How much of the 30 you're going to risk on this?
20? 20.
20. What special day falls on the third Sunday in June?
Father's Day.
Father's Day is right.
Now you're climbing now. You have $50.
Now, here's your third question. How much have they got?
They have $50
You
now.
got $50. How much you going to bet on this?
45.
45. What holiday falls on the 17th of March?
St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day.
Now you have $95.
Sure, and you're climbing up there. You got $95. Now, how much you going to bet on this one?
90.
You're going to bet 90. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. You're going to bet $90. What day is on the second Sunday in May?
Mother's Day.
Mother's Day is right.
And you'll wind up with a grand total of $185.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, the secret word is still room.
I know that, George.
Just before we went on the air, we selected a housewife from the studio audience, Mrs. Jean Dickman. Her partner is Mr. Willie DeMond, who is a hosiery designer, and here they are. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always find around the house, usually or frequently. You're a hosiery designer, eh? Well, this ought to be fun, eh? Mrs. Jean Dickerman, you're a housewife?
That's right.
Where are you from, Jean?
Los Angeles, originally Long Beach.
What does your husband do?
He sells automobile parts.
Parts?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet him?
Well, I met him in an icebox.
You met him in an icebox?
Yes, I really did. I was...
Were you always cool to him, or just that particular time?
I was demonstrating cheese, and I happened to...
And he was on exhibition?
No. He was a butcher, the owner's son, and he was helping out in the meat department.
Wait a minute, wait. It's not so fast there.
I kept my extra supplies in the butcher's icebox at this market because it was handy to where I was demonstrating.
So?
Well, while I was in the icebox getting fresh supplies, he came in looking for a leg of lamb.
That's his stuff. And was that what you were sporting in those days?
No. Well, I guess he was surprised to see me in there anyway. He slammed the door, and it jammed.
The fellow's looking for a leg of lamb and encounters you, huh?
Well, we were locked in the icebox together, and, we were in there for an awfully long time, so we got pretty well acquainted, and he tried to keep me warm, but, finally someone came and let us out. And so he made a date with me for the next night when we had
to go back in the icebox?
No.
Now, where do you go on your honeymoon? Did you go to Alaska or someplace like that?
No.
North Pole?
No.
Well, who do you work for, Mr. DeMond?
Well, I'm associated with Sanson Hosier Mills, manufacturer of picturesque stockings, but I have my own mill, and I'm better known as Willies of Hollywood.
Well, I know a lot of people in Hollywood who have the Willies, huh? What do you do in your job, Willie?
Well, I have create stockings and look for the unusual things in hosiery.
You look for the unusual things in hosiery? Willie, why don't you just let well enough alone? Let sleeping dogs lie. What sort of work did you do before you became connected with women's hosiery?
Well, I used to box a great deal. I had 86 fights and about 60 knockouts, and...
You were knocked out 60 times?
No. I knocked the other fellow out.
Oh, well, that's a wonderful record. You made a silk stocking out of a cauliflower ear, in other words. Now, what was your biggest fight?
Well, I never did have my biggest fight. I was scheduled to fight in Madison Square Garden. I was quite a young boy, and my mother objected to my boxing. She thought it wasn't the right thing for me to do. And
well, would that have stopped you, I mean?
Well, it would let me go on unless I got a note from my mother to let me fight. I was under 18 years of age at that time.
Imagine a guy in the ring with a note from his mother. She says, don't hit me. Look what the old lady says here. The other fellow picks it up and starts reading, and he knocks him out. Well, you make a very interesting couple, Willie, and next time I want to see something in women's hosiery, I'll give you a ring. Or I'll call Gene up, huh? Now, let's see how you make out in the battle for the $1,500. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The greeting card writer and the man who sells gadgets won $185.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected movie hits of the past. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10, okay. Who played Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind?
Clark Gable.
Clark Gable is right.
And they're on their way, Groucho. They have $30.
You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of your $30 will you bet on your second question?
$25.
$25. Who played the Portuguese fisherman in Captain's Courageous? Take a stab at it if you don't know.
Oh, wait. Oh, who was in Captain Courageous?
Well, I'm sorry. It's Spencer Tracy. Oh. You should have known that, although it's quite some time ago.
And they've dropped to $5 now, Groucho.
Well, that's a shame. I'm sorry. Here's your third question. You're going to bet the 5, I presume, huh? Why don't you bet $4.80? Huh?
Oh, be a sport.
Keep something for your fourth question.
All right.
$4.50.
Four. How much have you got? $4?
5.
Oh, you got 5. Okay, well, that's pretty good. Who played the title role of Little Miss Marker?
Shirley Temple.
Shirley Temple.
Well, on the way again, Groucho. They now have $9.50.
You got $9.50. 50 cents more, you can get 3 pairs of stockings. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $9.50?
$9.50. Why not at all? I have nothing to lose.
Is the last?
This is the
$9.50.
This is it, kids. Who played Captain Bligh in Mutiny on the Bounty?
Lawton.
Lawton is right.
And they wind up with $19.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Thank you very much. Groucho, the secret word is still room. We asked if there were any high school students here tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Sandra Bazrod and Phil Lamar. And here they are, folks. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Sandra Bazrod and Phil Lamar. Welcome, youngsters, to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house.
16.
16?
Yes.
You're a big boy for 16. That's a good age for a high school boy, I think, 16. Certainly better than 41 or something. What is your age, Sandra?
17.
17. That's a good age for a girl, whether she's in high school or not. Well, where do you live, Phil?
In Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. Well, where are you from originally?
Los Angeles.
A world traveler. Where are you from, Sandra?
Well, I'm from Pittsburgh, but I was born in Cleveland.
You're from Pittsburgh and you were born in Cleveland, right?
Yes.
Were your folks commuting at the time?
No.
Now, Phil Lamar, and are you married, Phil?
No, sir.
Strange, isn't it? Why not?
Several reasons, I guess.
Well, could you name a few of the reasons?
Well, I'm not old enough, for one. I don't think my parents would like me going off and getting married, and I'm working, but I don't have enough money to support a woman.
Could you support a girl? They're not quite so expensive, huh? Have you got a girl?
Yes.
You have, huh? There are 30 million married men in this country who thought they had the same reasons for remaining single. All gone, never to return. At what school do you take your siestas, Phil?
L.A. High School.
You go to the same school, Sandra?
Oh, no, I go to a good school.
Well, there's a woman for you. Everything's quiet and serene, and she's itching for battle. Where do you go, Sandra?
Fairfax.
Why do you think your school is better than L.A. High?
Well, Ricardo Montalban graduated from Fairfax.
He did?
Yes.
Well, then there's no question which is the best. Ridiculous to even discuss it. Now, how do modern schools operate, Sandra? For example, give us a brief outline of an average day.
Well, I start out the morning, first period, and I go to advanced composition, and then French, and then we have a 20-minute break for nutrition. Then I go to civics class and costume designing class, and lunch period comes in. And then I go to drama class and gym class. And every once in a while we go to our homerooms and fill out.
Secret word, room, and you and Phil here will split $100 between you. Huh? Now don't try to salt that away. I think you ought to let the woman handle the money, huh?
Not yet. I'm not married.
Well, I know, but it's just a question of a few minutes now, eh? Now, Phil.
Yes, sir.
Don't pay too much attention to that money. I'll guarantee that you get your $50. If I have to keep 25 of it myself. Now, are you interested in any extra curricular activities in school, such as spin the bottle?
Yes, I'm going out for cross country at L.A.
You mean you run from here to New York? You're not the super chief, are you? What is your special interest in school, Sandra?
Well, dramatics, I think.
Dramatics. Yeah. I thought every high school student was dramatic, especially when they're explaining their report card to their parents. Now, Mom, I'd have had a good, but the teacher just doesn't like me, that's all. Well, what do you learn in your drama class?
Oh, we learn diction and stage terminology and
like
pointers
what?
about...
What kind of stage terminology?
Oh...
I used to be of the theater myself.
Well...
Well, you learn diction? How do they teach that?
We do exercises.
You mean like cross-country running?
No, we...
Let's hear one of your exercises. Go ahead.
Well, we have one that goes, I hop to loft to see the cough, go up the path 1.5 miles to take a bath.
Now, isn't that pretty silly? How do you expect to learn to be an actor saying that?
Well, that's to practice the Italian A.
Oh, the Italian A,
yeah.
Huh? Well, you know, that's kind of out of style now in this country. We don't say bath and cough anymore in America.
No, well, see, the play we're doing has a lot of English dialect to it.
Have you been in any plays at yours? Pretty classy stuff, huh? The fellow was in vaudeville, huh? Oh, vaudeville, I forgot. Have you been in any plays at your school? This school happens to be in Boston. Have you been in any plays at your school?
Well, yes, I'm in the play now that we're doing.
You're in a play now?
Yes.
What is the name of this turkey? This opus?
It's called Peg of My Heart.
Peg of My Heart, yes. Huh? Right here, she hasn't got a leg to stand on. Well, Phil, what is your ambition after you graduate from school?
I would like to be a comedian.
That is known as the thrust mortal. Huh? Well, you have a good start. You already have this show. Why would you like to be a comedian? Huh?
Well, it's a lot of fun to see the people in the audience laugh and have a gay time. And
there's always room for a good comedian, but not on the same program with me. Well, to be a comedian, you've got to have some jokes, Phil.
I have jokes.
You have jokes?
Yes.
You mean I have a choice?
What category would you like?
Boy, am I glad I got that annuity, huh? You pick your own category, huh? Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you the one about the time I went hunting. I once shot an elephant in my pajamas. How he ever got in them, I'll never know.
That's a good joke, all right. Is that your own joke?
No. It's one of yours.
That's right. Once I shot an elephant in my pajamas. How he got in my pajamas, I'll never know. That's some animal crackers, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Then we try to remove the tusks. That goes on from there. We couldn't. They're very tough, the tusks in Africa. Of course, in Alabama, the Tuscaloosa. I will now be sued by Kaufman and Riskin. Well, I've learned a lot from you two kids here tonight, and certainly more than I ever learned in school. And now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. Can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The greeting card writer and the man who sells gadgets are still ahead with $185.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Now, you selected slogans. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10?
Right.
You don't consult with Phil here at all, huh?
Well,
Let's get together. 10's okay. That's fine.
Ah, to be 49 again. I stole that from Chief Justice Holmes. What product uses the slogan, the pause that refreshes?
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola!
And you kids are on your way. You have $30.
You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second question? Don't think I can't make it exciting, huh?
We've decided on 25.
You've decided on 20. Well, what product uses the slogan, the candy with a hole in the middle?
I know. Lifesavers.
Lifesavers!
You're only climbing. You have $55.
$55, and here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
What product uses the slogan, when it rains, it pours?
Morton Salt.
Morton Salt.
Well, way up there now. They have $105.
$105. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it, I guess.
All of it? That's the time to gamble when you're 17 and 16. What product uses the slogan, the beer that made Milwaukee famous?
Schlitz.
Schlitz is
And you wind up.
Schlitz is absolutely high.
They do wind up with $210. That means that they get the chance with their $210. They get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question.
Well, now, in just a minute, you two are going to have a chance to win $1,500.
Friends, what makes it possible for a car owner to get really expert service at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers? Well, for one thing, the training their service mechanics get. Training in the latest factory methods. Not just when they first go to work for a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, but constant training to keep them up on the new service and maintenance methods that are constantly coming out of the factory. Also, DeSoto Plymouth servicemen work with factory-engineered and inspected Mopar parts. And they have a large stock of these parts on hand. In addition, they have speedy access to a nationwide system of parts depots. All these things are important to you as a car owner. And there's no better time than now for you to take advantage of the better care your car gets when you drive in where you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Groucho, here's our winning couple, the high school kids, all set for the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Are you kids ready? Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and no help from the audience. Here it is. One of our states touches the boundaries of 8 other states. It originally was known as the state of Franklin. What state is this?
Pennsylvania.
Is that the
No,
answer you two
we haven't
decided
arrived
upon,
at it.
huh? Well, you have to, as the bell is rung, huh?
Oh.
I'm sorry, it's Tennessee. You were a long way from it, huh? The correct answer is Tennessee. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much? $210
Right.
in the quiz? Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Drive slow in rain, sleet, or snow. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Let's not overdo it now. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples tonight. All right, Fenneman, who's supposed to try for the $2,500?
Well, we invited a number of newlyweds to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Heineman, and here they are.
Oh.
Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
I see. A couple of newlyweds, eh? Jolly Heineman, is that right?
Hinman.
Oh,
Jolly.
Hinman, yeah. Hello, youngsters. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. You may not use it, but you always have it with you. Now, Jolly Hinman. How newly wedded are you, Jolly?
1 3/4 months.
There, things are looking up here tonight. Are you standing on a box?
I don't think so.
No, you're pretty tall, aren't you?
Yes, I guess I am.
That's the understatement of the year. Huh? How tall are you, Jolly?
I'm 6'1". Is that with or without shoes?
Well, I don't know you that well. Huh? And what is your name? Runce?
Rouse.
Oh, Rouse. Huh? Like Rouse, madam? Is that?
That's right.
How tall are you, Rouse?
I'm 6'5.5" without shoes.
You're crazy about being without shoes, you two. Well, it's obvious you're newlyweds. Your heads are in the clouds. Let's come down to earth and find out something about you, too. What kind of work do you do?
Well, I work for Jolly's father.
I see. Now it comes out, huh? Nepotism in its most vicious form, huh? You work for Jolly's father?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work for Colby Poster Printing Company. That's his company, and I'm just learning the business there.
He's giving you the business eventually?
Possibly.
Now, were you working before you got married, Jolly?
No, I was going to school. I went to Los Angeles City College.
I see. Did you graduate from there?
No, I only went 1 year. Got married.
You got married pretty early. Now, how'd you capture this fellow? Did you dig a deep pit and cover it with branches or something?
No, it's a pretty long story, but he came out to the Tip Topper Club where we met. And,
what is the Tip Topper Club?
It's a club for tall people. It's a social organization. And
you club each other?
No, not quite. Only after we're married. And then
you know, she's doing better than I am.
And he asked me to dance, and so I danced with him, and so I was walking away because I liked this other guy, and he kept smiling at me.
You liked another fellow?
Huh? Yeah. I was going to...
Did you say smile? Smile! You said the secret word! 1 year in high school, and already she's got $100. Okay, now you were at this club, and you were dancing with another chap?
No, I was dancing with Rouse, and Rouse called me up the next day and asked me to go to a show and out to dinner. And so I went with him, hoping this other guy would call. And then my mother would say...
Women are so loyal.
My mother would say, well, she's not in, and then maybe he'd get the idea to ask me to go steady. So I went with
Your mother was in cahoots on this lying that you were doing? Huh?
I guess so. And so I went out with Ross and had a very nice time, but this other guy still interests me more. So the next week, Ross said he'd ask me...
Ross is a bit on the schlemiel side.
And in the meantime, Rouse came out to different parties, and one was a picnic, and we were playing baseball, and he broke my little finger. And the next week, though, he broke his toe and got even. And then...
Rouse, do you carry a blackjack as regular equipment?
I'm thinking of it.
And so we seemed to have something in common, but I was still going steady with this other guy. Engaged
what about your
now.
finger,
Well, it was okay then.
And your toe, was it all healed up?
I've had reinfections of it.
He had his toenail finally taken off after we were married.
Well, that's pretty funny, huh? There's something tragic about a man getting married with only 9 toenails. Not that so necessary, but it's nice to have them, I think. Now, Ross, tell me about your club. Could I join?
No, you couldn't.
Well, why not?
Well, we consider anybody under 6 feet shrimp.
That's as fishy an answer as I ever heard. Now, how big would I have to be to join your club?
Well, anybody that wants to get into the club has to be 6 foot 4 inches tall.
Any man would have to be that?
Any man, yes.
How about your wife? She's not 6 feet 4.
Well, she's a woman.
That's true. It never occurred to me. What you're saying is that women are different. Is that it?
That's it. In a way.
Well, live a little, learn a little. Well, you're a charming couple, and I know you'll be very happy together. May all your troubles be big ones. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,500 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
This is the season of the year to talk about courtesy. And so I'd like to say courtesy is not just a once-in-a-while thing at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The folks there make a practice of being courteous all year round. And they're not only proud of the way they conduct their business, but equally proud of the 2 superb cars they handle. The DeSoto is their pride and joy, as fine a car value as money can buy. It's an expertly engineered car with that famous drive without shifting DeSoto transmission. It's a safe car to operate because of its big and responsive brakes that stop you quickly, easily. It's a real roomy car, too, up front, in back, and in the trunk. And as for style, no car has lovelier lines and richer appointments than the lavishly styled DeSoto. And as for value, you'll be amazed how far your dollars go today when you buy a brand new DeSoto. Remember, too, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the American beauty, the car that likes to be compared. So look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Well, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,500. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that $20 as they want on each of four questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Is that clear?
Fine.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar movie roles. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
13. 13,
Yeah, I think that'll be
13.
Yeah.
Who played Andy Hardy in the series of that name?
Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney is right. How is Fenneman going to figure up how much money they got?
I have no idea either.
Fenneman is accustomed to dealing in round numbers.
I'm sorry.
I got the first one, though.
How much have they got?
$33.
You're the Einstein of the West, Fenneman. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $33 will you bet on your second question?
What do you think?
To be 6 foot again. To be even 5 feet again.
23.
$23.
$23.
Okay. Who plays Hopalong Cassidy?
Oh, Bill Boyd.
Bill Boyd is right.
$56.
That's a very good magazine, the Billboard. I read it all the time. Now you have how much? $56. Here's your third question. How much of the 56 will you risk?
45.
45. Who created the role of Lynn Belvedere in Sitting Pretty?
Oh, Clifton Webb.
Clifton Webb is right.
They're really up there now. They have $101.
Now we do it like a regular quiz show. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the $101 you going to bet on this one? How much?
75.
How much you going to bet on this one
75.
now? Now, this is your last chance. You got $101. How much you going to bet now?
75.
75?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Who created the role of Tugboat Annie?
Oh, Marjorie Main.
No.
One answer between you. No coaching, please.
Let's see. Marjorie
You'll have to throw out the
Main.
question, and also the one who hollers. Take a stab at it now.
Nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Marie Dressler. It's a tough one, but how much have they got, Fenneman?
And they wind up with $26.
Well, that's not too bad, $26. That's $13 apiece. That's almost $1 a foot. Thanks and Happy New Year from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still smile.
Still smile.
And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a fish dealer and a housewife to be on the program. And here they are, Mrs. Jean Gillen and Mr. Jack Berger. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Now, let's see. Mrs. Jean Gillen, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're the housewife. And Jack Berger? You're a fishmonger, is that right?
That's right.
Where are you from, James?
I'm from New York City originally.
You're from New York. And Mrs. Gillen?
I'm from the smoky city of Pittsburgh.
You're from the smoky city of Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Mrs. Gillen, you're living in the past. You're thinking of the Pittsburgh of 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
When they had winning ball clubs. Where is your husband? Why did you come to California?
Well, it was his idea.
I see.
My husband's
I
idea.
presume he's back in Pittsburgh?
Oh, no, he's out here now, too.
What does your husband do for a living?
He's a marine engineer.
A what?
A marine engineer.
A muddy engineer?
A marine.
Oh, marine engineer.
Yeah.
Oh, marine engineer, huh? You're Scotch, huh?
I sure am.
Oh, sure. Now I recognize the dialect. He's a marine engineer, and where does he operate?
Well, he's not working at it now, but he used to go to sea for quite a number of years. He was at sea.
What did he go to see? Do you remember?
Yeah, just to see what he could see.
I suppose in Scotland that's considered a pretty hot joke, huh? How did you meet him?
Well, when I came to this country at first, we were quarantined. We couldn't get into Ellis Island, and we were to go and stay on Pier 54. We were all made to go and sleep there. We stayed there for a week. Mm-hmm. And there was a crew from another ship came over with a band to entertain us, and we were doing quadrilles.
But did you do the Highland Fling?
No, I was doing the quadrilles, and one part of the quadrilles, they swing you around, and the two big fellas swung me around. I slipped out with their arms, and I fell into the drum. So when he picked me up, this fella came over, he picked me up, So I didn't see him after that for 4 months, and I was at Coney Island with my sister one day, and we're at Luna Park in the Wheel of Fortune, that great big wheel that goes spinning round and round. Well, we went on that, and I sat on the wheel, and I got knocked off, and when I got knocked off, I got knocked right into him.
Well, did you get married while this thing was spinning around?
No, we eloped up to Middletown, New York, and got married.
Why did you elope?
Oh, well, I was scared of my mother.
Are you still scared of her?
No, not now. I'm a big girl now.
Has anything unusual ever happened to you?
Well, nothing very much unusual, but I've got my own back. My husband one time took $5 out of my pocketbook, and he got dressed up and went out. And when he came home that night, I went through his pockets and I found a program for the opera from New York. So the next morning when I made up his lunch, instead of putting any meat on his sandwich, I put the program in between his two slices of bread.
Well, that's not a fish story, but it's a good meat story. Now, what fish market do you work for, Mr. Berger?
Jack's Fish and Poultry Market.
Now, tell me, do fish have any special value as food? For example, are they packed with vitamins?
They are, and they are considered a brain food.
Seems to me if a fish had any brains, he'd still be in the water. What specifically, where do you get your fish? And don't say out of the Pacific either.
Well, we get our fish from many states. We get fish from Maine, from the state of Washington, from Massachusetts.
Boston, Massachusetts?
Oh, yes.
A lot of fish from Boston?
A lot of fish from Boston.
Do they swim here by themselves?
No.
Be pretty tired by that. How do they get here? Huh?
Well, fish from Boston we fly. We bring them
that's flying fish. Isn't it pretty expensive to fly your fish out here from Boston?
Well, it's pretty expensive, but it'd be more expensive to go to Boston than get it yourself.
Well, there's a great deal in what you say. Not too much, but some. Well, thanks to you, Jack, I know all there is to know about fish. Now, let's see if you can hook me for $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth clams. You run your $20 into more than our other couples. Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The newlyweds won $27.
Here we go. Now, let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected famous words. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$15.
Is that all right with you?
It's all right for me, yeah.
All right. To what are these the opening words? In the beginning?
The opening words of the creation. In the beginning, the Lord made the heaven.
Well, I think that's right. It's the first words of the Bible.
Well, you've been on your way. You have $35.
Stop shouting in my ears, man. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of your $35 will you risk on your second question?
$25.
All right. To what are these the opening words? We, the people?
The Constitution
of the Constitution of the United States. $60. All right, you got $60. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 60 are you going to go for?
50.
Yeah.
50.
All right, $50. To what are these the opening words? 87 years ago?
Gettysburg Address.
Gettysburg Address is correct.
Now they climbed to $110.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the 110 are you going to go for?
All of it.
$100.
Yeah, okay.
$100.
All right, to what are these the opening words? When in the course of human events... Talk it over.
Course of human The Declaration of
Declaration of Independence.
And they wind up. And they wind up with $210.
Thanks and a Happy New Year from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
The secret word is still smile.
Still smile.
Still
huh?
smile. And we
Okay.
invited some college football players to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Paul McMurtry. His partner is a judo expert, June Tegner. And here they are. Folks, I'd like you to meet Groucho Marx. Right up here, please.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, I'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. June Tegner, you're the judo expert?
Yes.
What is judo?
Well, it's the art of self-defense.
Well, thanks for the warning, eh? And Paul McMurtry, you're the football player.
That's right.
Where are you from, Paul?
I'm originally from Rio Hondo, Texas.
How do you spell that?
RIOHONDO.
Not bad for a football player. Well, you're certainly a big hunk of man. Now, how much do you weigh on the hoof?
About 230.
How old are you, Paul?
31 years old.
And where do you play football?
USC.
USC, and you're 31 years old?
That's right.
What position do you play on the USC football squad?
I play right guard.
Uh-huh. Why do you play that?
That's where the coach puts me.
What do you want to be when you graduate from college, if you ever do?
I like to be a football coach.
Well, how come you're in college at this age? Isn't that rather unusual to be there at that age?
Well,
you don't look dumb.
I spent 8 years in the Navy.
Oh, you didn't say that, huh? You'll forgive me for those cheap insults before, won't you, Paul?
Sure thing.
You better, huh? June, let's talk about judo, eh? What does judo mean in Japanese?
Well, judo is Japanese. In English, it means soft way.
The soft way? And what is the soft way? What can you do to a man with judo?
Well, you can throw him or break his arm or stun him or knock him out or kill him, anything you want to do.
And that's the soft way? I won't ask you what's the hard way. Eh? Do you have a job, June?
Oh, yes. I teach at the National Judo Association in Hollywood on the Sunset Strip. It's the oldest school in this country.
It is, huh? Is it old enough for him to get in? June, do you think a knowledge of judo would help our football hero here out on the field?
Well, it may not help him out on the field, but it would certainly help him off the field.
Well, he'd have to have some kind of help off the field, I guess. Could you use her on your football team?
You sure could.
It would never work. I never saw a football game where both teams were chasing the same player. Well, June, in your work as a judo instructor, has anything embarrassing ever happened to you?
Well, yes, a lot of things, but, there's one.
One specifically that you could tell us about?
Well, I was in the show with my sister once. And,
in a show? What kind of a show?
A movie, theater. And there was a masher sitting alongside of me, and he puts his arm around me. And so I used a nerve center where I push against his head. You know, I pushed him back, and he's laying back over the seat, and my sister and I were eating popcorn. He's making a lot of noise, and he's gasping, and people are saying, "Be quiet." They're quiet down front, so I started stuffing popcorn down his mouth. I was embarrassed.
Well, that's very interesting. What was the name of the picture? Do you remember? Was it Great Expectations? What, was it buttered popcorn?
Salted.
I think that's the best kind to strangle a man with. Well, it's been very interesting having you two here tonight. And June, anytime you want to demonstrate any of your holds on me, just remember I'm all tied up. Now you're going to play Your Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question.
The fish dealer and the housewife are ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Now, you're a college boy. You ought to be pretty good at this. You selected bowl games. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. How much are you going to bet?
14.
14.
Then you're getting strange sums here tonight. This is all a plot against you, Fenneman.
Sure it is.
All right. You're going to bet $14. In what city is the Sugar Bowl game played? The Sugar Bowl game.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
New Orleans is right.
$24.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $24? You did a masterly job there. Huh? How much have they got?
$24.
That's all they've got? I told you Fenneman couldn't count, huh? I've been watching him for years up here.
14. You're right. $34.
Isn't it pitiful? There's a grown man with 3 children. He can't count up to 34. Huh? All right, you're going to bet how much?
29.
20? Fenneman, they're after you tonight. You better start figuring now, huh?
29.
Yes. Where is the Cotton Bowl game played?
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas is right.
How about 63?
That's all right with me, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 63 you going to go for?
39.
All right. Where is the Shrine East-West game played?
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
$102.
You got $102, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
$11.
$11.
$11. Well, that's a very thrifty play there, huh? Now, what city plays host to the Orange Bowl game?
Miami, Florida.
Miami, Florida is right. He knows all the answers, but he's just teasing me on each one.
And they wind up with $113.
Splendid, Fenneman. You've done a magnificent job tonight, huh?
I was going on to say that means the housewife and the fish dealer with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
You know, there are more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers located throughout the country. This means that as you travel, on business or perhaps on a vacation, you can rest assured you're not too far from a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. A car dealer equipped to render the same kind of expert service you're used to getting from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in your own hometown. A dealer with a supply of factory-inspected and approved Mopar parts. A dealer who wants to serve you just as honestly and skillfully as the DeSoto Plymouth dealer where you live. Yes, it's a big organization, and it's bound together by a common desire to do good work at a fair price. So wherever you are, or wherever you drive, come in where you see the familiar sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the housewife and the fish salesman all set for the DeSoto Plymouth big question, Groucho.
Well, here's little Scotty again and the old fish man, huh? All right, now here we go for $2,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. So think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. You got your thinking caps on?
Should have.
Aye. Well, the most beautiful building in the world is located at Agra, India. A-G-R-A, India. What building am I talking about?
Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal! That's right. You win $2,500. You had the right answer, so you win $2,500. Now, what are you going to do with all that swag?
Well, I have a daughter when she was a little girl that miraculously recovered from polio. And I feel winning this money, the first I've ever won in my life, and I'm going to donate $500 to the Infantile Paralysis Fund.
Well, thank you. That's a wonderful way to spend the money. And what are you going to do with your swag?
Oh, well, I just don't know what I'm going to do. I'm so flabbergasted.
Well, let's say you weren't flabbergasted. What are you going to do with the money?
Well, I have a daughter just, married to a GI, and he's gone to school, and I haven't seen her for a long while, and there's lots of things I can do for them. They're just starting out.
That's wonderful. Well, let's see. You win $2,500 plus $210 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations and a Happy New Year from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, folks, tell them Groucho sent you. Just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Ease up when there's a freeze up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
The secret word tonight is heart. H-E-A-R-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present the best of Groucho. Yes, friends, it's a Groucho summertime. By popular demand from your letters, from rating histories, and the acclaim of critics, the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers bring you selected shows from You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho Marx is on vacation, friends, and will return in the fall. Until then, it's fun and laughs each week this summer as we proudly present some of the best of Groucho's past shows. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for the $1,500?
Well, we invited some weathermen and some cashiers who work in drive-in theaters to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Winnie Wynn and the weatherman John Aldrich. Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. John Aldrich, huh? Speak for yourself, John Aldrich, wasn't it? Well, Miss Wynn, you're a movie cashier?
That's right.
Where are you from?
My birthplace is Bristow, Oklahoma.
Winnie Wynn. Isn't that a cute name, huh? You're a cute girl, too, huh?
Thank you.
I'll just call you Winnie. Winnie the Pooh, huh? How old are you, Winnie?
27.
27? Well, you don't look it. I thought you were about 21.
Thank you.
They must take good care of you in Oklahoma. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Well, you don't look it. Mr. What is your name? Mr. Aldrich, huh? You're the weatherman, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where do you hail from?
Des Moines, Iowa.
You get that, son? I said, where do you hail from?
Yeah.
And you're a weatherman, huh?
That's pretty good.
Yes, that's deucedly clever, huh? What are your duties? in the Weather Bureau, John?
Well, our duties of the Weather Bureau are threefold: to furnish forecasts for the general public and for aviation and for fire protection.
How is it your weatherman gets wrong so much of the time?
Well, we don't do it by guessing.
I beg your pardon. How is it your scientific analysis, based on precise mathematical calculations, are so consistently incorrect? Riddle me that, old boy.
Well, we don't do so badly.
You're not always wrong, huh?
We're not always wrong.
You mean it's the weather that's usually wrong, huh? What would you say your average is?
Well, from 50 to 100%.
Is that so? You mean you're 100% correct 50% of the time? Now, I know that everybody makes jokes about the weather, man. Do you have any favorite jokes? I imagine you get a lot of kidding about the weather.
Well, I think my favorite is the story about the king who led his knights out to battle. And on the way, he met a farmer, and the farmer hailed him and says, "Ho, king, better not go on, it's going to rain." "Oh, no, I've checked with my prophets." So on he went, and it rained, and he was driven back defeated. So after beheading his prophets, the king sent for the farmer, and he said, "Look here, my man, how was it you knew the storm was coming?" "Well, Your Highness, I have a little beast of burden. He's very sensitive to weather, and when his ears are erect, why, you know the good weather's ahead, but when his ears droop low, why, it's a sure sign of rain." And from that day on, the jackass has been a weather prophet, and vice versa.
We'll now sing the Donkey Serenade. Now, Winnie, you're still awake, aren't you? Huh?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, let's get back to your movie. Which movie do you work for?
The Pacific Drive-In Theater in Compton.
Now, what's going on in your drive-in theater tonight, for example?
Destination Moon.
What is it?
Destination Moon and Mr. Lucky.
Uh-huh. Well, if I know drive-ins, there's more than that going on there tonight. You know, the last time I was at a drive-in, the movie stopped and it was 40 minutes before a customer complained. And he only complained about the mosquitoes. How many people are there in the average car that come to your drive-in?
Well, just a shade over 2.
Well, that's certainly a handy thing to have at a drive-in. Does anyone ever try to sneak into your drive-in?
Oh, yes. We had that happen.
You do?
Yes.
Could you give me an example of how?
Well, yes. One night, this one fellow came in alone, so the ushers sort of suspected something, and they followed him over and caught 6 other guys, or 7, I think it was, climbing out of the trunk, or the turtleback, whatever it was.
Imagine people being that dishonest, huh? Sneaking into a movie theater. Do you ever bother to look under the engine?
Oh, no, I don't think I'd hide there.
Well, you should have. There weren't 7 people in that boy's car. There were 8 of us. Well, I must say you're an interesting couple, and if I decide to go to a drive-in theater, I'll consult a good groundhog first. Or that jackass. And now, let's see if 2 heads are better than 1. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,500. But first, here's something of importance.
Everybody's talking about power steering, the new feature that helps you turn the steering wheel with so little effort. But wait. Before you buy any car with power steering, remember this. Only the DeSoto type is full power steering, offering you these 3 big advantages. First, it operates at all times, not just some of the time, but all of the time. Second, it's always predictable. The feel of the wheel never changes. Third, DeSoto's full power steering lets you turn the steering wheel from one extreme to the other in only 3.5 turns, instead of the conventional 5.5. Try the DeSoto type of full power steering. Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Yes, take the 5-mile trial. In either the 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the famous DeSoto PowerMaster 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. The low-priced car, most like high-priced cars.
Okay, now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, explain the rules in your broken English.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
That clear?
Yes,
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected colors of flowers as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
16. What did you say?
I said 10.
We'll split it. 13.
All right. What color is a poinsettia?
Red.
Red is correct.
And you're on your way. You have $33.
You're on your way with $33. Remember, you're going for $1,500. How much of the 33 will you bet on your second question?
20.
What's up a little, huh?
Okay.
26?
26.
All right. What color is a calla lily?
White.
White is correct.
Really going now, you have $59.
$59. How much of the 59 you going to go for?
50.
Good.
$50. What color is a daffodil?
Yellow.
Yellow is right.
And you climb all the way to $109.
$109 is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 109?
90.
Okay.
$90. What color is a gardenia?
White.
White is correct.
And you wind up with $199 from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Thank you very, very much. Groucho, the secret word is still heart.
Yes, I know. Still hot is no good. Huh?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a weightlifter, Mr. John Farbotnik, and his partner...
Please, don't make up any names here. Give us the names they actually are. We have enough trouble.
The weightlifter's name is Mr. John Farbotnik, and the housewife is Mrs. Regina Roberts. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx, right up here.
Welcome to your Bet Your Life, kids. And if you
Hello,
say the
sir.
secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. John Farbotnik, that's what it is. Doesn't seem possible, but that's what it is. Gotta keep my trap shut. You're a weightlifter, huh?
That's right.
Weightlifter, huh? Where are you from? Muscle Shoals?
Well, originally I'm from Philadelphia, but I'm traveling.
Let me get my laugh first, will you? How would you like it if you said something brilliant and I rode right over it like that? Where are you from? Muscle Shoals? Went better the first time, I think. Where are you from?
Well, originally I'm from Philadelphia, but I've been traveling the last few years.
Well, I'm sure that I can't help you out on that. Have you spoken to the police in these various cities? You sure you're not from Muscle Shoals?
No, I'm not.
It's such a funny place to be from. Mrs. Roberts, are you from Muscle Shoals?
No, sir.
Where are you from?
New York originally.
Wait, I forgot his name. Oh, John. I'll call you John, huh? I'll call you Farbotnik. That's easier than John. Are you married, John?
Yes, I am. I've been married 2 years.
And what sort of work does your husband do, Mrs. Roberts?
My husband's recuperating, sir.
Well, that's nice work if you can get it. What do you mean? He's building chicken coops?
No, sir. He was shot. He was a policeman in New York.
Oh, well, I hope he wasn't seriously hurt, was he?
He's feeling much better since we've been out here, sir.
Well, wish him speedy recovery for me, will you?
Thank you very kindly.
And what did he do before... oh, he was a policeman, huh? Was he on the force very long?
17 and a half years.
How did you meet him?
My sister was expecting a baby. And you know how babies unexpectedly come. So I had heard that if you called the police department, they might bring assistance. So my husband and another policeman came, and he delivered the baby. And then after that, he used to come to visit the baby as a pretext. He used to say he wanted to see how the baby was coming along.
And he was really coming there to see your sister?
No, he was coming to see me. And up to that time, I never had a sweetheart, so that was all right.
You said sweetheart, and you and John, Mr. Farbotnik, are going to split $100. Well, your husband's got $50 tonight that he didn't have this morning, huh?
I have it.
Well, there is a difference. Now, Mr. Farbotnik, I'm fascinated. Have you got a nickname, or shall I keep calling you Forbatnik?
Well, my friends usually call me Muscles.
Are you from Muscle Shoals?
No, I'm not.
Well, what do you do?
Well, I'm an instructor at the Physical Services Gymnasium at Westwood and Santa Monica Boulevards.
I see. What kind of equipment do you have there?
Well, we have toe-raising machines, we have leg-pressing machines, and latissimus dorsi machines, and machines develop your latissimus dorsi muscles of your
Where is
upper
your
back.
latissimus dorsi, or is it safe to ask that? Don't tell me it's in Santa Monica. Huh? Where is the latissimus dorsi?
They're the large muscles of your upper back that give you the taper from your shoulders to your waist.
I see. You're speaking for yourself now, are you? Samson, does all this weightlifting do you any good?
Yes, it does.
In what way?
Well, I've seen fellows come into the gym and train for a year or so and come out with a perfect figure.
Really? I went into a burlesque theater the other night. Within 15 minutes, I came out with a perfect figure. Now, tell us something about your physique, John. For example, have you ever won any weightlifting contests?
Yes, I have. I won Mr. Chicago in 1946, and
you won Mr. Chicago?
And Mr. Illinois after that, then Mr. California just lately.
Wouldn't you rather win Miss Atlantic City? Or...
Be for keeps?
Well, even if only temporarily. I held a title one back in 1927. I was Mr. Spineless of 1927. And I've never relinquished that title either. Well, there's no point, John, in having a perfect body if you don't show it anybody. Would you mind giving us a peek at your framework?
Here?
Why not? You do it at the beach, don't you?
Well, the beach is all right, but not in front of an audience.
Well, this is hardly an audience. Just look at them, huh? Go on, take your coat off and shirt, and let's see what a real man looks like. Now, girls, restrain yourself out there. Are you sure you're not from Muscle Shoals? Say, are those real muscles?
Sure are.
They are, eh? How often do you have to pump them up?
Well, I exercise them 3 times a week.
How big are your measurements? I mean, how big is your chest? That is your chest there, isn't it?
About 50 inches.
50 inches? Is that up and down or around this way? Say, John, would you object if Mrs. Roberts felt your muscles?
Not at all.
Go ahead, Mrs. Roberts. They won't bite you. Huh? Now, Mrs. Roberts, how does your husband compare with his greyhound bust?
He doesn't have those muscles, but I like him better.
I see. I like my husband, but oh, you fanatnik, huh? Well, John, figures don't lie, and yours is no exception. And neither is yours, Mrs. Roberts.
Oh, gosh, thanks.
Now, let's see how well you make out in the race for the $1,500. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The weatherman and the drive-in theater cashier won $199.
All right, you selected locations of countries. Now, you have $20. How much are you going to bet on your first question?
15.
15. What country is directly west of Spain?
Portugal.
Portugal is right.
And you're off to a good start. You have $35.
How quickly you knew that, Mrs. Roberts, huh? Remember, you're going for $1,500. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on? $35 will you bet on your second question?
30.
30. What country is directly east of Alaska?
Canada.
Canada is right.
Now you have $65.
Here's your third question. How much of the 65?
60.
What country is directly south of the United States?
Mexico.
Mexico.
Well, you're really on your way. You have $125.
All right, now here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 125 are you going to go for? How much of the 25 are you going to go for? Here we go for the last
whole thing.
The
whole works.
How much?
The whole thing.
The whole works?
Please.
You terrify me, Mrs. Roberts. What country is directly east of Ireland?
England.
England is right.
And you'll wind up with $250 from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Thank you very much.
Thanks to both of you. Huh?
Well, Groucho, the secret
Who's next
word...
on the agenda?
I was going to tell you the secret word is still heart.
Still heart.
Yes. We invited some identical twins to the program tonight, and here they are.
Talk slow so I can smoke.
Miss Jane Luther and Miss Jean Luther. Meet Groucho Marx.
Twins, eh?
Yes, yes.
Welcome for the DeSoto, Plymouth, dealers. How are you?
Just fine.
And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100, just $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Jane and Jean Luther, huh? Mm-hmm. You're identical twins?
Yes, we are.
Double trouble, man. Luther, eh? That's an odd name. Which one is Jane?
I'm Jane.
You're Jane? And which one is June?
There is no June.
I thought June came right after me.
I'm Jean.
Well, you're Jean, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Did Jane come after Jean, or did Jean come after Jane?
Jean came right after Jane.
How much after?
10 minutes.
That long, eh?
Oh, I don't think that's very long.
No, but it can be very important. Another 10 minutes, you might have been triplets. Now, let's get this straight so I know who I'm talking to. Now, left to right, you're Jane and you're Jean. Is that right?
No. I'm Jean and she's Jane.
Well, who's Luther?
We're both Luther.
You're both Luther?
Yes.
Well, I'll just call you Sam and Hyman, after my two titles. Jane, you're Jane, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from originally?
Born in Fort Worth, Texas.
Uh-huh. Not in Walla Walla, huh?
No.
Well, they not only grow them big in Texas, they grow them double down there. Very attractive, too. Huh?
Thank you.
Which one is thanking me?
We both are.
Jean, this is only a wild guess, but I'll bet you're from Fort Worth, too, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Now, why am I so psychic? Jane, I'm embarrassed to ask a woman point blank how old she is, so tell me, how old is your sister?
Well, she's 10 minutes younger than I am.
That's twins for you, double talk, eh? Jean, how old are you? And don't tell me 10 minutes younger than June.
28.
Oh, 28, eh? Then June must be 10 minutes less than 28?
No,
that can't
Jane.
be right. June has 30 days. Jane, are you married, Jane?
No, I'm not.
In that case, Jean, you're not married either, am I right?
That's right, I'm not married.
You see, since you're both named Luther, you couldn't be married if your sister isn't.
Well?
Brother, am I shrewd? Just call me the fat man. Now, Jean, I'm curious to know why you aren't married. You're very attractive.
I'm having too much fun just being single.
Well, you may not be married, but you're certainly not single. What do you mean, having too much fun? What do you consider fun?
Well, I like to go dancing and skiing and ice skating, and I like to indulge in each sport with a different fellow.
In other words, you're a three-man woman, is that it? Now, you say you're identical twins. Do you like the same boys?
Well, we leave that up to the boy.
But do you find out that you like the same type
Yes,
boys?
we do,
You
like
do,
the same type.
Well, that can be rather embarrassing, can't it?
Yes.
If there's only one boy and you both like him?
Well, we let him make his choice, and then it's up to him.
Well, how does he know which one he's picking?
That runs into confusion.
And sometimes runs into money. I must say it's been very confusing talking to you two. Now, let's see if you two have two heads are better than one. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,500. That's the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The weightlifter and the housewife are ahead with $250.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Name the Song. Oh, am I going to get mixed up on this? Do you know any old songs, Fenneman?
I hope so.
I may need all your assistance before I'm through here. Now, here's your first question. How much you going to bet?
15.
15, 30 you going to bet? You only have 20, you know.
15.
Oh, 7.5 apiece.
Yes.
Da-dum, da-dum, da-da, da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-dee.
Old Lang Syne.
Old Lang Syne is right.
You twins are on your way. You have $35.
$35. Remember, you're going for 1,500 clams tonight. Now, how much of the 35 you going to bet?
30.
30. If a body meets a body, come and fray the tune.
Coming through the rye.
Coming through the rye.
Now you have $65.
Boy, did I come through the rye the other night, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 65 you going to go for?
60. 60. Oh, listen to the mockingbird.
Listen to the mockingbird.
You're really on your way, girls. You have $125.
And a finer rendition of the mockingbird, you'll go a long ways to hear. Here's your last chance to beat the other couplets. No, couples. That's the trouble when you take up a foreign language. You don't know what you're reading. How much money have you got?
You have $125.
Well, that's a vast sum. You know that? And how much are you betting?
All of it.
All of it? Dee-da-da-dum, dee-da-da-dum,
Oh, my darling Clementine.
Oh, my darling Clementine is right.
And Groucho, if my figures
are... coat free, too.
Groucho, if my figures are correct.
And your figures really are correct, Adam.
This time I think they are. They wind up with $250, and that means we're in a tie, because the weightlifter and the housewife also won with $250.
Well, land sakes, huh?
So we'll bring them both up and let them both have a chance at the big question.
With the big 4th of July weekend coming up, chances are you'll be out driving. And before you go, make sure your car is roadworthy by giving it a complete checkup at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. There, master technicians, experienced on the job, trained in factory methods, and using the most modern tools and equipment, will tune up your engine so it really sings. They'll check brakes and lights and other vital safety features and make any necessary repairs. Also, if a new part is needed, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer can supply you immediately with the right factory-approved parts. Remember, visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers first. And keep in mind that wherever you drive, you'll always be near one of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America.
Here are our winning couples, Groucho. The weightlifter and the housewife and the identical twins. Now, you both have 15 seconds to write down an answer to our big $1,500 question. Here's a pencil for you two, a piece of paper and a pencil for you two. And if you... I don't know how...
If they both get the answer, they'll split the money between them.
That's the answer,
and
yeah.
if the one team gets the answer, they'll win all the money.
It figures.
You see how simple it is when I do it, huh? All right, here we go for $1,500. Between England and Ireland, there's a body of water. For $1,500, tell me, what is the name of this body of water? Irish Straits, and the twin said the Whale Sea, which is incorrect, so I think that the Mr. Fanotnik over here and Mrs. Roberts... You're all right, kid, you're all right. I'm sorry you couldn't vote, man. But you won a lot of money anyhow, huh? Well, that's right, you win $1,500. Come over here, kids, and tell us what are you going to do with that money. What are you going to do with your money, Mrs. Roberts?
My children have been asking for a television set for so long. I think I can buy them one.
The correct answer, technically, is the Irish Sea, but they said the Irish Straits, and we think that's close enough for them to win the money. Now, Muscle Shoals, what are you going to do with your swag?
I just want to feel it for a while.
Now, let's see. You won $1,500 plus $250 in the quiz. So you really cleaned up tonight.
They had the secret word, too.
And the secret word, huh? Well, let's see. $1,850 you're splitting. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Best of Groucho from the You Bet Your Life series. Don't miss the Best of Groucho on television, too. Also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a rhyme from the National Safety Council. The rules for driving safely add up to only 3. Common sense and caution and common courtesy. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is lamp. L-A-M-P.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You'll Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, we asked if there were any young single people present tonight who'd like to get married someday.
Mm-hmm.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Ellen Chambers and Mr. Charles Crum. And here they come. Folks, step up here and meet Groucho Marx. Right in here.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Ellen Chambers, huh? Where are you from, Ellen?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore?
Mm-hmm.
Very pretty girl.
Thank you.
Is that the standard Maryland type?
Oh, much better than I.
Much better?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a straight train that runs right from here to Baltimore? I mean, without touching Johns Hopkins? I've never touched Johns Hopkins right away. I tried to touch him for $5 once, but I didn't quite make it. How old are you, Ellen?
20.
20, huh? Mm-hmm. And, Mr. Charles Crum, is that right?
Correct, sir.
How old are you, Charlie, my boy?
25, sir.
25, huh? You're not married?
No, sir.
Why not?
I haven't found the right one yet.
Well, the evening's young, and so are you. And so am I. And one of us is a liar. Where are you all from, Charlie?
I was born in Breckenridge, Texas.
Oh, a couple of Southerners we've got here tonight.
Oh, I'm not Southern.
You're not Southern? Well, you're half Southern. Half Southern and half Maryland fried chicken. Charlie, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a caller.
A caller? What kind of a caller? A hog caller? A train caller? Or just a white collar worker?
A square dance caller.
A square dance caller? Oh, I see. Do you call them the same things I call them? Can anybody dance a square dance?
Anybody, sir.
Could an old rounder like me dance a square dance?
Well, anybody that knows their right from their left can square dance.
Well, that answers the question, all right. I'll take up hopscotch. Or just scotch. Do you take your wife with you when you go square dancing, Charlie?
No, sir, I don't have a wife.
Oh, that's right. And whose wife do you take with you?
about his wife.
You don't take anybody's wife with you? Then you're
No,
a
sir.
square even when you're not dancing. What is your favorite square dance, Charlie, and how does it go?
Well, I like, best of all, I guess, Sally Gooden.
Sally Gooden, yeah? Well, that sounds...
That's if I'm dancing.
Uh-huh. Well, how does that go?
Well, starts
Did you
with the first...
swing it loud and clear?
You mean call it?
Yeah, let's hear you call it.
Right, right here?
Stop giggling, Charlie. You're...
I'm not giggling. Well, you bow to your partner, lady, on left knoll. Join hands in circle south. Now circle right about a mile, lady, in leading Indian style. Right back home and swing. Now 4 gents out to the right and swing. Sally Gooden with all your might. Right back home and swing your tall.
And tip the canoe and tile it too. You have a very fine voice, Charlie. That's a lie, but you're among friends here. Do you work, Ellen?
Oh, yes.
What do you do?
I run the elevator at the Broadway Hollywood here in town.
Is that so? Well, that's the finish of the May Company as far as I'm concerned. Do you listen to what people are saying in your vertical cement mixer?
No, I don't pay attention.
You don't pay any attention at all? You don't, eh? Somebody says second floor, you just ignore him and haul him up to the roof. Now, Ellen, you girls must have a few complaints against the public. Now, this is your chance to talk up. What annoys you most in your job?
Men that smoke cigars on my car. I'm sorry, but it's true.
Well, don't look at me. I always crawl up the back stairs. I'd like to use the escalator, but I can't seem to get off one of those things. I stand there for 10 minutes. I don't know which foot to start with. Now, what else annoys you in the elevator?
Well,
And who else annoys you in the elevator?
very often I'll have be standing out on the main floor, and the up light will be on, and I'll stand there and smile and very sweetly try to be very sweet and say, "Car going up, please. Going up over here. Going up, please." Someone will be walking towards me, and they'll get about 3 feet away, and they say, "Going down?" I have to give them a nice big smile. "Going up, please."
Well, you know what it is, Ellen. They're so bewitched by your beauty that they don't pay any attention to what you're saying.
You know that bargain's up on the 4th floor, and they want to get there as fast as they can.
Oh, the bargains. I thought the bargains were in the basement.
No, not in our store.
Oh.
It confuses everyone.
Well, I know in Macy's they're in the basement. If Macy's don't send me one whole floor for saying that, there's going to be trouble. Well, Ellen, could you call out a few floors for us? Say we're approaching the 4th floor where the bargains are. Now, how would you announce the items there?
Well, I say 4th floor next, lingerie, ladies' powder room, bathrobes, and collegienne shop, and hat bar. And
A hat bar? What's a hat bar?
Well, that's where the cheaper hats are, and I always love to say when someone gets in the car and they say, "Where's the millinery?" And I always love to say, "Better millinery on 3, hat box on 4, and then wait to see where they get off. They all get off on 3 and walk up to 4.
She's very pretty, but I wouldn't like to be married to her. I'd always be getting off at the wrong floor. Well, you're a charming couple, and I'm sure the 3 of us will be very happy together. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But first, a word about the exciting new Plymouth.
It's here, the exciting new Plymouth. And what a beauty. From every angle, a brand new look. And inside, luxurious new styling and color harmony.
And wait till you drive it. You're in for a brand new riding sensation. Plymouth's Safety Flow Ride, a revolutionary new use of hydraulic principles. First time in any car at any price.
Ruts in the road?
They just don't exist in a new Plymouth.
Dips in the detours?
Your new Plymouth eats them up.
Backseat bounce?
Not on your life. Rolling along in your new Plymouth, even the bumpiest roads feel like a super highway.
And the result? You drive relaxed, free from tension, and with a new confidence and peace of mind that means you drive more safely, too.
So see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and arrange for your ride. Put the new Plymouth through its paces on the roughest roads in town. Then you'll know why the new Plymouth is today's biggest value among low-priced cars.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Western movie heroes. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
I don't know. It's up to you.
You say.
All right, $10.
$10. What was the name of the masked man of the West with a pal called Tonto?
Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger is correct.
You're off to a good start. You have $30.
You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your 30 are you going to bet on this one?
How much?
Talk up, and and play your bets and Tippecanoe and Tyler too.
$15?
$15.
Okay.
15 smackolas. What is the name of the cowboy with a pal named California and a horse named Topper?
That's Hopalong Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy is right.
You have $45.
All right, you got $45. Here's your third question. How much of the 45 are you going to tamper with?
$20.
That'll be fine.
All right. What is the name of the cowboy who has an Indian boy named Little Beaver as a pal?
Red Rider.
Red Rider is correct.
And you're $65.
$65. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 65 are you going to go for?
No.
No
we want to
coaching,
have
please.
some left.
Not fair. Oh, Tippecanoe and Tyler too, and here we go, and the Salagazan. Now look, don't coach them because it's not fair to the other couples. Now, you might like one of the other couples better. It's not conceivable that I'm going to like anybody better than this, but it's possible. $30. What is the name of the singing cowboy with a horse called Trigger?
Roy Rogers.
Roy Rogers is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $95 from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and thanks very much.
What's next on the agenda?
Well, I want to tell you, Groucho, the secret word is still lamp. And here comes our next couple, Groucho. A fashion expert and a married man. They were selected from our studio audience just before we went on the air. Mrs. Florence Marcia and Mr. Max Snyder. Folks, meet Groucho Marx. Right up here, please.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Typical husband and a fashion expert, eh? Mr. Max Snyder, I presume you're the husband, typical husband. Typical husband and Tyler, too, and here we go. Where were you born, Mr. Snyder?
I was born Devil's Half Acre, Bangor, Maine.
Devil's Half Acre? Why do they call it Devil's Half Acre?
Well, probably because because it was raised down there, I guess. Plenty of devil.
The devil was raised. Now, would Devil's Acre be anywhere near Belly Acres? That's, Well, how do you know you were born there, Mr. Snyder?
Well, my mother told me.
Your mother told you that, eh? Well, that's purely circumstantial evidence. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Snyder?
I'm a shipping clerk.
And you, Miss Florence Marcia, is that right? You're a fashion expert?
That's right.
Uh-huh. Well, that's a nice job, isn't it? Where are you fashioning?
Well, I have
Miss
a shop
Marcia,
on
huh?
Wilshire Boulevard across from the Ambassador Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies' dress shop.
Ladies' dress shop.
That's
What's the
right.
name of it?
Marcia of California.
Uh-huh. And what kind of clothes do you make?
Well, we make clothes for all occasions.
For all occasions?
Yes.
That's interesting. What kind of a dress do you suggest for a hot shower? Something cool, I suppose. Now, what's your average price for a dress?
Daytime or evening?
You mean your prices change after 6 o'clock? Well, let's say about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After I spend all my lunch money.
Well, prices vary. If a house dress or an afternoon dress, it isn't as expensive as a cocktail dress.
A cocktail dress? What is a cocktail dress? They come a little higher?
Yes, they come a little higher.
Well, those are the ones I'm interested in. Now, with a cocktail dress, do you put an olive or an onion in the dresses? Personally, I prefer a tomato in mine. Now, Mr. Snyder, how much does your wife spend for a dress?
I really don't know. She handles all the money.
Now, take a stab at it. What do you think is reasonable for a dress?
Well...
Yes?
You keep out of this, Lawrence, huh?
Oh, I don't know, about $8 or $9.
Well, That may be reasonable, but I bet that isn't what she spends, though. Now, how do you go about designing a dress? What's your modus operandi? I read that somewhere in the telephone booth, huh? I thought it was the name of a girl, and I tried to get her on the phone, huh? Modus operandi. Turned out to be a Greek girl. She'd understand a word I was saying. Could you tell us how you dream up a gown, Florence?
Well, the first thing I would do I would take your measurements, and I would measure...
You're not the only one who's taken those, huh?
I would measure your shoulders and your torso and your waistline, your hips, and then I would measure you from the waist to the floor.
Suppose I'm standing on my hands. All right, now you've got my measurements. What about the new fashions for women? Is the plunging neckline going to keep plunging?
Oh, I think you'll see a lot more of the plunging neckline.
I hope so. You know, on some television programs, that's all they've got for entertainment. Well, thanks to you, too, I'm no longer in the dark about women's fashions. Now, let's see if you two can win a lot of money. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The elevator operator and the square dance caller won $95.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected card games. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
Talk up, kids.
10.
All right, in what game is the Queen of Spades 13 points against you?
Hearts.
Hearts is right. All right, you people have $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 you going to try on this one?
No, 25.
25.
You're going to bet 25. In what card game are the red trays worth 100 points?
Canasta.
Canasta is correct. $55. All right, now here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
$50? In what card game is pegging the method of scoring?
Cribbage.
Cribbage is right. You're really up there now. You have $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet how much?
105. At the
You're
work.
going to bet $105. Now, please don't help him. In what card game do you use the term little slam?
Bridge.
Bridge is correct.
And we'll wind up with a grand total of $210. Thank you very much. Groucho, the
Yes?
secret word is still lamp. We invited some people in uniform to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Private Mary Gillespie of the United States Marines and Seaman Clarence Mulheron of the United States Navy. And here they are. Folks, step up here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A sailor and a lady Marine, huh? Where are you from, Lady Marine?
Mackinac Island, Michigan.
How old are you, Mary?
25.
25, huh? Where are you from, sailor boy?
Princeton, West Virginia.
How old are you, Clarence?
26.
20, and you're 25, huh? Now, Mary, how do I address you? As Admiral or General or Miss so-and-so or what?
Well, I'm off duty. You can do as you like.
Well, isn't that a shame? At the moment, I'm on duty. Huh? However, I won't be here indefinitely. How long have you been a sailor, Marine, Clarence?
I was in the Navy 3 years during the war, and I was recalled to active duty August this year.
Uh-huh. You like it?
Yes, sir.
How long you been in the Marines?
About 4 months.
4 months, huh? Well, Mary, I'll just call you Honey, huh?
All right.
First time I ever called a Marine Honey, huh? Where are you stationed, Mary?
At the Marine Air Station El Toro.
El Toro? El Toro, what does that mean?
Means the bull.
It sounds reasonable. A tough male Marine could be likened to a bull, I suppose, only what does that make a lady Marine? Skip it, I never should have brought it up. Where are you stationed, sailor?
Coronado.
Well, that's a pretty flossy place down there, isn't it? Well, why are you stationed down there?
That's where the base is.
Speaking of base, reminds me of an old story of Will Rogers. Many years ago, I was playing baseball, and he was on the other team. He was playing second base for the other team. And somehow I got on first, and I started to get down to second, and Rogers is standing between second base and the pitcher. So the catcher throws the ball to Rogers, and he turns around to me, and I'm way over there, and he says, "You're out." I says, "You're crazy. Well, you're nowhere near me. You have to touch me on second base. You're not near the base." He says, "Look, son," he says, "when you get to my age, wherever you stand is second base." What do you do in the Navy?
I'm a UDT man.
UDT? Is that like DDT? You're not an insecticide, are you?
No, sir.
Well, what is UDT besides UT? Well, that's what it is. Imagine asking somebody what he does, and he says, "I'm an UT." Now, what is a UDT?
It's underwater demolition teams.
Oh, well, that explains everything. Except that I still don't know what you're talking about. Eh? What's an underwater demolition team?
Well, you might have heard us call frogmen. When we're dressed for action, we have the appearance of a frog with our rubber suits and such.
You look like a frog? Better be careful what you say now. Some of my best friends are frogs. Hopalong Cassidy, for example. What makes you think you look like frogs? Hopalong. You see, frogs, they jump around like that. I don't mind explaining them. I have plenty of time. And since you're not listening anyhow, we might just listen. Now, what kind of training do you get for your work underwater, sailor?
We get dynamiting, swimming, drop and pick up. We usually have a day of hours PT in the morning, mile.
What's PT?
Physical training. And the mile or 2 mile run down the beach.
I like the condescending way he explains everything. Suppose you were doing reconnaissance work in combat. Now, just what do you do?
We're dropped from a high-speed landing craft approximately 500 yards from the beach and swim in to the beach with explosives and destroy what obstacles might be there to hinder a landing force. I might mention the first night reconnaissance I ever went on, how scared I was. There was a night reconnaissance at Guam, and it was under the cover of darkness, and we got so close to the beach that we could see the sentries lighting their cigarettes and talking to one another. We could hear the cement mixer running. They were making obstacles, I guess, for us to blow up. And we could hear dogs barking. And it was quite an experience for a green lad like me right out of high school.
I should think so. You know, I don't think the American people appreciate the hazardous work you kids are doing to keep our country safe. Now, Clarence, let's discuss something far more dangerous. Would you be interested in making a date with the Marine Corps after the show?
It's between paydays, and
You mean you're flat as a pancake?
pretty well bent.
Well, now, suppose you won some money in the quiz. Would you take Mary out for a date?
Yeah, sure thing.
Mary, would you like a date with an eager fellow who likes to croak at the moon?
I might.
Fine, I'll meet you right after the show. Now, Clarence, you're going to play You Bet Your Life, and if you win any money, I'm going to hold you to your promise. You're going to take Mary out for a hot time, aren't you?
That's right.
And not underwater either, huh? All you got to do is run you $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at $1,000. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenham is going to remind our listeners.
The fashion expert and the married man are ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Keeping Up with the Smiths and Joneses. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Yeah.
Pen.
Okay, what was the name of the Smith who was a friend of Pocahontas? Captain John Smith is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $30.
All right, remember you're going for $1,000. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second one?
You're the boss.
20?
Yeah.
20.
You say she's the boss?
Women are supposed to wear the britches in the family.
Well, I'm assuming that what he says is correct. Now, what is the name of the famous locomotive engineer named Jones?
Casey.
Casey Jones is right, huh?
Now you have $50.
Now, here's your third question. How much will you bet?
40.
Okay.
You going to bet 40? Now, Clarence, remember, if you win, you're going to take Mary out?
Right.
Don't look so resigned to this. Mary is a very attractive girl. All right, what was the name of the New York governor who was famous for his brown derby? Al Smith is right.
And you find him $90.
All right, you got $90, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Yeah, I guess.
50.
50. What is the name of the zany orchestra leader named Jones?
One that has it.
Talk it over now.
You know that funny program with that.
Spike Jones.
Spike Jones is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $140. And that means the fashion expert and the married man with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Folks, the other street. A ride in the wonderful new 1951 DeSoto. It's by far the finest car DeSoto has ever built. It's too long and low, beautiful and wide enough for real comfort, with plenty of trunk space. But the most outstanding thing about the 51 DeSoto is its ride. The ride's a revelation. You've never driven so comfortably in your life. The steering is featherlight, and this new DeSoto, of course, lets you drive without shifting. It makes even the roughest road feel like a smoothly paved highway, thanks to a new kind of shock absorber. It's got new synchronized springs, chair-high seats, and a big new higher-powered engine. All in all, the 51 DeSoto is the biggest car value I've ever seen. Do me a favor and watch for this great new DeSoto. Coming in a few days to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. It's a revelation.
And Groucho, here comes the winning couple, the fashion expert and the married man, all set for the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Well, you can buy me a new dress if you win here tonight, Mrs. Florence Marshall. All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. Hollywood's first Oscar was awarded to a young actress in 1928. Who was the first Academy Award winner? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Janet Gaynor.
Janet Gaynor is right. Well, now let's see. You win $1,000 plus $210 in the quiz. Say, you really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When parking on a hill, don't depend on your handbrake. Turn the wheels to the curb. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is walk. W-A-L-K.
Really?
You bet your life.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for us?
Well, Groucho, we invited some good humor girls to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Tony Cacavallo. And her partner is a lifeguard, Duke Gilbert. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you do every day. Duke Gilbert, you're a lifeguard?
Yes, sir, I am.
Where are you from?
Born in the Philippines, Manila, Philippine Island.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir.
Why are you called Duke?
That's my name.
Well, that's an excellent reason. Is that is that your real name?
Yes, sir, it is.
Where do you do your life saving, Duke?
At Avalon, Catalina Island, California.
Miss, what did you say? Tony Cacavallo?
That's right.
You're a good humor girl?
I sure am.
Where are you from, Tony?
Hammond, Indiana.
Isn't it unusual for a girl to be a good humor man?
We're an experiment.
You're an experiment?
That's right.
How are you an experiment? I don't understand, Tony.
Well, there are only 13 of us, and if we make good, you may see us all over.
Well, if you can get all that for a dish of ice cream, it's not bad. Now, as a good humor man, and of course I use the word loosely, what are your duties?
Mostly selling ice cream.
You sell it all over? What do you do with the money you take in? Do you go out and buy yourself an ice cream cone?
Well, usually they expect us to turn it in, fill out a slip, and...
You fill out a slip, huh? Yes, I imagine you would, huh? And rather well, too, huh? Are you in a good humor right now, Tony?
I think so.
Well, let me hear you laugh. Go ahead, laugh out loud, huh? Would you mind keeping that laugh going until I can think of a joke? Well, that's enough. That's enough, Tony. You'll have us all weeping if you keep that. Now, what do you carry in your wagon, Tony?
Well, we have good humors, juicy freeze, pine banquet rolls.
Fine, say, could you sell me a fifth of scotch?
No, but I might sell you a pint of butterscotch.
No, I better not. I have to drive home tonight. Now, Duke, your Royal Highness, pardon me. Let's talk about your job as a lifeguard. Is it true that a drowning person always goes down 3 times?
No, sir, that's a fallacy.
It is?
They've gone down more times than that.
Well, as far as you know, what is the greatest number of times a drowning person has gone under?
Well, I remember seeing somebody bob up and down about 7 times.
That's nice. The poor sucker's out there drowning, and you're standing on the beach counting, huh?
Who goes in after him?
You do, huh? Well, do you finally save him?
Oh, certainly. Haven't lost anybody yet.
I see. Well, that guy was certainly lucky you couldn't count over 7. Now, Duke, do you have any other duties at Catalina besides jumping into the drink after romantic damsels?
Oh, yes, I do. I have a very important job. That is an official greeter for the visitors that come to the island every day.
Oh, well, that's a pretty important job, huh?
Yes, it is.
Well, exactly how do you greet the newcomers to the island?
Well, just before the steamer arrives, all the townspeople gather around at the steamer entrance. We line them up on both sides of the street, and as the first visitor comes off the boat, we all yell, "Hi, neighbor," and then we go into our song.
And what does the visitor do, go back on the boat again?
After each song, we say, "Hi, neighbor, what's cooking?" Say, "Hi, neighbor, what's cooking?"
Hi, neighbor, what's cooking?
Chicken, want a neck? Let's have another one.
Hiya, Joe, what do you know?
No, we
that's
just
no good?
No, that's no
What?
Hi, neighbor, what's cooking?
Hi,
Again.
neighbor, what's... Oh, I have to keep saying
Keep
it?
saying that, because after every song we do, we have a routine.
By this time the boat is sunk and you can't get off the island.
That can't be a better place than at Catalina.
Okay, but hi, neighbor, what's cooking?
Bacon, want a strip?
Oh, you wouldn't be interested in little old me, I don't think. Wait till the Catalina people start wondering why next season was a bad year. Well, you make an interesting couple, and Tony, if Duke wants to rescue you, don't reach into your wagon and give him the raspberry. Huh? Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,000. But first, here's news that just can't wait any longer.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now present it nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Presenting the great new 1951 DeSoto. The car everybody has been waiting for, the magnificent new DeSoto. It's a beauty, all right. As for the ride this proud new DeSoto gives you, well, it's so smooth, so comfortable, so new. It's a revelation. The 1951 DeSoto has an amazing combination of features that bring the motoring public an entirely new concept of driving pleasure. New Oriflow shock absorbers, new big, higher-powered engine, chair-high seats, and a host of other features make driving a dream. Yes, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer proudly presents
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
See it when it goes on display this Saturday.
All right, now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected big cities of South America. Here's your first question. Now, how much are you going to go for?
You bet $10. What do you think?
That's okay with me.
We'll be betting $10.
$10. In what country is the city of Rio de Janeiro?
In Brazil.
Brazil is right.
And you're off to a good start. You have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
Not our money. Let's bet $29. Make it hot.
Okay.
$29.
$29. That'll baffle Fenneman. In what country is the city of Santiago?
Santiago, Chile.
Chile is right.
Finally, you have $59.
How much have we got?
$59.
We have 59. So we bet 58. We'll bet 58.
$58. In what country is the city of Buenos Aires?
Buenos Aires is
Argentina. Argentina is right.
You're really on your way now. You have $117.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 117 you're going to go for?
Shoot the works.
In what country is the city of Lima? L-I-M-A.
In Peru.
Peru is right.
Up
something later now.
With a grand total of $234.
Well, that's wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Groucho.
Yes?
Secret word is still walk.
Still walk.
That's right. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected an insurance man and his partner is a housewife. And here they are, Mrs. Francine Plessinger and Mr. William Kent. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, folks. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you do every day. An insurance man and a housewife, huh?
Yes.
Mr. William Kent, you're the insurance man, I take it.
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Willie?
I'm from Poland.
And how long since you've left Poland?
Well, I left Poland when I was 18, and in the meantime, I've lived practically all over Europe. I came to America when I was 24, went back to Europe, lived in England for 7 years, and came back to America.
Well, I think you made a very wise decision, Willie. And Mrs. Plessinger, huh? Francine?
Right.
Where are you from?
I'm from Shrub Oak, New York.
From where?
Shrub Oak, New York.
Shrub Oak, New York?
Yes.
Is there a place called Shrub Oak?
There is.
Where is it near?
Jefferson Valley.
Is that near Governor Dewey? Or... where did you say Shrub Oak is near where?
It's near Jefferson Valley.
And where's Jefferson Valley?
Near Lake Mahopac.
Where's Lake Mahopac?
In New York State.
Well, that clarifies everything. What does your husband do, Mrs. Plessinger?
At the present time, he's unemployed, but he is an automobile man.
How did you meet this wheelwright?
Well, I was at Miami Beach, and I was walking along the beach with a grass skirt.
Mrs. Plessinger, you and Mr. Kent have just stuck us for $100, huh? Now, there you are, walking along the beach with a grass skirt. And what happened?
And a man passed by, and he looked at me, and he said, would you mind very much, young lady, if I took a picture of you? And I said, no, not at all.
He was just a nature lover, this man.
So, he stepped back a little bit so that he could focus the camera properly.
A likely story,
And he said, well, no, I guess that isn't quite right now. Just a minute. So he stepped back a little further, and pretty soon he was gone. Just vanished. So I looked into the water, and I saw him coming out with his camera. The water was dripping out of the camera, and there he was. And I said, well, I'm terribly sorry. And he said, well, it'll be perfectly all right if you will have dinner with me this evening. So I did.
Well, that's the most unusual way to meet a man. By the way, is he in the audience tonight?
Yes, would you like to meet him?
Well... Not if I have to run on the water with a camera. Now, Mr. Kent, what insurance company do you work for?
Well, I am a broker, and I represent the Fireman's Fund Insurance Company, the Founders Fire Marine Insurance Company.
Marine insurance?
Yes, sir.
Where do they write this? Underwater?
Under and above the water.
Well, you sell all kinds of insurance, huh?
I sell the insurance, and they underwrite it.
Now, suppose I was on a train and somebody stole my clothes. What happened?
Well, if you'd be a client of mine, I'll send you a check.
That's nice. I'm sitting in the Union Depot naked, and they're going to send me a check. Now, I'm pretty well covered with insurance. Let's see how good you are. And you try to sell me some more. You go ahead. Let's see your pitch.
How about some more life insurance?
No, I've got all I need. I could use a little more life, but I don't need any insurance. What else have you got?
Burglary insurance.
Let them insure themselves. They make more than I do.
Well, now, Mr. Marx, I think you should do something about insuring your mustache.
For what, fire or theft? Why should I insure my mustache?
Well, now, you're now on TV, and after all...
That's television, you mean, huh?
Yes.
We call it television. It's shorter than TV, huh?
And after all, the Groucho Marx mustache is your stock and trade. It's a very important item.
I guess that's probably true. 35 years in showbiz, and the only thing worth insuring is my mustache. Okay, you told me. Now, how much should I insure my mustache for?
Well, suppose we capitalize your earnings and say $500,000.
All right, it's a deal. Now, could you advance me $1 on that $500,000? I want to buy a razor. Well, it's been most enlightening talking to you two. I think I've learned one thing about insurance, that the best policy is honesty. The fellow wrote that is now serving 20 years in Leavenworth. Now we're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat the other couples and the two couples, and you get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The lifeguard and the good humor girl won $234.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected mythology. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
Well, shall we say 15?
15? It's all right with me. What was the name of the Roman god of the seas?
Neptune.
Neptune is right.
You have $35.
All right, remember you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 will you bet on your second question?
30.
Okay. What were the mythical creatures called that were half men and half horse?
Centaurs.
Centaurs is right. Now you have $65 and 3 centaurs. Now, let's see. How much are you going to bet?
$60.
$60. Have you discussed this with Francine?
Yes, she's agreeable.
She's agreeable to this?
Got courage.
Okay. Well, she may not have any money when she's through, but she'll have courage. What was the name of the river of the underworld over which the dead were ferried?
Did you say the name of the river?
Yes, the name.
Styx.
Styx is right, huh?
Now you find $125.
$125, and here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the $125 you going to risk?
$120.
$120. What was the name of the Greek god of the underworld? Take a stab and talk it over between you now. Well, I'm sorry. The answer is Pluto. Pluto. You should have known that. Huh?
And you wind up with $5.
You knew much tougher ones than that. I'm terribly sorry. I'll give you one more question. If you get it right, you'll win $10, so you'll have 15. Now, think hard. No help from the audience. Who was buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is right. Huh?
Groucho, the secret word is still walk.
Still walk,
We invited some Austrian war brides to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Keith Schwander. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kiddies, so You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you do every day. An Austrian war bride and her spouse, eh? What part of Austria are you from?
I'm from Wien-Purkestadt.
Where?
Wien-Purkestadt.
Wien-Purkestadt, yeah. Is that anywhere near Governor Dewey?
No, it's a little town outside of Vienna.
And what is your name, Charlotte?
Charlotte, yes.
Is that just a ruse, or is that really your name? Huh?
That's my name.
Oh, that's your name. Do you have a little pet name, or should I keep calling you Charlotte?
Oh, my pet name is Susie.
Susie, yeah? Does that have any reason for that, or is that just a...
Oh, the soldiers in Red Cross didn't pronounce my name right, so one soldier asked me... one soldier called me Susie, and from then on, the whole army called me Susie.
Well, kid, you said you covered a lot of territory, eh?
Maybe not the whole army, but...
Now, how did they get confused between Susie and Charlotte? I mean, there's no connection at all. If they'd called you Charlie, I could have understood.
No, I wouldn't like Charlie.
Well, I wouldn't like Charlie either. As a matter of fact, I despise Charlie. Where are you from?
From Michigan.
Your name is Keith Schwarber.
Keith, yes.
Keith, huh? Well, you're from Michigan?
Michigan,
Whereabouts in Michigan?
Grand Haven.
What sort of work do you do, Keith?
I work for U.S. Electrical Motors. I'm in inside sales work over there, general sales department.
Oh, and Susie, how did you meet Keith?
Oh, I worked in American Red Cross serving the soldiers coffee and donuts, and they always were asking me for a date to...
You were just crazy about donuts, those fellows.
But I never did go out with anybody.
You never went with anybody in the whole United States Army?
Oh, till finally he came along.
Is that the whole story, Keith, or did she forget some of the important details?
Well, I thought she refused dates because she didn't like Americans, but I think she had an American on the sly there, a boyfriend. In fact, I know she did, but I was persistent. I ate enough coffee and donuts to finally I kind of worked him out of the way, I think.
How many donuts would you estimate that you ate in the course of this romance?
He was coming in 11 hours a day.
And how many donuts did he eat on each trip, would you say?
Oh, my gosh. I must have eaten hundreds. I don't know how many. I can't eat any today, though. I'm sick of donuts.
You must have been a very heavy lover, I should say.
Keith, in the morning, do you kiss your wife or have a cup of coffee first?
I kiss my wife first.
Well, it's very sentimental, isn't it? Isn't it unusual to kiss your wife before you have a cup of coffee?
No, lots of husbands do it.
Doesn't it bother you to have lots of husbands kissing your wife? You keep that up and it's liable to wreck our honeymoon. Is there anything in particular that you miss being here in this country, Susie?
Oh, I miss my parents and my sister and my 3 brothers and the delicious Austrian food.
Such as what?
Oh, Zwetschgenknödel.
What's that?
Zwetschgenknödel and Suppengoulaschen and Zwiebelfleisch and...
What is Zwetschgenknödel?
Zwiebelfleisch?
What is Zwiebelfleisch, huh?
Yes, onions and meat.
Why don't you say that instead of beating around the bush? And what do you like about Austria especially? What is it famous for?
Oh, music and art and tourist country. It's a little country, but a lot of people come there and enjoy the mountains and sports, winter sports.
Did you know any winter sports over there?
I don't
The old
know.
joke used to be, the fellow says to the girl, says, do you like indoor sports? And she says, yes, if they go home early. That's where that goes. Well, that's the origin of this joke about winter sports. I don't want you to think I just made this up. Now that you've been married all these years, Susie, could you tell us what there was about Keith that caught your eye in the first place?
He had a Jeep. And
He had a what?
A Jeep.
A cheap what?
You know, the little cars.
Oh, a cheap car, yeah, then.
No, I mean, you know, the soldiers were riding around, the little things, the little cars, the Jeep.
So we have them here. We call them...
I think you spell it G-E-E-P. I don't know.
Now, Keith, what was there about Susie here that made you decide to marry her? As though we had any choice.
Oh, she's beautiful. She used to be sure I had plenty of coffee and donuts all the time.
When you met Susie, could you speak Austrian, Keith?
No.
Well, when you had a date, how did you get along?
There was
just
always...
toss donuts at each other, huh?
Oh, no. Seemed to be always something we could do.
Let's stick to the subject. I'm asking you a simple question. Well, for example, what did you do on dates?
Oh, we went dancing, swimming, skiing in the wintertime. I like to go fishing.
That was a pretty tough war you were in over there. Huh?
Rugged.
You could have gone to Lake Arrowhead for what you did. Now, what is the official language of Austria, Susie?
German.
German?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Do you have 5 or 6 small maidlock and boy chicks running around at home?
9.
What's that?
9.
9 children, huh? Well,
9
John the veteran, holy smoke.
9 means no.
No what? No more children? You have no children?
No.
Oh, well, congratulations anyway. Now, you make a happy and charming couple, and if your marriage can survive me, Susie, it'll last a long, long time. That's a nice dramatic quality I got in that last piece. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You're a very pretty girl, Susie.
Thank
Anytime
you.
you get sick of the donut situation, give me a buzz, huh? I can speak German. You know, we could go around. I have a cheap car and... Now, you beat our other 2 couples, and you get the chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, obviously, I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The lifeguard and the good humor girl are still leading with $234.
So here we go. You have $20. How much of the 20 are you going to bet? You selected famous fighting groups.
10.
Famous fighting groups. Now, that's something you ought to be familiar with while you were skiing and swimming in Switzerland. You bet $10. The troops commanded by Teddy Roosevelt during the Spanish-American War were called what?
Rough Riders.
Rough Riders is right.
You have $30.
Rough Riders in the Sky. Now, here we go. You have $30?
Right.
Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much of the 30 you're going to bet on your second question?
20.
20. What was the name of the flying group that fought under Chennault during the last war?
Flying Tiger.
The Flying Tigers. Now you have $50. How much will you bet on the next one?
40? Yeah. 40.
$40.
What were the GIs called in World War I?
Doughboys.
Doughboys is right. Now you've climbed $90. Now let's see. You have $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
All of it? All of it.
All of it. Susie's a gambler. What was the name given to Australian and New Zealand troops during the last two wars?
Diggers.
One answer between you. Now talk it over now.
I have no idea.
I'm sorry. It's not an easy question. It's the Anzacs.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Did you know? Well, we can't let them go away empty-handed.
Not. Have another question here.
We have another question. You're going to win some money here if it corporizes our entire corporation. I'll give you one more question. You get it right, and you win $10. In what sport do you wear tennis shoes? Tennis is right, Susie.
Yes, Groucho, this couple went broke, and that means the Good Humor Girl and the Lifeguard with $234 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, it's a revelation. The great new 1951 DeSoto. You'll enjoy it from the first moment you sit in the luxurious chair-high seats. The whole car is a revelation to ride and drive. From the tiptoe shift to the amazing new Oriflow shock absorbers and feather light steering. Yes, all these and a host of other features mean a ride that's truly a revelation for you. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer proudly presents
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
See it when it goes on display this Saturday. And here comes the Good Humor Girl and the Lifeguard, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Now, in just 1 minute, you two are going to have a chance to win $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and no help from the audience. Here it is. We all know the United States Naval Academy is at Annapolis. The Army School is at West Point. West Point. But for $1,000, can you tile me? It says here T-E-I-L. Tile me. You think I'm a bathroom, I guess. Can you tile me? I read anything I put in front of me. Quiet, microphone. Stop wiggling around there, will you? Can you tell me, where is the United States Coast Guard Academy? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
New London, Connecticut.
New London, Connecticut is right. Put it there. Tell me you're a fine girl. Well, now let's see. You win $1,000 plus $234 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Before I say goodnight, I'd like to thank the more than 500 radio editors of the United States and Canada. Again this year in the Motion Picture Daily Poll, conducted for Fame magazine, they voted our show the best of its kind on the air. Thanks again, and we'll try to live up to the high honor. Good night, folks, and remember, now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Slow down at sundown. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is clock. C-L-O-C-K.
Really? You bet your life.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a clerk from the unemployment office. Mrs. Louise Ludwig, and her partner, Mrs. Marjorie Kendall, was selected because of her unusual occupation. And here they are. Ladies, come right up here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word and divide $100, it's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Louise Ludwig?
Yes.
That's you. Where are you from, Louise?
I'm from Honolulu.
From Honolulu?
Yes.
Oh. How long you been away from Honolulu?
It's been many years since I was 12 years old.
It's been many years since you were 12 years old? Oh, I don't think so.
Shall I tell you how many years?
Well, I don't want to pry into your private life, Mrs. Ludwig. You're a very attractive young girl. I'll keep my mouth shut. And you're married, huh?
Yes, Mr. Marx.
And, what does your husband do?
He's a driver's license examiner for the motor vehicle department.
Oh. Well, I'll be mighty nice to you. Marjorie Kendall, you were chosen because of your unusual occupation. Now, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a secretary and part-time genealogist.
Oh, I see. Well, what is a genealogist?
One who trace family lineages, family trees.
Now, Margie, how did you become interested in family trees? Were you looking for termites or...
No, I was looking at my own family history.
Uh-huh. I started looking at my family once, but I stopped when I got to Chico. It was frightening. Now, how far did you trace your family?
To 445 AD.
I'd be satisfied if you could trace me back to 4:45 a.m. Although I'm not sure I want to go back there again. Now, Marjorie, why should people want to know their family trees? Isn't that a little snobbish?
Oh, no. It's a curiosity on the part of almost everyone to know what their family name means.
How about the name Marx? Could you look up the family tree?
Oh, I did several years ago with several other Hollywood personalities.
Is that so? And why should you look up my name?
Well, because it was you were an interesting person, and I've always admired you, and were my favorite comedian.
I've never did anything that any other boy couldn't do. Now, what did you find in my family tree?
Oh, mostly, of course, you have a beautiful crest.
Say, you look pretty good yourself. What do you mean by a beautiful crest?
Well, there's in the crest...
You mean a family crest?
Yes, sir.
Like two horse thieves swinging from a potted palm?
Two wings that were partly crossed and, a little bit of gold embellished on them. And
You mean I had wings? That was the crest of the Marx family?
Yes, sir.
You mean my forefathers were fan dancers, huh? Now, Mrs., you're with the unemployment office?
Yes, Mr. Marx.
Uh-huh. Where is that?
I work in the harbor area.
In the water? And what are your duties there?
Well, I attempt to find positions for people who are in need of them.
Could you find a position for me?
Well, very possibly. What kind of work are you interested in?
Why should I be interested in work with the racket I've got? Now, suppose I'm unemployed. You can never tell about sponsors, you know. Of course, the DeSoto Plymouth dealers are different, huh? In a DeSoto, you drive without shifting. You ought to be very happy with me. I'm about as shiftless as they come. What was it? Oh, yes. What kind of jobs do you have the most calls for?
Well, highly skilled technicians and, of course, good secretaries are always hard to get.
Yes, they are, especially for a man of my age. Even fair ones I'm having difficulty with. Now, how is the unemployment situation out your way right now?
As I say, that demand for highly skilled remains prevalent, but the mackerel season is
the mackerel season is on now?
Yes.
Well, how many unemployed mackerel are there? That's as fishy a story as I ever heard. Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. But first, here's exciting news I don't want anyone to miss.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, the brand new 1951 DeSoto is a revelation to ride and drive. The amazing combination of features that brings you a new concept of driving pleasure. Your ride will be more pleasant because underneath that hood is a new, big, higher-powered engine. Smoother because of new Oriflow shock absorbers and synchronized springs. Easier because of feather-light steering. These and many other features add up to a ride that's a revelation. No wonder your DeSoto Plymouth dealer so proudly presents
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Okay, now let's see if you'll get the chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Well, you bet as much of your $20 as you want in each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You've selected personalities of the 20s. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10? Okay. The Bambino was undisputed king of the ballparks during the 20s. What was his name?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
29.
29, huh? Okay. Who defeated Jack Dempsey twice, the second time in 1927? He was an ex-Marine.
Gene Tunney.
Gene Tunney is correct.
You're really climbing now. You have $59.
You're climbing with $59. Here's your third question. How much you going to go for?
55.
55. Okay. The hop-along of the 20s was a straight-shooting cowboy with a horse named Tony. What was the cowboy's name?
Tom Mix.
Tom Mix is correct.
Now you have $114.
$114, and here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 114?
Oh.
All of it? Okay, you're gamblers. What was the name of the colorful revivalist who during the 20s drew thousands of people to his meetings?
Billy Sunday.
Billy Sunday is correct.
And you wind up with $228.
Thank you very much.
Fenneman, just a moment. There's something I want to clear up. Remember last week in the quiz, one question was, what do you call the Australian and New Zealand troops of both world wars? You remember that?
I remember the question.
Well, the Austrian war bride and her husband, she said diggers, and I said that was wrong because the official name was Anzacs. Well, a lot of people said diggers was the slang name for him, so we're sending Mr. and Mrs. Schwander $180. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to affect the standings for the big question, so thank heaven that remains the same as it turned out on the show. All right, on with it, Fenneman. Who's next?
We invited some women from the Federation of State Societies to the program tonight, and we selected Mrs. Florence Parsons. Her partner is a husband from the studio audience, Mr. Bob Smith. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. You say the secret word, and you'll win $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Florence Parsons, eh? You're from the Federation of State Societies?
Yes, I am.
What is that? Is that the Confederate Army?
It's an organization
of the people from the different states as they've come into California.
I see. Oh, I see. Where are you from?
I'm from Williamsburg, Massachusetts.
Williamsburg?
Yeah.
What part of California is that in?
No, that's not in California. It is in Massachusetts.
Williamsburg, isn't that where Cal Coolidge came from?
No, he really was born in Vermont, but he lived in Northampton, just a few miles from Williamsburg, 10 miles.
Did you know Cal Coolidge?
Slightly. They said that I had a longer conversation with him than did any congressman that ever cooled his heels in the White House.
And a congressman can cool plenty of heels, too. Do you remember that conversation at all, Mrs.
Yes,
Parsons?
I do.
Could you give us a little of it?
Well, I was visiting a neighbor of Coolidge, and their farms adjoined. And I was sitting in the garden looking over the hedge when Coolidge was seen approaching. And I wanted to escape, but my friend...
Why, are you a Democrat?
No, I wasn't, but I was afraid to meet him. So he came through the hedge, and when I was introduced, he said, "Oh, from Los Angeles? A beautiful town. I have spoken there. I hope you'll have a pleasant visit and a safe journey home."
Well, that was very nice.
That was about the extent of our conversation.
Well, that was quite a conversation for I don't think Mrs. Coolidge ever got that much out of him. Your name is Bob Smith?
That's correct.
What sort of work do you do, Bob?
I work for a sewing machine company.
A sewing machine? Well, you don't look like you did any sewing.
No, I'm a motorman on a sewing machine.
You're a motorman on a sewing machine? Well, where do you drive it, up Hollywood Boulevard? I suppose old Bobbin pulls it, huh? Well, Bobbin is on a sewing machine. I happen to know because I'm an old so-and-so myself. Now, Bob, where is your home?
I was born in Seattle, Washington, but I left there when I was 2 years old.
Oh. You left there when you were Wanderlust, eh? That's pretty early to leave home, isn't it? Where did you go?
To Alaska.
So Alaska's your home, eh?
No, I went from there to Portland, Oregon.
Is Portland your hometown?
No, from Portland I went to Niagara Falls.
Oh, that's your hometown, eh?
No, went to Washington, D.C.
For a 2-year-old, you certainly got around. Well, I can keep this up as long as you can. Where did you go after that?
Washington, D.C., I went to Dallas, Texas.
The sheriff never got tired, huh? Well, I give up. Let's leave you right where you are, and don't move until I come back to you, will you? You're liable to be in Tampa by the time I get there. Mrs. Parsons, how old are you?
Old? Why, we never talk of age in the Federation. We are ageless.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Parsons. How young are you?
Well, the gypsies tried to steal me when I was 5 years old.
I may steal you tonight, Mrs. Parsons.
This man is a gypsy.
This man is a gypsy?
Yes.
You're a gypsy? You don't look like a gypsy. I thought all gypsies wore bandanas and played the accordion and wore gold earrings. Why, you look just like me. Why is that?
A lot of gypsies do.
Anybody care to have his palm read? Are you married, Bob?
Yes, I am.
How did you meet your wife?
My father introduced her to me.
Well, that was a very friendly gesture on your part. Why was your father so interested in this girl?
Well, he gave $1,500 for her and selected her to be my wife.
It's a lot of money for one girl. How come your father paid $1,500 for your wife?
Well, that's a custom among the English gypsies and among all the gypsies.
Always pay $1,500?
No, not necessarily.
Can you get one for $6.98 or something like that?
Hardly.
How much did your wife weigh at this time?
About 70 pounds.
$1,500 and 70 pounds. Let's see that. That comes to about $22 a pound. That's a pretty stiff price to pay for a wife. You can buy caviar for $22 a pound. Of course, it's pretty lonely in the evening sitting there with a dish of caviar. You think your father made a shrewd investment, Bob?
I think so, because very short time after we was married, my wife made enough telling fortunes to pay my father back.
Oh. She should have read her own fortune first, and she'd be $1,500 ahead. And has this marriage turned out successfully? Have you been happy, Bob?
Yes, very successfully. I got about the best girl in the world.
Well, you ought to know. You've been all over the world. Now, Mrs. Parsons, tell us something about your work. What sort of work do you do?
Well, my work is very complicated. It consists of so many details. We have picnics for every state in the Union.
I used to entertain at picnics. I was known as a picnic ham.
In a sandwich?
Yes, in a sandwich. I was boiled a good deal of the time. Well, what is the largest of these picnics?
Iowa is by far the largest. We often have 130,000 at the Iowa picnic. And,
imagine 130,000 people at a picnic.
Oh, we have...
To me, it's no picnic if there's more than 2 people, Mrs. Parsons. And sometimes even then it's no picnic. How much did your husband pay for you, Mrs. Parsons?
Nothing at all.
He got you for nothing? Well, he stole you.
That is as you think.
Well, I certainly do. I think you were a big bargain. Have you been a good wife, Mrs. Parsons?
I think I have. Fairly good.
Oh, you're qualifying it now,
yes.
Huh? All the time you've been married, you've been good for nothing, eh? That's an old joke, but I've chased this gypsy so much tonight, I'm getting weary, eh? Well, this has been an interesting conversation, and if I ever want my palm red, I'll stick it in a bucket of red paint. Now then, let's see how well you make out in the race with $1,000. Now, you've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The unemployment clerk and the genealogist won $228.
Now, here we go. You have $20. You selected scrambled proverbs. How much are you going to bet on your first question?
$10.
You can bet anything you want. $10? Is that all right with you, Florence?
Yes.
I'll call you Florence. Huh?
Certainly.
Now, here's your first question. You're betting $10. What is this proverb? A dolt and his legal tender are quickly disassociated.
Man and his money are soon parted. A fool and his money is soon parted.
That's right. A fool and his money is soon parted.
Now you have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to risk?
25.
A rotating boulder will not amass a form of lichen.
A rolling stone will gather no more.
A rolling stone gathers no more.
We'll be able to roll up to $55.
Florence, you're a pretty sharp cookie. Now, how much are you going to bet on your third question?
50.
50?
Yes, 50.
Here we go. It is inadvisable to enumerate fowls in your possession prior to the moment of their nativity.
Do not count your chickens before
they hatch. Is absolutely right.
Now you two have climbed to $105.
Florence, have you been a chicken thief in your earlier days?
No, I never was.
Oh, well, a goose thief or a duck thief or any kind of fowl?
No, nothing of that kind.
Oh, that's a foul question. Here's your last chance to be the other guy. What is this proverb? How much are they betting?
They haven't bet all of it. Is that right?
Oh, you want to bet all of it?
I don't.
Okay. A dual cranium is more acceptable than a single.
2 heads are better than
2
one.
heads are better than 1. Clarence, put it there.
Yes, there they are, because you wind up with $210.
Well, that's wonderful.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to you both. That's quite a gal, isn't it?
Sure is. Well, Groucho, we
all have a tendency to emphasize youth too much, and you see a gal like that, and it's really wonderful.
the secret word, you know, is still clock.
I know, I understand that.
Well, we invited some...
My memory isn't faltering yet, Ben.
I didn't mean that.
Even though yours is. No innuendos from you.
We invited some Hawaiian dancing girls to the program tonight.
Now you're talking.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Healani Kawela.
Never mind this nonsense. Bring her in here, will you?
And her partner is a fencing master, Monsieur Jean Aeromance. And here they are. Folks,
Come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, huh? Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. A fencing master and a hula dancer, eh? Well, this may be interesting. He may cut off her grass skirt. Hilani Kovila, is that right?
Helani.
Hilani Kovila. Where are you from, Hilani?
The islands.
The islands, eh? The islands. Which islands? Coney, Catalina, or 1,000?
I'm from Hawaii.
Hawaii? Is that the correct pronunciation? I thought it was Hawaii.
No, that's not right. Hawaii is correct.
Oh, you couldn't say Hawaii just once, huh? Please?
That's not correct.
What isn't correct?
Hawaii.
I'm all right. How are you? Hello, Mom. It was a great fight, but I won. And Mr. Harriman's, eh? If you think I'm going to watch you tonight, you're crazy. Huh? You're a fencing master, huh? Where are you from?
Brussels, Belgium.
Oh, from Belgium, huh? You were raised in Belgium? You're sort of a Brussels sprout, then, in other words. But are you married?
Yes, sir.
Some fencer. He's got a sword hanging over his own head. Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Oh, thank the Lord. And praise the grass skirts. I guess it'd be pretty hard for a hula dancer to nod her head yes when the rest of her is saying no. Where do you do your hula dancing?
Well, I work mostly casuals, one-night stands.
Where do you do your work, Gene?
At the Los Angeles Athletic Club and the University of Southern California.
Oh, well, that's a good place for a fence. Exactly what do you do there? Do you pick it?
No, I teach fencing because fencing is a very popular sport now. It's very becoming.
Is that so? It's increasing in popularity?
Very
what is
much.
there about fencing that makes it so popular?
Well, for women, for instance, grace, poise, elegance. For men, fast reaction. Then also the spirit of sportsmanship.
You mean puncturing somebody is sportsmanship?
Well, in some way, yes.
You carry bicycle tape in your back pocket or something? Suppose I wanted to take up fencing. What would I need?
First of all, a mask, jacket.
What do you think I'm wearing now?
I was saying a mask, a jacket, trousers, and tennis shoes, if possible.
Tennis shoes? What's that, for running?
No, you want slide when you make your lunch.
Uh-huh. I make my lunch? Don't I carry my lunch with me? Well, wouldn't it be nice if I had a sword, too?
We don't use sword anymore.
You don't use a sword in fencing? What do you use, a mixmaster?
No, we use...
What do you mean, no swords?
We use foil, épée, and sabre.
Épée? Isn't he one of the 7 dwarfs?
No, it's a blade.
Well, épée was a blade, I remember. Well, let's talk about the hula. For example, just what is the hula? Besides a good way to keep warm on a cold night.
It tells a story by dancing.
Uh-huh. And all this time I've been wasting my time reading books. What kind of stories does it tell? Mysteries?
There's no mystery about the hula.
Well, doesn't that depend on whether the grass on the skirt needs cutting? What kind of stories can you tell by dancing?
Oh, you tell love stories, and stories about the trees, the sun, the moon. They're all very simple stories.
Mm-hmm. Well, how does dancing tell a story? I don't understand.
Well, it tells a story by using the hands and the arms.
Mm-hmm.
Each
gesture you make has some significance, I suppose?
Yes, that's right.
And I bet you've told many a story and then tried to wiggle out of it, huh? Well, you've been a very interesting couple, particularly you, Helani. And if I ever do any fencing, you can be sure it won't be with a hula dance. Now you're going to play your bet your life. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The unemployment clerk and the genealogist are still leading with $228.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected modern composers. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10? Okay. Who composed Begin the Beguine?
Cole Porter.
Cole Porter is right. $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
20.
20? Who composed Summertime?
Gershwin.
Gershwin is right.
And you climbed to $50.
Now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50?
40?
40 you going to bet? All right. Who composed I've Told Every Little Star? Take a guess. Talk it over. And if you don't know, guess. Well, the bell is tolled. It was Jerome Kern. You should have known that. It's a very, very popular and very well-known song.
You now have $10.
Well, that's a shame. Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 will you bet?
Oh, just
10?
Shoot the works? Okay. Who composed White Christmas?
Irving Berlin.
Irving Berlin is right.
And you'll wind up with a grand total of $20, and that means the unemployment clerk and the genealogist with $228 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. All over the country this week, wherever the famous DeSoto Plymouth sign is displayed, people have been stopping, looking, and buying. Yes, and you know what they've been buying. The great new 51 DeSoto. Wherever you see this year's DeSoto, you'll see crowds gathering to admire it. But the real cause for admiration is the ride DeSoto gives you. Smooth, unbelievably comfortable. It's a revelation. What gives this amazing new concept of driving pleasure? Well, a great many features, such as a big new higher-powered engine, amazing new Oriflow shock absorbers, feather light steering. Features like these add up to driving pleasure you never dreamed possible. Yet DeSoto sells for only a few dollars more than the lowest cost car. So follow the crowd to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and see
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Here comes the winning couple, Groucho, the unemployment clerk and the genealogist. All set for the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of our presidents served only 30 days, the shortest service in presidential history. For $1,000, tell me who was this president. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Guess we're wrong, but we thought Buchanan.
No, I'm sorry. It was William Henry Harrison. That was a tough question. But anyway, you won... How much did they win?
$228.
You won $220, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $220 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
By the way, folks, if you have nothing better to do, you might curl up with the February issue of Coronet Magazine and read the piece about me by my brother Harpo. Doesn't make any sense, but I think you'll enjoy it. The February Coronet Magazine. Good night, folks, and remember... Now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Keep your car in safe operating condition. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is shoe. S-H-O-E.
Sure enough?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a young mother and a grandfather. And here they are, Mrs. Sherry Van Pelt and Mr. Frederick Hall. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. A young mother and a grandmother. A young mother and a grandmother. No, a grandfather, huh? Mrs. Sherry Van Pelt. That's a pretty fancy name, isn't it? How old are you, Sherry?
18.
18, huh? And a mother?
Mm-hmm.
Land sakes, these new inventions they have today. Grandpa, Frederick Hall is your name. Is that right?
That's right.
Frederick Hall. Where are you from, Pappy?
I was originally from Massachusetts, born in Rockport, about 36 miles north of Boston. Came to Los Angeles in 1910.
Well, you're really an old settler, huh?
Almost a native son.
How old are you?
I'm 73.
73? Well, you don't look it. I thought you were about 60. What sort of work do you do, Mr.
Well, I'm at present practicing law. For 18 years, I was serving the city of Los Angeles as public defender up to 48.
Well, the city of Los Angeles can use all the defending you can get, huh? What sort of work does your husband do, Sherry?
He's a machine operator for a television antenna manufacturer.
You say he's a machine operator?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And how'd you meet him?
Oh, we were
Was he operating
in school.
at the time? You met in school?
Yes.
You happily married?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Well, that's unusual. As a young mother, did you have any children?
Naturally.
Naturally, you say. Well, I'm glad to hear it. What you meant was that you couldn't be a mother unless you had children. Isn't that it?
Of course.
Well, that's not quite true. I've got children, and I'm not a mother. How many whippersnappers do you have? How many children do you have?
One. A girl.
A girl?
Mm-hmm.
And how old is this little girl?
1 year.
Did you give up a career to get married?
School.
You were glad to get out of the classroom, huh? What was there about your husband that swept you off your feet?
Oh, he was...
Could you talk a little bit louder?
Mm-hmm.
You look beautiful, but they'd also like to hear what you're saying out there. You'll either have to talk louder or do grinds or something. He was good looking?
Had a nice car. He was real smooth.
He was smooth, eh? What do you mean by smooth? You mean he hadn't started to shave yet? Grandpa, you're still over there, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Glad to hear it. It isn't often that old granddad lasts this long. Well, that's not the point. Let's get back to where we were, huh? Do you have any children?
4. 2 boys, 2 girls.
Uh-huh. Grandchildren?
8.
Mm-hmm. Were any of your grandchildren named after you?
No, they were not. My youngest son married a bishop's daughter, and so they took the names of their children out of the Bible. They have Peter and Matthew, Luke, and Mark.
Well,
now, the next one maybe Hezekiah, I don't know. Might be Rachel.
How long have you been married, Fred?
46 years.
Have you been happy all that time?
Absolutely.
46 years of marriage, 2 wars, a stock market crash. Yes, we have no bananas, and the thing. And through it all, I want to ask you one question. I want to ask you, why didn't you shoot yourself?
Well, I never was able to get a gun that I thought I could hold.
Now, what are the problems that confront a year-old bride?
Oh, mostly that she can't find any friends that are married that are that young.
Grandpa, are you still happy?
Still here.
What do you suggest? How can Sherry find some friends her age?
Well, I'd suggest perhaps joining some club, youthful membership.
You mean like the Campfire Girls?
That'd be good.
I was a Campfire Girl until my voice started to change right in the middle of Polly Wolly Doodle all the day. You belong to any clubs?
Yeah, I belong to the Elks.
The Elks, huh? Oh, that's so. How long have you been an Elk?
30 years.
Well, you're a fine-looking specimen. How much would you charge to hang over my fireplace?
Well, I might do it for consideration.
Now, what is the purpose of the Elks Club?
Well, primarily charity, and this year we're adopting the program nationally of cerebral palsy. We initiated a program which we hope will be carried out throughout the United States.
Well, all this world needs is more people like you, Fred. Grandpa, you're still happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes, still happy.
Well, I'm happy that you're happy.
Well, I'm
confidentially now, in all your years of marriage, have you ever kissed anybody besides your wife?
Well, not seriously.
Well, you've got a wonderful opportunity right now, eh,
Oh,
Sherry?
boy.
Sherry, you wouldn't mind kissing a man who's old enough to be your great-grandfather, would you?
No.
Okay, here we go. Fred, you can take the other side, huh?
Okay, I'll do that.
Well, now, let's get down to serious business. As though that wasn't, eh? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. Right now, there's an important matter I want you to know about.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, revelation is the word to describe the pleasure you'll get driving as well as riding in the great new 1951 DeSoto. All across the country, in every state and every city, car owners are proving this to themselves by getting behind the wheel of this proud new car. They're experiencing for the first time what riding comfort there is in DeSoto's brand new Oriflow shock absorbers and spring construction, as these wonderful new features level out the bumpiest roads. They're experiencing the thrill of the new higher-powered DeSoto engine with its extra get-up and go. They're relaxing on DeSoto's luxurious chair-high seats and knowing an entirely new feeling of security because of DeSoto's bigger brakes that stop you quickly and easily. And, of course, it's DeSoto that lets you drive without shifting. So no wonder, all over the country, they're buying
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
See it tomorrow, for sure.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar words beginning with the letter C. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
You're partners in this together now. $10? What do you call a student in a military or naval academy? It begins with the letter C.
Cadet.
A cadet is right.
You have $30.
You're flying high here, Pappy. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
Well, we'll try about 20, don't you think?
All right. What do you call the freightman's car that is attached to a train? It begins with the letter C.
Caboose.
Caboose is right.
Well, you're climbing. You have $50 now.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much are you going to try?
45.
That's right. Okay.
45. What do you call a crested bird of the parrot family? It begins with the letter C. Cockatoo is right.
Now you have $95.
Grandpa spent a lot of time in the woods, I think. He wasn't chasing elks all the time. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
Okay. 80 bucks.
How much?
80 bucks.
$80. What do you call the little colored pieces of paper thrown at parties and parades that begins with the letter C? Confetti is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $175.
Stick around, Sherry. I'll see you later.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still shoe. We invited some chefs from Mexican restaurants to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Roque Valdivia. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Kathleen Duffy. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. Mrs. Kathleen Duffy. You're the housewife, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from? That's
Corsicana, Texas.
Corsicana, Texas. It's needless to me to ask you what nationality you are. I mean, way back, I know you were born in this country. But Kathleen Duffy is really a good old Irish name, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Can you speak Gaelic at all? Speak English?
A little.
Oh, that's enough for me, huh? Now, where is your native habitat?
I just told you.
That serves me right for using words I don't understand. What sort of work does your husband do?
He's a personnel manager for CPS.
CPS? Now, what is CPS?
Well, that's California Physician Service, Blue Shield.
Well, how'd you meet him? Were you introduced to him?
Well, there was more to it than that.
Well, I hope so, but... how'd you meet him, Katie?
Well...
I'll call you Katie, huh?
All right.
I named you after a railroad.
I was coming home one
I'll
afternoon.
make tracks for you later.
And as I came up the front walk, I saw this very nice-looking young man coming out the front door. And as he started down the front steps, I noticed that he had all of my silverware in his hands. And he explained to me that his mother had been having a dinner party, or was going to have one. She had called my neighbor and had asked if she could borrow the neighbor's silver. So he had come to what he thought was the neighbor's house, but had gotten into my house by mistake, and had picked up my silver and started out the door with it, and he wasn't a burglar at all.
Were you disappointed?
No.
You'll have to pardon me for being a little confused tonight. Somebody gave me a new boomerang for my birthday, and I've driven myself crazy trying to throw the old one away. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Valdivia? Is that
Mexican restaurant.
You're from a Mexican restaurant?
Oh, yes.
Well, buenas noches, señor.
Buenas noches, señor.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien. ¿Y usted?
I'm fine. I speak Spanish fluently, huh? So be careful what you say. Where are you from, señor?
Yo vengo de la República Mexicana, León, Guanajuato, Mexico.
Well, is that with coffee or just plain? What is the name of your establishment?
El Coyote Spanish Cafe, 105 North La Brea, Los Angeles.
Well, what do you serve in your restaurant?
Mexican food, dishes, for Mexican
dishes?
Real Mexican dishes.
Could you serve me a tall one who likes the smell of a good cigar? I mean, specifically, what do you serve? Like chili con carne?
Enchiladas, chile rellenos, tacos, and huevos y jamón.
What time do you stop at Acapulco? Now, let's take them one. Did you ever hear the Mexican weather report? Chili today and hot tamale? That's an old joke. Senor, why is Mexican food so hot?
Well, it runs back to the history of the Indians that started growing the chili. The chili is very hot. The country is very warm. And
country, so Mexico is a hot country.
It's a very hot country, Mexico.
That's odd, because some of my friends recently went to Mexico because it was too hot for them here in L.A. Well, thanks to you, too, I know a great deal about Mexican food. Now, let's see if you know a great deal about these questions. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500. That's the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the
young mother and the grandfather won $175.
I can give you $20. You selected fictional crime solvers. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to go for? Talk right up, Katie.
No, not too high. $10.
$10. $10, huh? All right. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle created what detective?
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
All right, you got $30. You're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to bet?
25.
Talk up.
25.
25.
25. How much would that be in pesos?
Oh, that's a big figure, mister. I mean...
Well, you got a big figure, too. How much would that be in pesos?
I have to get my pencil. That's,
You have to get your pencil. What kind of talk is that? How much is that in pesos?
$1 is $8.
No, you figure it up. I'm not from Mexico, huh?
A lot of money.
Oh, it's a lot of money, huh? No, I'll damn biggest. Oil Dad Biggest created a portly Chinese detective who was the father of a large family. Who is it?
Charlie Chan.
Charlie Chan is right.
Now you've climbed to $55.
All right, you got $55. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
50?
Talk up, Katie.
50.
50.
This is really the melting pot, isn't it?
50. 50.
$50 you're going to bet? Now, how much is that in pesos? All right, Dashiell Hammett created a tough private detective with a secretary named Effie. He was also on the radio. Who is it?
Sam Spade.
Sam Spade is right.
Now you have $105.
That little Irish lass is a pretty shrewd cookie. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet at 105?
Let's bet it all.
What?
Oh. Yes. Oh. Won't we bet all?
No! I want to have a car fare to go home.
I'll give it to you. Let's bet it all.
Katie will give you a car fare to go home.
Yes.
How much you going to bet?
Okay, how much?
Where do you live?
Where do you live? He lives in San Diego.
All right, let's bet it all.
Okay.
Yes.
You're going to bet $105? Now, how much is that in Mexican peso?
You want to figure?
I want you to figure
Oh,
it out.
that's 860 pesos. And, let's see, it's 860. It's 900 and close to 1,000 pesos.
That is...
You'd be loaded in Mexico, huh?
I'd be a man over there.
You'd be a big
mister,
shot over
mister,
there.
Mister.
Okay, you'd be a mister. Here we go. Earl Stanley Gardner created a lawyer who solves crimes. His secretary is Della Street. Who is it?
Perry Mason.
Perry Mason is right.
You also won $210.
How much is that in pesos?
I think I'm going to have to get my pencil.
All right, we'll see you later, kids. You stick around now, huh?
Groucho, secret word is still shoe. We invited some airline hostesses and some jockeys to the program tonight. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Dorothy Goff, Mr. Gordon Glisson, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. You say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. An airline hostess and a jockey, eh? Miss Dorothy Goff, is that right?
That's right.
Well, where are you from?
I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Uh-huh. And, somebody out there from Spokane. You live in L.A. now, Dorothy?
Yes, I do.
Which of the airlines do you work for, Dorothy?
I work for Western Airlines.
Uh-huh. You're the jockey, Gordon? I'll call you Gordon, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, where are you from?
I'm from Winsboro, South Carolina.
Are you married?
No, sir.
How old are you, Gordon?
20.
20, huh? What's your age, Dorothy?
I'm 22.
You're 20 and you're 22, huh? You want to know how old I am?
Yes, how old are you?
I'm not going to tell. No, I just wanted to see if you cared. How tall are you, Dorothy?
I'm 5'4.5".
Uh-huh. And you, how tall are you, Gordon?
I'm about 4'11".
See, you're just about the right size for each other. It's amazing how I get these perfect matches. You're a very attractive girl, Dorothy. Are all airline hostesses as pretty as you are?
Well, the company makes it a point to hire girls on the attractive side.
Well, I don't know which is your attractive side, but there's nothing... There's certainly nothing wrong with the one I'm looking at. Why do the airlines insist on attractive hostesses?
Well, they think it's good for business.
Well, it is. There's nothing like an attractive hostess to keep a man up in the air. Now, is there anything about your passengers, Dorothy, that annoys you?
Yes. Passengers who don't abide by the rules, such as...
Such as what?
Not fastening their seat belts and getting on board with liquor, smoking cigars and pipes when they are only supposed to smoke cigarettes.
You mean I can't smoke my cigar on your plane?
Well, we use discretion and...
Well, I use tobacco. I find it's far superior than discretion.
If you don't annoy the lady passengers, you may.
You mean I can smoke cigars if I don't annoy the lady passengers?
That's right.
Well, in that case, I won't smoke my cigar. I'd much rather annoy the women passengers. I didn't know there was a choice. By the way, Gordon, where do you do your riding?
Right now I'm riding at Santa Anita.
Uh-huh. Did you always ride at Santa Anita?
No, sir, I have ridden in practically every track in the country. And
Is that so? I'd like to see you ride the Santa Fe track to Albuquerque. Now, as a jockey, what about you, Gordon? I presume you've had many thrilling experiences, haven't you? What's the biggest thrill you ever had?
I guess one of the biggest thrills I ever had was being leading rider of the country last year.
You were the leading rider of the country?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Oh, well, I'd have much more respect for you had I known that. I thought you were just an apprentice jockey. How about it, Dorothy? Are you beginning to feel romantically inclined towards this young squid? Am I doing a good job of bringing you two together?
I think I like him a little older, a little taller, and more in my line of work.
I see. Gordon, is there good money in horse racing? For example, how much does a top jockey earn in a year?
Well, most of the top riders earn anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000 a year.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of that, Dorothy?
No, I wasn't.
Gordon, as far as Dorothy is concerned, you just aged a couple of years. Added a couple of feet in height, and she just loves horses. Dorothy, I'm only kidding. I know you're not interested in a man who makes a paltry $100,000 a year.
No.
It's just chicken feed, a paltry $100,000. Paltry $100,000. It's just chicken feed, a paltry $100,000. If you think you're going to escape from that joke, you're mad. By the way, that's some animal crackers. The Mexican weather report, chilly today and hot tamale. I didn't get any laugh at all. Didn't get much better this time. I guess there's not much interest in the Mexican weather up here. Well, thanks to you two, I know all about horses and airplanes. And in the future, I'll be sure to keep both feet on the ground, and I hope you two are very happy together. Let's see how well you make out on the quiz. You run your $20 and more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's odd stage to remind our listeners.
The Mexican chef and the housewife are leading with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of states. And here is Fenneman, the valiant. Now, how much are you going to bet on the first question?
$5.
$5? What is the capital of Colorado?
Denver.
Denver is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $25.
Remember, now you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your 15 you're going to bet on your second question?
No, 25.
25 they have. How much you going to bet on your second question? Shows you how much attention I pay to you.
20.
20?
What's it? 15.
15. What is the capital of South Carolina?
Columbia.
Columbia is right.
You have $40 now.
$40. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
How much you have? 40?
20.
20. What is the capital of New Hampshire? Talk it over.
I don't know.
You've been flying the wrong route.
I have.
I'm sorry, it's Concord.
You now have $20.
Oh, well, you only got $20. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're coming on the rail now. You're on the inside, and you're coming through there, Gordon. Here's your last chance. What is the capital of New York?
Albany.
Albany is right.
You wind up with $40.
You wound up with $40, and that means that the
Mexican chef and the housewife with $210.
How much is that in pesos?
Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
See you later, kids. Stick around for the big money,
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto.
Yes, here's a car that's really different this year. The 1951 DeSoto. With more new beauty, more new power, more new riding comfort than ever before. Every luxury, every convenience, every economy has been designed into this finest of fine DeSotos to give you the driving pleasure you've always dreamed about. Yet the new DeSoto, the car that's really new and different, costs very little more than the very lowest price cars. And it lets you drive without shifting. DeSoto gives you chair-high seats, big 12-inch brakes, waterproof ignition, new type automatic choke, increased visibility, and most wonderful of all, the ride's a revelation, thanks to the amazing cushioning action of the new Oriflow shock absorbers. The news is getting around fast. DeSoto is the really new car of 1951. That's why folks all over are flocking to see
The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell the great new Plymouth.
Here comes the winning couple, Groucho. The Mexican chef and the housewife all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
You know, if you should win this money, you're going to have to tell me how much this is in pesos. Well, maybe you better throw it. All right, here we go. Here we go for $1,500. I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and no help from the audience. Here it is. A girl named Mary Ball became the mother of a famous American. For $1,500, tell me, who was Mary Ball's son?
All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Douglas Brubank, Jr.
No, I'm sorry. It's George Washington. You're away off. The correct answer is George Washington. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$210.
$210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Good night, folks, and remember, now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Start your car with your garage doors open and warm up outside. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is sky. S-K-Y.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present the best of Groucho. Yes, friends, it's a Groucho summertime. By popular demand from your letters, from rating histories, and the acclaim of critics, the DeSoto Plymouth dealers bring you selected shows from You Bet Your Life. the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho Marx is on vacation, friends, and will return in the fall. Until then, it's fun and laughs each week this summer as we proudly present some of the best of Groucho's past shows. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. Bannerman, who's first to try for the $2,000?
Well, we invited some beekeepers and some girls who arrange weddings to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Myrna Cole and Mr. Herbert Hunt. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And you say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. A beekeeper and a wedding arranger, eh? Mr. Herbert Hunt, you keep bees?
Yes.
I see. Where are you from? Honolulu?
No, I'm from Utah, Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake, eh? Now, Myrna Cole, my sweet man is calling me. What's your hometown, Myrna?
Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana.
That's
How are
right.
the Billings in that town?
Oh,
Are they
just
pretty
fine.
good? Well, give them my regards when you see them, eh? Now, you're the wedding director?
That's right.
Well, any married woman can claim that title. What sort of work does your husband do?
I'm not married.
Now you're talking, huh? You mean you don't patronize your own business?
Oh, I'm all for it. And
Well,
I'm
during
engaged.
Prohibition, bootleggers never drank their own stuff, you know. You approve of it, though.
Oh, I
huh?
think it's wonderful. I really do.
How come you direct weddings and yet you're still single? Don't you believe in marriage?
Oh, yes, and I plan on getting married real soon.
You do, huh?
Yes.
Well, that takes care of me. Well, let's talk about bees, Mr. Hunt. How many do you have?
Well, I have about 800 colonies.
800 colonies?
Yeah.
George Washington only had 13 colonies, and he was the father of our country. Now, just what is a colony, Mr. Hunt?
Oh, a colony is a swarm of bees in a hive.
Oh, then actually you have the hives, is that it?
Well, not lately.
Well, do you scratch for a living now that you have the hives?
No.
How many bees are there in a colony? Look how she looks at me. She's fascinated by me. Or is that revulsion? Fascinated. Thanks for lying, anyhow. How many bees are there in a colony, Mr. Hunt?
About 15 pounds.
And how many bees are there in 15 pounds?
About 75,000 bees. About 5,000 to the pound.
How do you know? Did you ever count them?
Oh, no.
I see. Well, how many bees do you think there are in 15 pounds of bees?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No
huh?
idea.
I'm surprised you don't know. As a wedding director, I would assume you know all about the birds and the bees. Now, Miss Cole, where do you direct your weddings?
Forest Lawn Memorial Park.
No wonder she was scrutinizing me so closely. And I thought it was love. That's a cemetery, isn't it?
Yes. However, we have weddings there also.
Mm-hmm. Specifically, what is your job, Myrna?
We counsel brides and grooms and help them in any way that we can. And we give them rehearsals and instructions and help them to make their wedding just as lovely as possible.
You rehearse them, you say?
That's right.
I noticed the word hearse is in there. Now, let's get back to your bees, which is a natural sequence from marriage. How does a bee go about getting the honey?
Well, she flies out in the sunshine when the flowers are producing nectar, gathers the nectar, flies back to the hive, transfers it to a young bee that's about 4 days old. And this young bee...
Well, now, wait a minute. How do they know the bee is 4 days old? Has it got a calendar on its tail or something?
They don't... That is not known except by the bees.
I see, and they're not talking, huh? All right, now, are bees alike? Don't they have kings and queens and dukes, etc.?
Oh, no. They have workers, drones, and a queen bee.
Mm-hmm. They have to have a queen, huh? Is she the boss?
No. She just lays the eggs.
Just sits there on her hives all day, huh?
And
she does nothing but lay eggs, huh?
That's all.
And you think that's nothing, eh? Have you ever tried to lay an egg?
No.
Now, how about the drones? What do they do?
The drones are the fathers in the hive.
Well, you're talking. The old man just sits around in his slippers all day and lets the little woman do the work. Is that it?
But it doesn't live long.
Maybe not, but he has a great time while it lasts. Vive la vie, that's all I can say. Well, you're a very interesting couple, and if I have a choice between matrimony and beekeeping, I'll take the hives. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $2,000. First, here's something important to you.
Friends, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer wants you to take the wheel of the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the DeSoto Powermaster 6. He invites you to take the 5-mile trial so you can judge for yourself the new power of the Fire Dome 8 under all road conditions. Here's what you'll discover. The DeSoto 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine means more driving pleasure, quicker response, greater acceleration, easier hill climbing, and the ability to pass safely on the highway. It means more driving economy, more power from every drop of gas, and on regular gasoline. Also, in the 5-mile trial, you'll have the chance to try DeSoto Full Power Steering, the sensational development that lets you turn the wheel as easily as you dial a phone. Ask your DeSoto Plymouth dealer to let you take the 5-mile trial in the new DeSoto 160 horsepower Fire Dome 8 or the handsome Powermaster 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
George, would you mind explaining the rules of the game?
Of course.
Because I don't understand them.
Well, each of our 3 couples has $20, and they bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected modes of transportation. How much are you going to bet on your first question?
16? 16, okay? Is that okay?
Okay.
16? Okay, here we are. Early settlers from the east crossed the plains and deserts en route to the west in an oxen-drawn wagon. What was it called?
Covered wagon.
Covered wagon is right.
Now, you folks are on your way, too. You have $36.
I once had a covered wagon. I had an automobile with 3 mortgages on it. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $32 will you bet on your second? $36. You're a perfect 36. How much are you going to bet on your second question? 32? All right. What's the boat called that conveys passengers across a river?
Ferry.
The ferry is right.
You people are really climbing. You have $68.
How much are you betting?
50.
$50? $50. What is the electric railway under the streets of a city called?
Subway.
Subway is right.
You have climbed to $118.
Got $118. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
Shoot the works?
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. What's the name of the sealskin boat that Eskimos use?
Kayak.
Kayak is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $236.
Groucho, the secret word is still the same. It's sky. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a nurseryman and a housewife, and here they come. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx, Mrs. Mary Duffy, and Mr. Robert Stansfield.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Mary Duffy, you're the housewife. Where are you from?
I'm from Alvord, Iowa.
Alvord, Iowa. Where's that near?
It's in Iowa, near Minnesota and South Dakota, near the...
It's in Iowa, but it's near Minnesota?
It's right near the South Dakota and Minnesota line.
Oh, well, you've got me fairly well confused, Mary. Your name is Robert Stansfield?
That's right.
And you're the nurseryman, eh?
That's correct.
Aren't you pretty old to be in a nursery? Which one are you from, Bob?
From Paul J. Howard's California Flowerland.
Oh, and what is your hometown?
Tunbridge Wells. That's in Kent, England.
Oh, you come from England, huh? Mm-hmm. Then you were transplanted to California, is that right?
That's right, yes.
I'm surprised you don't have more of a pot. Are you married?
Yes, 2 children.
How did you meet your wife?
Well, it was during the war. I was in the British Navy, and...
What were you, a sailor?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm pretty shrewd, eh? How'd you meet your wife?
Well, while in San Francisco, I went to a United Services Club, and she was a hostess there.
You said you were in the British Navy? And what were you doing in San Francisco?
Well, we pulled in there for a little vacation.
Oh, and you met your wife there?
Yeah.
How did you meet your husband, Mrs. Duffy?
I met him in Sioux City, Iowa, in the stockyards.
What was he doing? Throwing the ball down there? What was he doing in the stockyards?
Well, he was working there.
At what?
Well, his job was to sort out the cows as he came into the yards. He'd put the old cows in one pen and the young cows in another pen.
He was sorting out the old cows and the young cows, and that's how he met you?
Sure. He was standing there waiting for some cows to come in, and I come along.
And you gave him a bum stare, I suppose, at the beginning.
Well...
What happened?
I was walking along the fence on some grass, and
what were you, grazing?
I guess I was gawking around trying to see everything, and I was looking around, so I stepped into a mud puddle, and I practically fell at his feet. I slipped in the mud and fell right in front of him. And he looked down and he said, "Well, you're the clumsiest cow I ever saw."
He always had a flair for romance, this fellow. Well, let's talk about nurseries. For example, why do they call them nurseries, Robert?
Well, the plants are just young little things, and, well, they have to be nursed along just like a baby.
Is that so?
Sure.
I'll have to drop around your place at mealtime. I'd like to see you bite a petunia. What is your job at this nursery, Bob?
Well, I'm a seedsman, or I work in the seed department at the store.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting work.
And you advise the customers about their problems?
Yes. Oh, yes, that's one of our services.
Well, I have a lemon tree in my backyard, and the top half of the lemon is always kind of mushy and soft, and the bottom half is fine. And what's the matter with that tree?
Well, you probably didn't fertilize it at... fertilization is very important with citrus, and you probably didn't fertilize it at the right time of the year.
Now, suppose I told you that there were 2 trees next to each other, and the one tree is doing wonderfully, and the other one has these lemons on that are half rotten and half good. Oh. Riddle me that.
Kind of hard.
Come on, you're an expert now. I want an expert's opinion.
Well, you probably just bought a lemon.
That's very funny, but you're not helping my problem, man. That's true, you know. I'd like you to come out and look at those.
Well, I'd be very glad to do that.
Okay, I'll give you the address later. Huh?
All right.
And bring that girl that was at the forest lawn with you, huh? We can forget about the lemons. Now, there's something else I'd like to know. All my life, I've heard of shrinking violets. Now, honestly, do violets really shrink?
No, they definitely don't.
How do you know? Have you watched them hanging on a line? You rascal, you. I trap you like a fox traps a hare. Let's try it again. Now, careful now. Is it true that roses are always red?
No, roses are many colors.
Obviously, he knows rose better than I do. Now, specifically, what are some of your best sellers?
Well, you trapping me again?
No, I'm not trying to trap you this time.
Well, we have shrubs. There's the pittosporum, or pitastrum, as some people call it.
What's a pitastrum?
Well, it's a pittosporum.
Well, that clears that up. Well, okay, now I know all about spring planting. Now, you two are going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance of $2,000. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The beekeeper and the wedding arranger won $236.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected wives of nobility. Here's your first question. How much are you going to bet?
50. 15.
15, okay. What do you call the wife of a czar?
An empress.
You agree with that?
Czar?
No, I'm sorry. It's Tsarina.
You now have $5.
For how much of the 5 you going to bet?
Well, go on. Let's go 5 here.
$5, okay. What do you call the wife of a duke? You ought to know that.
Duchess.
A duchess is right.
Well, you're climbing again. You have $10 now.
Here's the third question. How much of the 10 you going to go for?
Okay.
Okay, what do you call the wife of an emperor?
An empress.
Empress is right.
You're back. You have $20 now.
$20. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 20?
20.
What do you call the wife of a baron? Baroness is right.
And we wind up with $40.
You made a comeback, and we'll see you later.
Groucho.
The secret word is still sky. We invited some junior high school boys to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Howard Brody. His partner is a member of the Parent Teachers Association, also chosen by the studio audience, Mrs. Priscilla Stell. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, with the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Now, let's see. Mrs. Priscilla Steele. Stella? Stell. I call you Priscilla, huh?
Yes.
And you can call me John Alden. You're a member of the PTA?
Yes, in Glendale.
You're from Glendale?
Yes.
And Mr. Howard Brody, that's
Yes,
you,
sir.
huh? How long have you been living in Los Angeles?
Oh, about 7 or 8 years, sir.
And where'd you live before then?
New York City.
Whereabouts?
New York City itself.
Oh, well, whereabouts in New York City?
Let's see, I
that's
can't
close.
think now.
That's close enough. Huh? Where'd you live before then?
Oh, well, Cloud 7, I suppose.
Where?
Cloud 7.
Cloud 7? He's going to be difficult, I guess. How old are you, Cloud 7?
13, sir.
18, huh?
Yes, sir.
And what sort of work does your wife do, Mr. Brody?
I don't have a wife.
You don't have a wife?
No.
And you're from New York City?
Yes.
What sort of work does your father do?
Well, he sells Dr. Scholl's corn pads.
He does?
Yes.
How did you meet your husband, Priscilla?
Well,
Speaking of corn pads.
I met him in the post office at Trona, California.
How many children do you have?
2, a boy and a girl.
And how'd you meet your husband?
In the post office at Trona, California.
Well, I mean, you just made a practice of going to the post office and picking out a husband?
No.
And now you have 2 children?
Yes.
You must have been hanging around general delivery. That worked out pretty well, didn't it? Huh? And you have 2 children?
Yes.
And how many children do you have, Mr. Brody?
I don't have any.
You don't have any children?
No.
Why not?
I'm not married.
Pretty happy about it, too. Have you got a girlfriend?
Well, sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? You're not sure she's a girl?
Well, she's a girl, all right.
She is, huh?
Yeah.
What does this charmer look like?
Well, she's about as tall as me or a little bit shorter. And,
She's not one of the 7 dwarfs, is she?
And she has blonde hair and blue eyes and green dress.
Don't ever get that confused, you know. How old is she?
She's 12 and a half.
12 and a half. How did you meet this femme fatale?
Well, she and I were in the same class at school.
You take her to the post office occasionally?
No.
Are you romantically inclined, Mr. Brody?
Well, I don't think so, but in a couple of years, I suppose.
You can bet on that, Mr. Brody. What is romance, anyway? How would you explain it? I mean, this inexplicable attachment that arises between a man and a woman.
Well, it's, well, when a man and a woman like each other and they buy a house.
Oh, if it were only that simple, huh? You mean that's all there is to it? They look at each other and the quick runs out and buys a bungalow.
No, they like each other a lot, and they want to live with each other, and they get married, and they buy a house, and they live.
Oh, I see. You may be only 13, but I must say you've really lived, Howard. Now, let's talk about the PTA. Just what is it precisely?
It's an organization of parents and teachers designed to bring the home and the school closer together.
Well, that's a worthy objective. Mr. Brody, what do you think?
Well, I think it's pretty good.
Do you think the home and the school should be brought closer together?
Yes.
Why do you think so?
Because it's too far for me to walk every morning.
I shouldn't think you'd mind that with this blonde charmer you've got with the green dress. Now, Mrs. Priscilla, which way is the PTA working? Are you planning on moving the schools or moving the boys' house?
Well, I think that's a silly question.
Priscilla, that's right. It is a silly question. But if I didn't ask silly questions right now, you'd be sitting at home listening to the weather report. What are the requirements for joining the PTA?
An interest in the welfare of children.
Mm-hmm. Well, are there any dues?
50 cents a year.
50 cents a year. Can men belong as well as women?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Brody, do you belong to the PTA?
No, sir.
You don't, huh? If you had 50 cents, would you join the PTA?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not old enough.
What's the age limit for the PTA, Priscilla?
There is no age limit.
Takes care of that, Mr. Brody. Now will you join the PTA?
No.
Why not?
I haven't got any kids. Children.
Now, don't come running to me with your problem. How many men would you say there are in your PTA, Mrs.
Well, I'd
Stell?
say that 80% of the parents were women.
Is that so? Well, things have certainly changed since I was a lad. Well, you've been an interesting pair, and I'm sure that our schools are in good hands. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The beekeeper and the wedding arranger are still leading with $236.
You ready? Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of famous people. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
15.
15. What great boxer was known as the Manasseh Mauler?
Jack Dempsey.
Jack Dempsey is right. Huh?
And you're on your way. You have $35.
You got 30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 35 are you going to try?
30.
What president was known as the Great Emancipator?
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln.
Now you have $65.
Now, how much will you bet at the 65?
60.
60, huh? Did you consult Priscilla?
Yes.
I see. You can be drunk with power here. What famous ball player was known as the Sultan of Swat?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth is right.
You guys are really climbing. You have $125.
$125 is your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 125 are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it. Okay. Wait a minute.
All right, 100.
100. What fighter was known as the Brown Bomber?
Oh, Joe Louis.
Joe Louis is right.
And you wind up with $225. And that means the beekeeper and the wedding arranger with $236 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
That's a shame.
When your car needs the attention of an expert, there's one place to take it, to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You see, the master technicians at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers know your car, and they know their business. They get continuous training, supervised by factory service executives. For example, more than 6,000 of these DeSoto Plymouth dealer mechanics
just recently attended 252 special training schools in all parts of the nation. They got additional training in all phases of repair and maintenance and studied new service techniques. Continuous training like this, in addition to their years of experience, naturally makes the skilled mechanics at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers the best qualified men to service your car. It means your car gets the finest care at a real saving to your pocketbook when you take it where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the beekeeper and the wedding arranger.
Where is the beekeeper?
They're going to be here, right here.
Well, why do you say they're here when they're not even out here?
This is our winning couple, Groucho.
The beekeeper hasn't got his mind on those hives either.
All set for the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Okay, and don't be so somber, Fenneman.
It's an exciting moment, believe me.
Not for you, it won't be. You won't get a quarter on it. Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and no help from the audience, please. Here it is. James Madison's opponent for the presidency was a man whose picture millions of people see every day on cigarette packs. Who is it? I'm sorry, it's DeWitt Clinton.
Oh, on the,
Yes, it's on the little green thing there, on the government stand. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$236 in the quiz.
Well, that ain't hay, it's not even bees. And congratulations and thanks to both of you, and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Best of Groucho from the You Bet Your Life series. Don't miss the Best of Groucho on television, too. Also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. There's no trick to safety. It's just common sense.
You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.